There were hundreds of people waiting at the airport. They were gathered along the two sides of a walkway. Some were holding banners, with words like Zeus is invincible, Heartless One is the strongest, Sunless Two is the prettiest. The gray-robed elder, who enjoyed the highest status in Gaia, and the 4 division ministers were waiting in front of the walkway. Only when the plane landed did they steadily walk towards the plane. The first people to walk out of the airplane's hatch were 3 elders. One was a middle-aged man with a commanding presence, while another was a middle-aged woman that had yet to lose her beauty. As for the last person, his appearance immediately incited screams and gasps from the hundreds of people. Despite being a white-haired elder, his complexion was like a child's. His eyebrows were like swords and his eyes were like stars. His straight posture made him resemble an unsheathed sharp sword. However, his gentle expression seemed to conceal a hidden edge. The elder carried a brown wooden sword behind his back. The middle-aged man and woman simultaneously fell back behind the elder. Since the elder walked slowly, they also ended up walking even slower. Your Excellency God of Swords. The gray-robed elder and the 4 division ministers welcomed the sword-bearing elder with a slight bow in a respectful manner. On both sides of the walkway, people began discussing. To think that His Excellency God of Swords is leading the delegation personally. Isn't Zeus thinking too highly of this batch of rookies? Friend, you are too ignorant. Don't you know that the Yi siblings are the direct disciples of His Excellency God of Swords? It's understandable that His Excellency God of Swords is worried over the long trip to Shanghai. I never expected myself to have a chance to see His Excellency God of Swords. The trip here to the airport to welcome Zeus was truly worth it. The sword-bearing elder nodded slightly at the gray-robed elder and said, "Give my regards to One Pun. Tell him that his old friend misses him very much." The gray-robed elder nodded and said, "Definitely." At this moment, 7 people walked out from the plane one after another. A teenage boy and girl who were right in front were the focus of attention. The teenage boy was very handsome, while the teenage girl was as beautiful as a fairy. On closer look, one would find the duo similar in appearance. However, the teenage boy had sharper facial features, along with a proud and overbearing expression. A high and mighty smile hung on his lips. The teenage girl's facial features were softer and more delicate. Her beauty was breathtaking, but her expression was very cold. Her eyes were as cold as frost. The teenage boy was in a black leather bomber, with a black sword behind his back. The girl was in a long white dress, with a silver sword by her waist. The two walked side by side, and their black and white figures appeared as though they had come from another world. Nearly everyone who were here to greet Zeus at the airport was waiting for these 2 people. When they saw them in person, they forgot to cheer, and some even forgot to breathe. They were a pair of twins. They were both direct disciples of the God of Swords. Before this year's secondary school graduation examinations, the elder brother had suddenly transferred to another province, and as such the siblings managed to each become the top scholar of a province. Other than being siblings, they were also the super rookies of China. They were also the idols of numerous youths. That was because, from their talent and strength to their appearance, they were impeccable and flawless. The teenage boy was called Heartless. The teenage girl was called Sunless. The crowds on both sides of the walkway choked in silence for a moment before they finally shouted in unison. Heartless is the strongest. Sunless is the prettiest. The shouts resulted in deafening echoes that filled the airport's soon-to-be dark evening scene. Heartless gave a mild smile, as though he enjoyed the situation of being welcomed by a crowd. Sunless' face was cold, as though she did not like the deafening din. Walking behind the Yi siblings were 4 teenagers of all shapes and sizes as well as an extremely fat girl. At this moment, they were not even qualified to accentuate the siblings. However, the 5 did not appear vexed. They looked at the 2 figures in front of them with their eyes filled with worship. These 7 people were the 7 Zeus rookies that were participating at the upcoming mass selection. On the way there, they had come to Steel City to participate in a battle exchange that was left with no suspense. Without even considering the Yi siblings, just the 5 rookies themselves were proud children of heaven. Any one of them would be a strong candidate to be a rookie king in Gaia. The night was very calm, but also very uncalm. The reason for the calmness was because the delegation from Zeus did not come out after checking into a hotel. Hence, nothing serious happened in Steel City. The reason why it was uncalm was because of the news of Wonpun's return. This was quite a thought-provoking matter. This was because Wonpun and the elderly god of swords had a story that had to be mentioned. 20 years ago, a fledgling Wonpun had once asked the god of swords for advice on the way of the sword. The outcome was him suffering an abject defeat after 3 strikes. 10 years later, which was also 10 years ago, Wonpun had a sword summited in a saint, but was regrettably defeated after 300 strikes. There were 3 god of swords and 10 sword masters in this world. From 10 years ago up to this day, Wonpun was placed amongst the 10 sword masters and never lost his title. Back then, people said that if Wonpun had used his fist, he might have won the god of swords. But when it came to swords, Wonpun was still too young. But now, a decade had already passed. 20 years ago, he suffered an abject defeat in 3 strikes. 10 years ago, he was sadly defeated after 300 strikes. What about this year? How many hundred more strikes could he withstand? Was it possible that this year, a new generation would exceed the older one? This matter determined the position of the god of swords, so it was naturally something that garnered a great deal of attention. And this moment had come extremely suddenly. First, the god of swords had personally escorted his disciples for their safety. Next, news of Wonpun rushing back to Steel City meant that it was portending to a matter that was about to happen. With the descent of the rain, it was not a calm night. 1. Yi, heartless, is Ya Wuqing, which happens to be the same intonation as his sister, so we will use the direct translation of his name. 2. Yi, sunless, is Ya Wuqing, which happens to be the same intonation as her brother, so we will use the direct translation of her name. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 190, back in the day, against the headwinds, 30 feet I could pee, but today, my shoes are soused despite tailwinds. Chapter 190, back in the day, against the headwinds, 30 feet I could pee, but today, my shoes are soused despite tailwinds. The rooftop of Steel City's Gaia Steel Tower was the highest spot in Steel City. Standing on the rooftop, one could overlook the entirety of Steel City and take in the vastness of the land beneath. Reaching out one's hand felt as though one could touch the starry night sky. The circular platform on the tower's rooftop was only about 4 meters in diameter. The elderly god of swords and Wonpun were each standing on one side, while peeing. Wonpun looked down to glance at the outcome of his battle and turned his head to look at the god of swords. Quietly, he pulled up his trousers and said, "Senior, you have lost." "I'm getting old." The god of swords shook his head with a sigh before saying, "Back in the day, against the headwinds, 30 feet I could pee, but today, my shoes are so soused despite tailwinds. I'm getting old, I'm truly getting old, . Wonpun was expressionless as he said, "Since you have lost, you have to fulfill your promise and cross swords with this junior." The elderly god of swords fell silent before speaking moments later. "If this old man can't even best you in peeing, how could this old man win against you in crossing swords?" "No crossing, definitely no crossing." Wonpun was taken aback and said, "What sort of logic is this? Senior, are you trying to go back on your word?" The god of swords did not answer and instead retorted, "Do you know why I carry this wooden sword around?" Wonpun pondered for a moment before he shook his head and said, "No, I don't." The god of swords pulled out the wooden sword and passed it to Wonpun. After a moment of hesitation, Wonpun reached out his hand to take it over. However, the moment he took it, a trace of surprise flashed across his face. He wondered out aloud, "This sword?" The god of swords grinned. He was missing 2 front teeth, but his teeth were white and neat. He slowly pointed his right hand to the sky and shouted, Jian Shilai. Jian Shilai was the god of swords' name. However, he was not summoning himself. He was summoning a sword that came from the west which shared the same meaning behind his name. A sword tore through the night sky like a streaming beam of light from an unknown origin before landing in the god of swords' hand. Hum. The sword's hum was clear as it echoed through the starry sky. The god of swords caressed the sword as though he was stroking a lover. He said softly, "This is my sword. As for that wooden sword, it's just a piece of wood carved into the shape of a sword." One Pun frowned and asked, "What's the meaning behind this?" This junior doesn't understand. The god of swords turned around to look at One Pun. His eyes sparkled brightly, at a magnitude much brighter than the stars. He minced his words and solemnly said a word. Posturing. After saying this, the god of swords laughed out loud, a bold laughter reminiscent of his prime. He carried a wooden sword behind him to posture. This explanation sounded irrational but was also very reasonable. One Pun stared dumbfounded as his gaze slowly turned serious. He said in a solemn voice, "This junior did not imagine senior to be a person who cared so much about reputation." The god of swords slowly lost his smile and said, "The position of the god of swords is very unstable. I do not know how many more years I can sit in this spot." Ironical, isn't it? In the past, I didn't care for it, but now, I think of any means to not get off it. One Pun said with a wry smile, "The god of swords are just words recognized in the hearts of people. Why does senior need to concern himself about it so much?" The god of swords looked far into the distance and said softly, "It is natural you can't ignore traditions when you are concerned about a title. At least before the day those 2 children wean of the reliance of a sword, I will not step down from the position of the god of swords." One Pun was enlightened as he said, "So that's the reason, but..." Those 2 children were naturally the Yi siblings. One Pun never expected the lofty elderly god of swords would go that far for the duo. Of course, the word lofty might have always been a misconception of his. It was still possible to find a fairy or 2 that did not partake in mortal pleasures, but an old man who did not partake in mortal pleasures appeared to be one of the few greatest illusions in life. One Pun thought for a moment before saying, "For senior to think so highly of them, it appears that the 2 children are extraordinary." The god of swords' eyes brightened a few notches as his mood improved greatly. He said with a laugh, "It's far from extraordinary, they are practically a dragon and phoenix pair. I'm not bragging when I say that the 2 children's talent in sword arts can trash the past you. They are just slightly weaker than my past self." One Pun's mouth twitched slightly. He had gotten a whole new understanding of the elderly god of swords today. He remained speechless, but his eyes were filled with anticipation. To him, the more geniuses there were in the world, the more stable the human establishment would be. This was an extremely good thing because in this age of calamities, true heroes were needed. True mighty figures were needed for the unpredictable apocalypse in the future as well. It was as if the god of swords had his chattering seal unsealed. Without waiting for One Pun to respond, he continued on, 20 years ago, I wanted to take you in as a disciple, but you refused. It had hurt this old man's heart. Tomorrow, don't you run and take a look at the good disciples I found over the past 2 decades. Take a look at the future gods of swords." The next day, despite it not being the focus of all attention, the exchange battle that still received the attention of many finally proceeded as planned. It was made mandatory for the Ji Gaia rookies to watch the battle exchange. Therefore, regardless if they were willing or not, they arrived at the competition venue early in the morning. The venue was a circular stadium that could seat at least 10,000 people. It was built for various competitions. For example, this year's Rookie King was to be born here, and any battle exchanges with other organizations were held here as well. The citizens of Steel City could watch such a battle exchange every other year. In fact, they did not have much anticipation for it, or it could even be said that they did not look forward to it at all. However, there were always some cheapskates who wanted to watch a free show, or others who felt the need to witness the Yi siblings' awesomeness. In addition to the news of the elderly god of swords' attendance, this battle exchange exceeded the scale of past exchanges. It went from less than half the seats filled to nearly half filled. The candidates for the battle exchange from both sides had long arrived in their respective lounges. The battle exchange was like in the past. There were a total of 7 rounds for the rookies to battle it out. Although victory was decided after 4 battles, all 7 battles had to be fought even if the 7 battles all ended in defeat. In Zeus's lounge, other than Sunless being aloof and sitting in a corner with her eyes closed, the other 6 rookies were chatting merrily as they surrounded Heartless. However, they were not discussing the battle exchange, but the mass selection the day after tomorrow. No one took the battle exchange to heart. For them, it was just a mission from the organization. They just needed to go on stage and defeat their opponent in the shortest amount of time. There was no need to deliberately ridicule their opponents since disregard was the cruelest derision. As for the Xiao's lounge, it was in a mess because they were missing a person. Rico had sent a message which said, Dahe is now in a deep meditative state, so it is unlikely he will be able to make it. Compared to a battle exchange that was destined to suffer an abject failure, being able to enter a rare deep meditative state was naturally 100 times more important. No one would unreasonably say things like, deep meditative state my ass, quickly wake him up. Motzi was overjoyed instead of being worried. In the silent lounge, she cheered and said, sure, Lord Dahe is awesome. Kevin twitched his mouth and echoed Motzi by saying, yeah, it's a good thing. Muyua Shang was still in cogitation with her eyes closed, but an undetectable smile appeared by the corner of her lips. In contrast, there were 3 other rookies with ashen expressions. In order to make up 7 people, they had been chosen as contestants at the very last minute. They were already in a terrible mood, and now with Dahe having lucked out by entering a deep meditative state to dodge the calamity ahead, they felt truly jealous. The 3 could only grumble softly, but they did not dare to speak further. A deep meditative state was indeed something rare. No one wanted to wake Shi Xiaobai up. Even Rico, who had pleaded for Shi Xiaobai to smack faces yesterday, was delighted. She was even more overjoyed and forgot all about what had happened yesterday. However, Gaia was still short of a person. The upper echelons of Gaia decisively chose a substitute randomly from the rookies. They had made Shi Xiaobai appear last. If he could get here in time, he would be sent up to do battle. If he could not, he would be substituted by that person. The substitute was already cursing in his heart. The finale was bound to be one of the Yi siblings. Letting a person like him, with a power level of 5, fight, wouldn't that just be courting death? At this moment, a person suddenly appeared in the lounge. The moment the person entered, he said loudly, "Me wants to participate in the battle exchange. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 191, Looks Competition MVP. Chapter 191, Looks Competition MVP. A person with an extremely vicious look stood at the lounge's door. He was tall and burly. His short-sleeved shirt exposed muscles that bulged out like fists. On first look, they looked like hard and cold stones. In addition to his stout-built and fierce look, a circle around his short black hair was shaved off. He combed up a lock of yellow hair like a rooster's crown, and his eyes were burning with anxious and savage flames. A hideous scar went from his forehead down past his right eye. His mustache was a messy scrawl, and a prominent double chin brought out the hideousness of his face. When everyone in the lounge first saw this person, they were startled, especially from the anxious aura he gave off. They thought a ruffian had arrived. But when the person opened his mouth, it fully gave the people the understanding of what it meant to be a voice OTLer, as they too figuratively collapsed in front of him when he opened his mouth. "Me wants to participate in the battle exchange." The moment he opened his mouth, all that impressiveness and rousing stance he had was overwhelmed by his honest tone and expression. As Yi Jiachuan looked at everyone looking at him with dumbfounded expressions, he scratched his head out of habit and he said loudly once again, "Me wants to participate in the battle exchange, that." The rookie who had been roped in to substitute Shi Xiaobai had his eyes lit up as he immediately said, "This, brother. What's your name? What's your psionic cultivation realm? Are you a rookie of Gaia?" Without any hesitation, Yi Jiachuan replied, "Me name is Yi Jiachuan. Now, me is at the 3rd level of the psionic mortal realm and is a rookie of the Annihilation Division." The rookies were taken aback. Even Mu Yuesheng opened her eyes and gave Yi Jiachuan a curious glance. 3rd level of the psionic mortal realm? The weakest person here was at the 5th level of the psionic mortal realm, but even he did not have the slightest bit of confidence. Having not even crossed the first step at the 3rd level of the psionic mortal realm, wasn't it a joke to volunteer to challenge the Zeus delegation who were all at or around the 10th level of the psionic mortal realm? The substitute was disappointed as he said, "Big bro, you came to the wrong place." The 3 other rookies began to mock in laughter. It's commendable to have such courage at the 3rd level of the psionic mortal realm. I have to comment that what you said made me relax. I was still rather nervous a moment ago. Brother, nice going. If you stand there, you might scare the opponent silly, as long as you don't open your mouth. Yi Jiachuan scratched his head and gave a silly smile, as though he could not tell the mockery in the rookie's words. Matzi frowned. The mocking attitude of the other rookies had made her a bit uncomfortable, but she could not do anything about them as they were mentioning facts. Matzi looked at Yi Jiachuan and said, "Sorry about that. We can't make the decision. You can go out the door, turn left, and walk straight. Then, make a right turn to walk into another corridor. There, in the room at the end of the corridor, you can find Division Minister Minamiya." Yi Jiachuan was taken aback as he nodded and said, "All right, thank you." Yi Jiachuan turned around and left after saying that. Seeing Yi Jiachuan's back, Kevin frowned slightly. He found the name Yi Jiachuan familiar, but he did not know where he had heard it from. Mu Yuesheng slowly closed her eyes as a trace of doubt flashed in her mind that everyone else had overlooked. She knew that there wouldn't be any powerful security guards outside the lounge, but there should have been security guards present to prevent the contestants from being disturbed. How did this rookie, Yi Jiachuan, come in? But at this moment, the other 4 rookies who were feeling a mountain of pressure finally found something to release the pressure, and they began chatting without any further thoughts. When that big guy came in, wasn't it a bit frightening? I was wondering where the ruffian came from and nearly yelped for help. Who knew that he's a voice OTLer? Ha ha. Yeah, I thought so too. Before he opened his mouth, he sounded like a dominating king, but the moment he opened his mouth, he was like an idiot, the especially silly kind. How do you think the division ministers are going to deal with this matter? I believe he will be taught a good lesson, and counseled. Although the big guy is quite silly, his courage is commendable. Sigh, what a pity. If the battle exchange was a competition of looks, with the person with more threatening looks winning, he would definitely be the MVP. As the 4 rookies chattered cheerfully, despite their words filled with derision, what they said was the irrefutable truth. 10 minutes later. With Yama Minamiya in front and Yi Jiachuan behind, the 2 entered the lounge. Yama Minamiya looked at the substitute and said, "You can go back and rest." Everyone was alarmed and guessed of a possibility as they looked at Yi Jiachuan in disbelief. Yi Jiachuan scratched his head and said honestly, "Me will work hard, please give your advice." Everyone drew a cold breath. What was going on? Getting a person at the 3rd level of the psionic mortal realm to be a substitute that would appear at the end? Was it because they had nothing to lose? At 10 in the morning, the battle exchange was finally about to begin. The half-filled stadium was meant the audience turn-up was larger in scale than previous years, but most of the audience were there to watch the awesomeness of the Yi siblings. They also had the tiny hope of seeing Jian Shilai, who had held his spot as God of Swords for several decades. And most people did not have much of an expectation for the battle exchange. This was because based on past year's results or this year's participant lineup, there was no suspense left to this battle exchange. The only thing that could barely be considered an unknown was the number of seconds the Gaia rookies could last. Very soon, a man in a suit walked slowly to the middle of the stadium. Evidently, he was the host of the battle exchange. Everyone, the battle exchange is about to begin. Please warmly welcome the rookies from both sides. The host's voice was amplified through the microphone in his hand throughout the entire stadium as the audience's din gradually quietened down. First, let us invite a well-known organization in the country. It is ranked as one of the top 3 organizations in China, the internationally renowned Zeus. Please give your applause to welcome this year's rookie delegation from Zeus. The moment the host said this, the audience began to erupt into applause. It was not especially enthusiastic since this was Gaia's home ground after all. But as the Zeus rookies appeared, especially when the Yi siblings walked out, the applause suddenly heated up. There were cheers undulating throughout the stadium. It was evident how popular the Yi siblings were. The 7 Zeus rookies lined up to the right of the host and looked relaxed and calm. A few of them even waved to the audience, as though what followed next would be a stress-free performance. Next up, let us welcome one of the world's former top 10 organizations, which once managed to rank first in China's organizational rankings for 6 consecutive months, with a fine tradition and glorious history, Gaia. Please give your applause to welcome the new batch of Gaia rookies. The suited man was no doubt a host chosen by Gaia. When he delivered the welcoming speech, he raised his tone by several octaves, and the contents of his speech was well prepared, with deep tones of praise. However, the praising appeared too obvious. The applause was sparse, and there were even some boos mixed in. It was hard to believe that this was Gaia's home ground. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 192, Take 10 million to feed the pigs. Chapter 192, Take 10 million to feed the pigs. As the host had gone overboard with his praises, there was a lot of booing when the Yi Gaia rookies appeared. The situation turned extremely awkward. However, when Mozi appeared, there were several shouts such as, "Wow, what a cute chick." And when Mu Yuesheng finally appeared, most of the Yi Gaia rookies cheered and screamed. When the Zeus rookies realized that the cheers the Yi Gaia's rookies received were worse than theirs, they laughed at the irony as their belittlement grew in intensity. However, when they saw Mozi appear, a few male rookies had their eyes slightly light up. After all, it was rare to see such a lovely and cute chick. Yi Jiachuan lined the back of the team. When he appeared, all the Annihilation rookies were taken aback. They secretly wondered over the silly big guy's appearance. However, most of the audience did not know Yi Jiachuan. They could not help but stare widely as Yi Jiachuan's ruffian-like aura caught their attention. In Team Zeus, there were 2 people who greatly changed their expressions when they saw Yi Jiachuan. Their eyes flashed with complicated looks. The 7 Gaia rookies lined up to the left of the host. They were more or less nervous, forming a stark contrast from the other team. The organizations, Gaia and Zeus, have deep ties of friendship. Every year, a rookie battle exchange is held. The goal of the battle exchange is for the rookies to participate in an exchange so that there will be common progress. The host read the cliched opening address and the battle exchange's rules. Sensing the displeasure in the audience, the host sped his speech up and finished in a few minutes. Then, before we begin the intense battle exchange, let's hear what the rookies participating in this exchange have to say. The host hurriedly announced the next segment, an extremely cliched smack talk before the match. However, this segment clearly stirred up the emotions of the audience greatly. Although it was unlikely they would see any trash talking, it was also very nice to hear the Yi siblings' voices. The host knew what was on the minds of the audience as he turned around to walk towards the Yi siblings. When the host came in front of Heartless, he gave an impassioned shout, "Zeus, rookie, Heartless Yi. Top scholar of the Hubei province and this year's super rookie. The direct disciple of the god of swords, Jian Shilai, and has the nickname of the young god of swords. Let us hear what Heartless has to say before the battle exchange begins." The audience immediately broke out into a warm round of applause and cheers. Some of the audience even shouted, "Heartless is the strongest." The scene seemed to have boiled over. Heartless' fame was not only because of his status as a super rookie and the god of swords disciple. The main reason why he was so well known was because of a video. The video had gone viral, and it had once entered the top ranks of trending searches on Hugel. In the video, a young Heartless had slain 10 calamity fiends using a single black sword and saved 3 children in distress. His cool attitude and unyielding expressions were highly approbated, allowing him to attract countless of fans and become a subject of discussion. The host passed a microphone to Heartless. Heartless still had an unyielding expression as ever, but he seemed to be in a somewhat terrible mood. His face was somewhat livid as well. After he took over the microphone, he exhaled twice as though he was trying to calm his mood. The audience was surprised before they slowly quietened down. They looked at Heartless and pricked up their ears. 3 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago, and even 3 hours ago, my friends and I had a view regarding this battle exchange. Heartless' voice was filled with a magnetic charm that matched well with his extraordinarily handsome face. When he spoke, he exuded an intense charm. Everyone could not help but be curious. What thoughts did the Zeus rookies have regarding this battle exchange? Heartless paused for a moment and said in a deadpan manner, "It was not having any view." The audience broke into an uproar as they immediately gave a thunderous applause. This speech filled with undisguised disregard happened to be what the audience liked the most. Heartless raised his head, with an arrogant expression and said loudly, "We do not have many thoughts on opponents several levels weaker than us. We would not belittle them or hold back, but we would not give our all. It's just like stepping an ant to death. To us, it's just raising our feet to stamp downwards. Simple, direct, and without any waste of energy, without spending time considering why an ant should be trampled to death. To us, this battle exchange is just a simple matter. It's so simple that we do not even have the desire to waste a word discussing it." The moment Heartless said this, the Zeus rookies other than Sunless were the first to applaud. A few even whistled. The stunned audience did not immediately react to Heartless' extremely arrogant speech. It was like he had disregarded himself of any humiliation. But soon, the members in the audience engaging in schadenfreude began applauding and whistling. The audience had their emotions stirred up by the atmosphere that smelled of gunpowder. Soon, they began joining the ranks of the whistlers. This was the treatment given to the strong. The Zeus rookies were powerful, and Heartless was even more stunning, so they had the right to be so arrogant. The audience enjoyed seeing their arrogant declarations. The audience supporting Gaia and the Yi Gaia rookies felt their faces sink. However, they were unable to refute it all because despite Heartless saying an exaggerated truth, it was still the truth. Indeed, the disparity in power between both sides was just too great. But Heartless still had words to say, and even used a contrasting conjunction word? "But, I now have a new point of view." Heartless scanned his surroundings with an arrogant look. His words attracted the attention of everyone. New point of view? Could this be some unexpected twist? The corner of Heartless' mouth suffused a sneer as he said, "Due to some personal reasons, I have a new point of view. I want to express this point of view to my teammates. Listen well, my dear brothers and sisters. We will win, and that is inevitable, but I ask of you, I plead of you to win faster. Win faster than ever." The Zeus rookies all turned to look at Heartless. Before everyone fully understood what Heartless meant, Heartless took a few steps forward and turned to face his teammates and said loudly, "Everyone, do your best. End the battle as fast as you can. I will give 100 psionic condensing pills as a reward to the person other than me who wins the fastest." When everyone heard this, they drew a gasp. 100 psionic condensing pills was worth 10 million Chinese currency. Furthermore, it was something that had a price without a market. Other than Sunless, the eyes of the other 5 rookies burned immediately. However, Heartless' declaration had yet to come to an end. He shouted his remaining words almost immediately. "Also, I'm now declaring that if I cannot finish a battle in 3 seconds, I will use another 100 psionic condensing pills to feed the pigs. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 193, If Shi Xiaobai Were Here. Chapter 193, If Shi Xiaobai Were Here. Also, I'm now declaring that if I cannot finish a battle in 3 seconds, I will take another 100 psionic condensing pills to feed the pigs. The throwing out of this statement was so astonishing that it dumbfounded everyone. Taking out 100 psionic condensing pills to reward the person who won the fastest. What sort of extravagant act was this? And another 100 psionic condensing pills would be fed to the pigs if he could not finish his battle in 3 seconds. What sort of idiotic, oh, that's not right, what sort of confidence was this, to the point of doing such a flagrant act? At this moment, numerous members of the audience became fans of Heartless. And of course, most importantly, the audience were suddenly filled with anticipation for the 7 matches. They looked forward to the visual feast of the Zeus rookies ending the match at the fastest speed possible. The 5 Zeus rookies were filled with anticipation. They wished for the battles to begin as soon as possible. 100 psionic condensing pills. It was 10 million Chinese currency. This reward was just too tempting, but in the audience stands, there was a corner which had an invisible barrier that blocked the light. The elderly god of swords and One Pun were sitting side by side in it. The elderly god of swords laughed out loud and said, "Well done, nicely done. He resembles me back in my day." One Pun was silent. Taking out 200 psionic condensing pills to posture was all the result of your damn teachings. The faces of the audience who supported Gaia, deep down, and the 7 rookie representatives sank. They could deeply feel the insult from Heartless. The host had secretly received money from Gaia's upper echelons, so he did not dare to idle any further. With a stiff expression, he said, "Well said," and quickly took over the microphone from Heartless' hand. Following that, he briskly walked over to the Gaia rookies. Now, the only way to turn the situation was to pay them back with more vicious words. The host scanned the group and immediately saw the domineering-looking Yi Jiachuan. As his eyes lit up, he immediately walked over. Let us listen to what the Gaia rookies think of this battle exchange. The host held the microphone up to Yi Jiachuan and winked at him secretly, gesturing to Yi Jiachuan to blow the bugles of retaliation. Yi Jiachuan took the microphone over with a deadpan expression. The audience also quietened down upon seeing this scene. This man that looked like a monster was probably someone with an extremely grumpy temper. It was a curiosity what sort of explosive words he would deliver after being humiliated in such a manner. The audience started to look forward to it. After Yi Jiachuan took over the microphone, he turned to look at the Zeus rookies and Heartless, who had an unruly and cold expression, and said, "Me will be the 7th one fighting. Me will work hard to last past 3 seconds. But if me luckily holds out for more than 3 seconds, can the psionic condensing pills not be fed to pigs? Pigs will die from being fed psionic condensing pills." The audience was stunned. They could hardly believe their ears. Such a burly man with the face of a ruffian was actually so gentle and kind? It was completely subversive. However, why did they suddenly feel like it's better to support Gaia after hearing his words? Many of the audience's eyes gradually softened down. Of course, there were members of the audience who mocked nastily. After all, Yi Jiachuan's words had the tone of humbling himself. It was easily considered a sign of weakness. Heartless cold eyes turned colder, as cold as a snowstorm in the middle of winter. Sunless eyes seemed to melt as she gently gave an undetectable sigh. Some people were pleased with Yi Jiachuan's declaration and felt like he was countering hardness with softness. Others were displeased with Yi Jiachuan's announcement and felt like it was an act of a coward. And the person who was most displeased was the host. His face had turned black as he began to worry that the other half of the bonus promised to him at the end of the battle exchange had gone up in flames. He quickly snatched the microphone in Yi Jiachuan's hand and passed it over to the rookie beside him. The rookie appeared to be overly nervous. He spoke with a stutter, and did not seem like he was mad at all. The audience immediately laughed at him. The host turned anxious and snatched the microphone to pass to the third rookie beside him. That rookie had a flair for acting and said a sentence. I want to ask, are there any rich guys on our side? If there's a rich guy, take out 100 psionic condensing pills to reward the person who lasts the longest. We will definitely do our best to last till the end. His words sounded quite interesting, and if this was a live broadcast variety show, the screen would probably be filled with 666 that resembled thumbs up. However, using those words at such an occasion was simply being worse than a coward. The audience immediately burst into laughter, but their disdain towards the Yigaya rookies grew stronger once again. The host nearly fainted as he snatched the microphone and struggled to say with a laugh, "Ha, ha. Wasn't that a very interesting declaration? The trash talking before the battle exchange shall end here. Let's immediately begin the first match of the battle exchange. Contestants, please go to your respective resting areas. 3 minutes later, please send out your first combatant. I'll repeat the rules. Today, there will be 7 battles, winning 4 rounds wins the match, but all 7 battles have to be fought. The goal of this battle exchange is to learn from one another, so please do not use a Tianji horse racing strategy 1. The host put an abrupt end to the pre-battle declaration segment. The Xiaoxiao delegation, who could not wait for the beginning of the battle exchange, immediately turned to head to their respective resting rooms. As for the Yigaya contestants, they slowly walked to the passage on their end. At this moment, there were 3 people on Gaia's side that were feeling terrible. In his panic, the idiotic host had not chosen any one of the 3 of them to make the declaration. Regardless of how incapable they were, they would definitely have said something to regain their morale. However, the trio simultaneously had a thought. That thought hovered in their minds and took a long time before they dissipated away. Mozi thought, if Lord Shi Xiaobai were here. Kevin thought, if that bastard Shi Xiaobai were here. Muyuashing thought, if that darn hooligan Shi Xiaobai were here. If Shi Xiaobai were here, in a smack-talking segment, then the people who would blow their tops in fury would definitely be the bunch of bastards across them. Ah, the sudden pining for Shi Xiaobai. After the rookies from both sides entered the resting areas, Wenpan and the elderly god of swords suddenly appeared in the stadium. Every member in the audience stared widely as their hearts beat like thunder. Was the sudden appearance of the 2 men a result of them planning on crossing swords that had happened every decade in the past 20 years? The audience started to look forward to it. However, the host quickly stood forward to explain. Wenpan and the elderly god of swords were to serve as the competition's referees. As this battle exchange permitted the use of weapons, the 2 mighty experts were to hold down the situation. They would fairly determine the outcome of the battle and save the person in need of urgent rescue if the time came. This sort of competition typically needed a mighty warrior as a referee, but for Wenpan and the elderly god of swords to personally take up the roles as referees was surprising. This was too damn grandiose. It was just a few kids fooling around, but they actually used an S-class hero and one of the world-famous god of swords as referees? 1. The Tianji horse racing strategy can be read here. In summary, if there were 3 horses, by letting the best horse race against the opponent's average horse, the average horse race against the opponent's inferior horse, and letting the inferior horse race against the opponent's best horse, one should be able to gain victory. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 194, Who should receive the Academy Award for Best Actor? Chapter 194, Who should receive the Academy Award for Best Actor? The audience was stunned, but they immediately responded with the greatest of enthusiasm. They could already count their lucky stars for being able to see the two godlike people in person, but to watch them be referees, they could boast about this for a year. That's not right, a decade wouldn't even be too much. However, if the audience were to learn the reason why the duo became referees, they would probably break out into chaos. That was because the elderly god of swords had pestered One Pun to witness the impressiveness of his two disciples up close. With his first time ever of being a referee being robbed away from him through such a lame reason, One Pun was rendered speechless. However, he did want to properly witness how impressive the Yi siblings were. 3 minutes was a very short period of time. As the audience cheered, the passage of time passed without anyone realizing it. Only when the two contestants appeared from their respective passages did the audience gradually calm down. The first combatant from Zeus came out from the right passageway. He had a burly figure and he was a youth with bulging muscles. He was startled the moment he saw the elderly god of swords in one man. Following that, he immediately thickened his face to ask One Pun for his autograph. After One Pun responded that he never gives autographs, the burly youth grinned at the elderly god of swords, who immediately scolded out loudly with a chuckle, "Get lost." As a result, the burly youth hurriedly left them in a dejected manner. The audience could not help but break out into laughter. After the burly youth ran away, he directly ran towards the host by the wide. After passing the host a stopwatch, he said loudly, "Make sure to do a good job timing. If this bro gets 100 psionic condensing pills, I will give you 3. The members of the audience who were pouting finally could not resist the ridiculousness of the situation and burst out into laughter. Many of them took out their cell phones and found the stopwatch function and said jokingly, "We will time it together. Don't you try to bribe the judge." The atmosphere and nature of the battle exchange were instantly twisted by the burly youth. Nearly everyone in the audience felt completely relaxed as they began to engage in private discussion as to how fast the burly youth would take to finish the battle. And in stark contrast with the burly youth was the blonde youth, Kevin, who came out from the left passageway. Kevin's expression looked extremely distraught as though he was feeling very nervous. His eyes were burning with fury, and he did not appear as relaxed as the burly youth. Kevin had gotten his wish of being the first to battle. In fact, this did not comply with the rules as the rules stipulated that they could not use Tianji's horse racing strategy. They had to go in order of weakest to strongest for the battle. Regardless of how bad Kevin was, he should have been stronger than Yi Jiachuan and the 3 rookies that were randomly roped in. However, Zeus clearly did not mind if Gaia used a Tianji horse racing strategy. This was because in their opinion, their weakest horse could beat Gaia's strongest horse. The elderly god of swords walked to the middle of the arena as the noisy audience slowly quietened down. The match was about to begin. Kevin and the burly youth walked to their ready positions under the god of swords indication and stood 100 meters apart. And this battle exchange was somewhat special because the both of them did not bring any weapons. To not bring any weapons in a battle exchange that permitted weapons meant that the both of them were psionites that relied on physical techniques. Such psionites were already rare in an era of systematic weapon heritage. Offensive skills had slowly developed from an era of punches and kicks to an era of weapons. There was even a trend of going from an era of hot and cold weapons to an era of purely cold weapons. And there was only 2 likely reasons why the two of them only used their limbs. Firstly, either the families they came from held on to the tradition that was the era of punches and kicks, or secondly, they both had superpowers suitable for fist and leg-based offensive skills, but Be it the former or latter, this battle was bound to be extraordinarily exciting because this was a competition of punches meeting flesh, as long as both sides were nearly equal. 3, 2, 1. The God of Swords shouted for them to prepare themselves as everyone in the audience concentrated. Quite a number of people were already ready to press their stopwatch buttons. The burly youth put his frivolous attitude away as his eyes turned fierce, as though he was a tiger that had gotten serious. Kevin took a deep breath. He had vowed to win this battle and smack Zeus heavily in the face. He wanted to make Matzi think of him in a different light. Begin! The God of Swords' voice finally boomed as his figure instantly appeared outside the arena. The battle had officially begun. At that instant, the burly youth rushed out. The frequency of his paces did not seem too fast, but his footsteps were surprisingly wide. He looked extremely fast as every step on the ground caused a loud reverberation that quaked the ground gently. He was a strength-based Cyanite. The audience and Kevin arrived at the same judgment simultaneously. In fact, it was enough to come up with this judgment from the burly youth's appearance. However, the tumultuous way he ran had confirmed their speculations. Compared to the burly youth's vigorous charge forward, Kevin remained motionless. He did not move, but only slowly stretched out his hands, in a posture ready to face the upcoming blow. The audience was stunned. The skinny blonde teenager wanted to clash head-on with a strength-based Cyanite, especially after he had the immense momentum from running 100 meters? A few experienced audience laughed because they realized the inkling behind the matter. From the looks of it, the blonde youth was an agility-based Cyanite, and this fake move of his was meant to dodge the burly youth's charge at the last moment before launching a counteroffensive. This was a common tactic used by agility-based Cyanites against strength-based Cyanites. It was a tried and tested method. The burly youth was about to fall for it. The corner of Kevin's lips gradually turned into a cold smile. Yes, the fool that was charging at him had fallen into his trap, but it was different from the audience's guess. He was not waiting to attack after dodging. In fact, it was the opposite, he wanted to clash head-on. Why did Kevin use his limbs? There were two reasons. Firstly, his superpower was suitable for fist and leg-based offensive skills. He possessed a superpower called Price of Might. By using a portion of his psionic power and stamina, he could temporarily increase his physical strength. However, when using the Price of Might, he would be left immobile. This superpower was sacrificing mobility to exchange for an explosive power. As a result, the true side of Kevin was a strength-based psyker. Secondly, the offensive skill he grasped was a single-target offensive skill with extremely destructive power, Black Bear Dominating Palm, UT. Through such a combination, his destructive power was immeasurable. If the burly youth faced his palm strike head-on, he would definitely be instantly defeated. Kevin slowly raised up his palm and watched as his opponent rushed at him. At the same time, the burly youth who had already raised up his fist had a more intense smile on his face. Approaching! Approaching! The moment was about to come. Everyone watched in gaped silence. This made Matzi's eyes emit sparkles as the palm strike that would make the burly youth regret terribly was about to be struck out. This palm strike was named Black Bear Dominating Palm. It was a slap Kevin had prepared to slap Zeus heavily in the face. The burly youth rushed in front of Kevin with an angry bellow. With a powerful frontal impulse, he raised his fist and smashed it forward. The fist winds whistled in a way that sounded like the crack of thunder. Ha! Kevin roared out and struck out his right palm towards that fist. Black Bear Dominating Palm. It appeared as though Kevin's body was burning with a blackish-red flame. The blackish-red flame seemed like sparkling waves that formed blackish-red ripples, but also looked like a flame that was about to crack and burst out. Boom! Kevin struck out with his palm as the air surrounding him instantly exploded. A layer of the steel surface in front of him peeled off as the steel plates began boiling as a result of his palm wind. However, the burly youth who was clearly rushing towards his palm had vanished at the instant Kevin struck out. No, that was not true disappearance. He only disappeared from Kevin's vision. The audience stared with widened eyes because they clearly saw the burly youth's speed suddenly become as fast as lightning when he came in front of Kevin. Rounding about Kevin, he appeared behind him and his tightly clenched fist turned into a hand chop at that instant. It was too late for Kevin to respond. Even if he could react, the tremendous inertia after striking out Black Bear dominating palm had completely frozen his body. The burly youth's hand chop had landed on Kevin's neck without any suspense. Put on. This hand chop was done without going overboard, but it was just the perfect amount of strength to knock Kevin unconscious. As his eyes rolled back, he plopped down to the metallic ground with a thud. Zeus wins! The elderly god of swords declared the outcome of the battle in a deadpan manner. The burly youth revealed a nasty smile and looked at the dumbfounded audience and loudly said, "I'm actually an agility-based assassin." Ha 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 ha. The burly youth's blatant laughter echoed throughout the stadium. Life is like a theater. But one could not jump to a conclusion as to who would clinch the title of Academy Award for Best Actor till the very last moment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 195, Why must a fatso make things difficult for a former fatso? Chapter 195, Why must a fatso make things difficult for a former fatso? The burly youth guffawed, and after a moment of stunned silence, the audience exploded, hooting and hollering. This was all the same old-fashioned outcome. The blonde teenager looked scrawny but was extremely powerful. As for the burly youth, he looked stout, but his speed was stunning. Yet, they had used the same strategy of tricking each other, with the outcome of having the audience fooled. However, the final result was a proof that the burly youth's skills were better, skills being acting skills. The audience erupted into applause and screams. Regardless of what methods were used, there was no doubt that the outcome of the battle happened very fast. The audience began reporting the outcome of their time tracking. Most people reported times of approximately 7 seconds, while the host's time was 7.5 seconds, which the audience finally agreed as to be the standard timing. The burly youth looked extremely displeased. He shook his head and said with a sigh that there was no chance for him to obtain first place before walking off. The audience were collectively rendered speechless, but they could not help but begin to feel a sense of anticipation. If 7 seconds was not enough to obtain first place, what sort of monsters were the Izus rookies? Or to put it in other words, how weak were the Jigaya rookies in their eyes? In the 3 matches that followed, it sufficiently showcased the differences in strength. The extreme levels of posturing could be considered perverse and sick. For the second match, the Jigaya rookie, who was chosen just to make the numbers and did not even have any stage lines, suffered defeat in 6 seconds. For the third match, the rookie that did not dare say anything domineering during the pre-battle declaration suffered defeat in 5 seconds. For the fourth match, the rookie that showcased his acting skills during the pre-battle declaration suffered defeat in 4 seconds. With that, Gaia's Battle Exchange delegation lost the entire exchange with 4 matches lost. If the times of the posturing before the match began was added up, the Zeus rookie delegation had obtained victory in just 22 seconds. Even though the audience were aware of this likely outcome, they were still dumbfounded by such a development. For 100 psionic condensing pills, the Zeus rookies gave all they had at the onset. Every move they used was nearly an instant kill technique they kept secret. If not for one pawn and the elderly god of swords being the referees, the Jigaya rookies that were there just to make up the numbers would probably have been killed. However, it could not be denied that all the instant kill techniques used were extremely showy. It made the audience give their kudos, and the supporting cheers immediately biased itself, as though this was no longer Gaia's home ground. The members of the audience who truly supported Gaia sunk their faces and remained silent. There were 3 rounds left, but the highlight of the remaining 3 rounds was if the Xiaoxiao rookies were able to break the 4-second record. Furthermore, in the last 3 rounds, the 2 super rookies, the Yi siblings, would be fighting. In a blink of an eye, the 5th match was about to begin. The combatants walked in from their respective passageways from both ends. The audience was stunned seeing the 2 people who walked out, but they revealed gleeful smiles. On the right, there was a female whopper about 2 meters in height and was so fat that she looked like a ball. And on the left, it was a petite and charming girl with cute looks and orange-red pigtails. This battle exchange was going to be interesting. When Mozi appeared, the audience began whistling and exclaimed in amazement how cute she was. The Jigaya rookies in the spectator stands were also asking each other if they knew of the cute girl's identity, but none of them knew the answer. Without a doubt, Mozi's cuteness made her extremely likable. And the female whopper stood in stark contrast against the cute Mozi. Just her footsteps alone caused the ground to rumble, and her stance seemed quite formidable. There was no doubt that this female whopper was a strength-based cyanite. The moment the female whopper appeared, she pointed at Mozi and said, "I'll squash you flat." The audience broke out into a cold sweat for Mozi. Clearly, the female whopper felt great resentment over Mozi's cute image. Mozi giggled and said, "This Mozi shall look forward to it. Hee, let me tell you a secret. This Mozi was just as fat as you the day before yesterday." The audience were amused when they heard this. It was clearly a joke for such a cute girl to say that she was very fat 2 days ago. No, based on the circumstances, this was a taunt. The audience immediately gave Mozi a big thumbs up. This cute chick's courage was commendable. The female whopper immediately stared at her and said with an explosive temper, "Are you mocking me? Fine, I'll forget about the 100 psionic condensing pills. I want to slowly squash you to death." Sigh, no one believes the truth anymore in this age. Mozi cutely spat out her tongue. What she said was indeed the truth, and there was no mockery in her words, but she definitely would not mention Shi Xiaobai's massaging skill. What a joke! Not everyone was worthy to enjoy Lord Shi Xiaobai's massaging skills. The female whopper's nostrils flared with hot gases as her face turned red with anger. However, she no longer spoke but began cracking her knuckles that sounded loudly like explosions while staring furiously at Mozi. The audience drew a gasp and began to worry for Mozi. Due to the great difference in looks, the members of the audience who were supporting Zeus immediately changed sides and began supporting Mozi. The God of Swords noticed that the duo who were standing 100 meters away from each other did not bring any weapons with them, which clearly meant that a battle of flesh meeting flesh would occur. However, the great difference in body size meant that the bodily battle would pain his eyes. The elderly God of Swords coughed and shouted, "Begin." The moment he said this, the 2 girls simultaneously began running. The female whopper moved extraordinarily slowly, as though she was walking, but every step she took quaked the ground. And what made everyone at a loss whether to laugh or cry was that the petite Mozi was running equally slowly as well. The audience found it amusing. Such a cute chick wants to show off her acting as well? I'll squash you flat. As the female whopper ran, all the fat on her body began quivering. Her eyes were burning with fury as though she was trying her best to run faster, but her heavy body had already limited her. Her face was completely red in color, making her look frightening. "Come on, this Mozi is waiting." Mozi was also running and her speed was very slow as well, but her posture was extremely cute. When she ran, her hands seemed to move like a duck's waddle. In addition to her cute face, the cuteness overload made some people bleed from their noses. Although they were moving like molasses, their momentum was staggering. In the eyes of the audience, it was as if 2 knights were charging at each other. Finally, the distance between the two was reduced to 10 meters. The female whopper shocked everyone with an action. With an angry bellow, she lifted her humongous belly and slammed it at Mozi. Mozi's actions were equally astounding. She turned to her side and used her shoulder to slam heavily into the female whopper's belly. Suddenly, both the female Whopper's stomach and Mozi's shoulder flashed a metallic sheen. Psionic hardening. The keen-eyed audience immediately screamed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 196, King's Beginner Sword. Chapter 196, King's Beginner Sword. The defense system was divided into 4 forms: psionic hardening, psionic shield, psionic barrier and psionic domain. Psionic hardening was considered core out of all the forms. By using psionic power to harden and strengthen one's body, it would result in one's bodily defense to greatly increase. And at this moment, Mozi and Whopper had both used psionic hardening. They were planning on using their own bodies to clash head-on. MT Tai Crush. The female Whopper shouted as she came crashing downwards at Mozi with her hardened stomach. Patron Landslide. Mozi's eyes stared as she slammed her hardened shoulder at the fat girl. Pang. The two of them had crashed head-on, resulting in a near-splitting blast from the collision. It was as if 2 gigantic boulders had struck each other, but there was the sound of bones shattering immediately following that. Mozi had only lasted a second before she was sent flying backward. Her body flew up into the sky as though she had been struck by a speeding train. The audience held their breaths as they felt their hearts being tugged. They shouted in their minds, "Why didn't you dodge?" Mozi spun a few times in midair as she spat out a mouthful of blood. As the blood splattered through the air, it was as if a beautiful red lotus had bloomed under the sunlight. However, she slowly revealed a smile by the corner of her lips. Why did she not dodge? Because if it were Lord Shi Xiaobai, he would definitely not dodge. Besides, didn't Lord Shi Xiaobai once say that the only failure was failing after giving your all? Although she had suddenly slimmed down, she could not immediately change her combat style. Hence, her combat style was still the same style as when she was a fat girl. Clashing head-on was her giving her best. Mozi crashed to the ground but remained conscious. However, she no longer had the strength to stand up. At this moment, a loud boom resounded not far from her as the ground quaked suddenly. The female Whopper had wobbled a few times before losing her balance. She had stumbled to the ground. The audience stared at the arena with widened eyes. Mozi's patron landslide had knocked down the Whopper. Although the Whopper quickly regained her footing, while Mozi could no longer fight, the scene was still unbelievable to many. After the audience were left in shock, they suddenly crazily applauded the fallen Mozi with hearts filled with respect. This courageous collision had crashed into the hearts of the crowd. As the darn host did not introduce them, the audience still did not know Mozi's name, but all of them shouted one word in unison. Gaia! 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 Despite the elderly god of swords announcing that Zeus had won in a deadpan manner, the word Gaia echoed into the sky. It was as though the extremely fearless collision had dispersed the gloomy clouds of the 4 consecutive losses from before. The female Whopper's expression was extremely ugly. She never expected that a scrawny girl was able to engage in a head-on collision with her to the point of making her lose her balance. She had spent 7 seconds to win the battle, but the scene was as though she had lost. The female Whopper glanced at Mozi, who was receiving treatment from medical personnel, and felt disgusted, as though she had eaten a fly. With a cold grunt, she left the venue. The medical personnel produced a pale yellow blow from his hand as it covered Mozi's shoulder. Although Mozi felt a tinge of pain, she could not help but laugh out when she heard the stadium shouting Gaia. Her delightful laughter was like pearly bells. Rico's apartment, Shi Xiaobai's room. Shi Xiaobai suddenly opened his eyes. Numerous beams of golden light flashed in his black pupils, as though they were 2 stars that had suddenly lit up. Moments later, the golden light in his eyes dimmed as he slowly regained consciousness. Phew! Shi Xiaobai exhaled a long breath as his eyes blinked a few times. The corner of his mouth slowly cracked into a smile. From today onwards, this king shall add on another title to the billions of titles he has, King of Sword Kings, the power of one strike, heaven and earth succumbing. Shi Xiaobai looked up and guffawed, wah. The back of Shi Xiaobai's right hand flashed twice as a golden beam bloomed. As a golden blob of light floated out, the fair lowly landed lightly on its feet. The lowly rolled her eyes when she saw Shi Xiaobai's high-spirited looks. She was rendered rather speechless because beginner's sword only had 5 basic motions: slash, stab, uppercut, sweep, cleave. Shi Xiaobai had spent nearly a day's time to understand the basics. This meant he was a super sword art retard not seen once in 10,000 years. The tiny sword spirit could not bear telling Shi Xiaobai the brutal truth. Sigh, it's best to cut him some slack. Shi Xiaobai stopped laughing and looked eagerly at the lowly and said, hey, it's time for the next move. Shi Xiaobai had savored the sweetness gained from comprehending sword techniques. The lowly felt rather helpless as she faked a cute lowly image and said, Big brother, it has been 23 hours since you began comprehending beginner sword. If Little Black did not remember wrongly, doesn't Big Brother have something important today? When Shi Xiaobai heard this, he was taken aback as he said in disbelief, 23 hours? Are you telling this king that he spent 23 hours to gain insight into beginner sword? Shi Xiaobai remembered that the tiny sword spirit in front of him had mentioned that it would take normal people half an hour to comprehend beginner sword. Those with better talent in sword arts would comprehend it faster, but if he had spent 23 hours, didn't that mean? The lowly hesitated for a moment before nodding and said, yup, Big Brother took 23 hours. Shi Xiaobai drew a cold gasp as the light in his eyes wavered. The lowly's eyes looked as though they could not bear the truth, but the truth was just too cruel. That's truly great. Shi Xiaobai's eyes flashed with burning excitement as he roared with laughter and said, how can this beginner sword be any ordinary beginner sword when even this king, who is the king of sword kings, has to spend 23 hours to comprehend? Yes, this must be the legendary king's beginner sword. The lowly stared dumbfounded. Heavens, the legendary king's beginner sword? How can your ability at misunderstanding matters be so amazing? The lowly quickly realized that the excitement in Shi Xiaobai's eyes was not faked. It was as though he had comprehended a technique that didn't exist, the king's beginner sword. The lowly could only lament in her heart that the narcissism Shi Xiaobai suffered was invincible. His ability at understanding matters was a rare wonder in the world. The lowly pouted and with a slight sigh, she transformed into a golden light before entering Shi Xiaobai's right hand. Shi Xiaobai felt a prolonged excitement before he recalled that 23 hours had passed. The battle exchange might have already begun, or it might have already ended. With that, Shi Xiaobai could no longer sit back. He had agreed to Rico's request of smacking faces. Although he did not know whose faces he needed to smack, how could he go back on a king's promise that was worth its weight in gold? Shi Xiaobai immediately pushed the door open and walked into the living room. There, he saw Rico sitting on a sofa, with a notebook computer on the table. Rico was tapping heavily on the keyboard at an extremely rapid pace, as though she was venting her tempestuous wrath. Translator's notes: thank you to the sponsors who have previously donated, as well as the patrons who have been pledging. Here's a 50% discount. Let's get through to this mini arc. I've lowered the donations for the next 24 hours or for the next 10 chapters, up to chapter 205, whichever comes first. Every $30 increment in Patreon will also unlock a chapter, for up to 10 chapters, $730, $760, etc. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 197, The King's Fury. Chapter 197, The King's Fury. Despite Shi Xiaobai standing behind Rico, Rico was so engrossed in her furious typing that she failed to notice him standing behind her. Shi Xiaobai stared at the screen out of curiosity, and soon, the excitement from learning the king's beginner sword gradually vanished. Slowly, a cold chill appeared in his black pair of eyes. Rico was replying on a discussion board. She would open every thread, and in each of them, she would rapidly type a response to the comments. Shi Xiaobai slowly came to an understanding from the threads Rico had opened, and he also finally understood what the face-smacking task Rico had entrusted him was. Shi Xiaobai's eyes turned cold as though cold flames of anger burned in his eyes. He did not disturb Rico but silently turned around and left the apartment. Going at full speed with crab steps, he charged down Steel City's roads as though he was a ravaging beast. 4 consecutive losses in 22 seconds for the battle exchange. This year's Gaia rookies are the weakest in history. The cute chick collapsed to the ground after spitting out blood. Gaia is doomed sooner or later. Heartless declared that if he can't finish his battle in 3 seconds, he would feed 100 psionic condensing pills to the pigs. I'm waiting for the Yi siblings to astound the audience, and for the Gaia rookie delegation to win Best Supporting Actors. Today, I will be ashamed for Gaia, tomorrow Gaia will use me to hide from shame. Gaia's rookie delegation is all trash. I won't be able to do anything if it were me, but I'll still flame. Even if you can't accept it, hold it in for me. Line after line of thread titles flashed in Shi Xiaobai's eyes. He sneered as he ran at full speed ahead while clenching his fists. Well done, all of you have succeeded in infuriating this king. Then prepare to face the king's fury. The 6th battle exchange was about to begin as the combatants on both sides were walking into the arena. The atmosphere felt roused up, and describing it as an explosive atmosphere was not one bit an exaggeration. Sunless, who wore an azure-colored dress and had a silver sword lodged by her waist, slowly entered the arena. She was very beautiful, and her fair skin surpassed the whiteness of snow. Her face was like a blooming flower, and her bearing was even more distinguished. That pureness that rivaled water, the cold as ice temperament made people only dare to watch from a distance, but they could not bear to remove her from their sights. Sunless was not one bit less popular than Heartless in China because she too was a super rookie. Furthermore, she was a famous ice beauty. In addition, it was well known that the level of her sword attainment was on par with Heartless. How sexually provocative would this young girl be in a few more years? The audience offered her the warmest cheers and screams. And the girl with brown short hair on the other side of the arena similarly was met with ear-splitting cheers. Compared to Sunless, Mu Yuesheng was not considered pretty, but her delicate and refined face was like a refreshing wind on a hot summer day. Her silent composure was not like Sunless' coldness that distanced people from her, but it was a stubborn determination one would feel affectionate towards. Nearly every Gaia rookie knew this girl with short brown hair. Some called her the most hard-working rookie king, and there were others who called her the dandelion who inexplicably landed in Gaia, but the rookies would always be in a state of admiration when they mentioned her name. Amongst the current batch of rookies, she was the rookie who won nearly every commendation. This was because while she possessed a certain degree of talent, she had used her heart-touching diligence to become the best rookie in all of Gaia. To be at the 9th level of the psionic mortal realm at the age of 14, it would have been quite an impressive achievement even at a well-known higher institute of learning. It was hard to imagine that a cultivation cripple who had an E-class mind expanse could achieve such results. No one questioned her future because she was a psyker with a rare A-class superpower. At higher psionic cultivation realms, the effects of one's mind expanse would also decrease. However, no one could be sure of the present her. Regardless of the case, there was a gulf between the 9th and 10th level of the psionic mortal realm. First-tier rookies had to be at the 10th level of the psionic mortal realm. They would have to wait for this year's Psionic Soul Sanctuary to open and buy for Heaven-Earth psionic souls to enter the psionic soul realm. And if she did not reach the 10th level of the psionic mortal realm before this year's Psionic Soul Sanctuary opened, she would have to wait another year. The Gaia rookies applauded Mu Yuesheng. The residents of Steel City would occasionally also hear of Mu Yuesheng's name, so they too were enlightened when they heard from the rookies sitting beside them. Immediately, they joined the applauding ranks. She was the strongest rookie in Gaia, and also the hope of the battle exchange. If her opponent was not Sunless, The audience even believed that Mu Yuesheng had the chance to win one precious victory. However, there were no ifs in this world. Mu Yuesheng's opponent was the super rookie, Sunless. The two young girls who exuded their own unique charms stood opposite each other. Both of them were people of few words, so none of them spoke to each other. Mu Yuesheng stared at Sunless, who stood 100 meters away from her. She felt slightly nervous, but she was mostly feeling the excitement as well as anger. She was furious over Heartless' declaration about the 100 psionic condensing pills as well as the no-holds-barred manner of fighting the Zeus rookies had engaged in. As a result, she was determined to let everyone know that the Gaia rookie delegation was not trash. Be it Kevin or Motzi, they had done their best, and she would also redeem Gaia's reputation. Begin! The moment the elderly god of swords' voice resounded, icy blue electric bolts crackled around Mu Yuesheng, like they were maniacal icy blue snakes. The audience exclaimed while the elderly god of swords flashed a look of surprise in his eyes. Sunless remained calm, but she did not unsheath her sword, nor did she move. Compared to the other 5 Zeus rookies who were eager to finish the battle, 100 psionic condensing pills did not entice her at all. She was in no hurry to end the match as she quietly watched the dancing electric bolts. Her eyes flashed a look of helplessness, but it was undetectable, nor did anyone realize it. Mu Yuesheng raised her right hand as electric beams gathered into a ball. She focused her eyes at Sunless and noticed her in action. She felt somewhat puzzled but also felt slightly exasperated. Electro-cannon! Mu Yuesheng did not hesitate as an icy blue electric beam the width of a water bucket shot out from her right hand. The audience stared at the electro-cannon with widened eyes as it traversed 100 meters in a blink of an eye and arrived in front of Sunless. The surging energy caused the ground to boil as the air ruptured. If one was struck by this electro-cannon, the consequences would be disastrous. Even if they were hit by the peripherals of the wave, it was likely to be quite a terrible outcome. However, Sunless did not dodge or conjure a psionic barrier. Instead, she quietly watched as the electro-cannon shot towards her. Pooh! Suddenly, in an indiscernible flash, the bolt filled with tremendous amounts of destructive power abruptly dissipated with a poof at the moment it was about to strike Sunless. It turned into a light blue mist. It was unknown when Sunless had unsheathed her silver sword, but the shimmering cold light from the silver sword was as cold as her eyes. There was an uproar from the audience while Mu Yuesheng's expression changed. The audience had failed to discern what had happened, but they knew that Sunless must have unsheathed her sword in an instant and slashed out once. However, that strike had directly dissipated the high-voltage electric bolt into a mist. It did not cut through the electro-cannon but had instead decimated it completely. Even the explosive force was extinguished. How could sword techniques achieve this? How could such a sword technique exist in this world? Translator's notes: thank you to the sponsors who have previously donated, as well as the patrons who have been pledging. Here's a 50% discount. Let's get through to this mini-arc. I've lowered the donations for the next 24 hours or for the next 10 chapters, up to chapter 205, whichever comes first. Every $30 increment in Patreon will also unlock a chapter, for up to 10 chapters, $730, $760, etc. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 198, Since the heavens made the moon, why did they make the sun too? Chapter 198, Since the heavens made the moon, why did they make the sun too? 1. Mu Yuesheng found it unbelievable as she gave a deep bellow and shot out another electro-cannon beam. This time, everyone's focus was on Sunless. They finally managed to see her motion. She did not slash out with her sword and instead trembled gently. Just this gentle tremble was enough to instantly extinguish the electro-cannon. Everyone was appalled, but Sunless finally moved. She began running at Mu Yuesheng, but the way she ran was not like an otherworldly fairy in everyone's imagination. Instead, she kept her body low, and her hands were held to her rear, as though she was an astute sprinter. Sunless eyes were cold, but she was extremely fast. In a blink of an eye, she had arrived in front of Mu Yuesheng. Mu Yuesheng had faltered for a moment since she had yet to recover from the jolt of her electrocannon being dissipated, but upon seeing Sunless streaking towards her, she was delighted rather than alarmed. When Sunless reached a distance 10 meters away, the sparking electric bolts that were like testy pixies formed a barrier around her. Heavenly lightning summoning. The electro barrier, which had a resplendent goldenness amidst the icy blue, suddenly blasted outwards. It formed a circular current of gold and blue electric currents that diffused out, and instantly enveloped Sunless within it. Despite the bluish-golden electric currents surging at her like a wave, there was no hint of panic in Sunless' eyes. She flicked her wrist, and with a gentle twist of the silver sword in her hand, all the electric bolts extinguished. She raised her sword and stabbed straight at Mu Yuesheng, as though her sword had merged with her as one. Mu Yuesheng's eyes violently constricted as lightning bolts engulfed her before she teleported to a distance 100 meters away. At that critical moment, she had breathtakingly used lightning flash step to dodge the simple stab of the sword. When Sunless' strike missed, she stopped and did not continue her pursuit. She was just as the Sun Tzu's art of war described. She waited for an opening and acted like a streaking rabbit. Wow, interesting. A frenzy swept the audience. Just a short exchange of moves was truly enthralling. Mu Yuesheng took a deep breath and began to knit her brows gently. Although she had not received any damage from the exchange of blows, she had been disadvantaged in every way possible. Sunless could dissipate her electric bolts instantly in an effortless manner. This had taken her by surprise and had overturned all that she knew. I will have to use that move. Mu Yuesheng looked at Sunless. The distant girl that appeared like a fairy astounded her greatly, as though she could not stir up the tiniest of waves in front of her, but similarly, it kindled an intense fighting spirit in her. Mu Yuesheng's eyes focused as she transformed into a bolt of lightning before charging forward. Paramount Electro Field. Mu Yuesheng disappeared. As she vanished from the audience's vision, an icy blue electric bolt whizzed through the area simultaneously. Mu Yuesheng's figure would only appear at the instant the electric bolt turned directions. It whizzed around in a chaotic manner that made it difficult for the naked eye to capture. Buzz. The electric currents generated buzzing sounds, as though that was the only sound in the world. At that instant, nearly everyone in the audience stood up. This sort of motion was nearly instantaneous. There was no way anyone could react if she suddenly attacked. There was no way to dodge such a move, so one could only rely on a psionic barrier's defense. However, could a psionic barrier be able to defend against the attack Mu Yuesheng was about to strike out? However, Sunless remained calm despite having the threat of being attacked at any moment. It was an adverse situation with no means for parrying. Even though Mu Yuesheng had brushed past her once, she stood there silent, and she did not even frown even when the resulting strong wind blew up her long hair. The audience stared at the arena with widened eyes and held their breath, afraid that they would miss the upcoming moment. When would Mu Yuesheng make her sudden strike, and how was Sunless going to deal with it? At this moment, Sunless suddenly took a quick step to the right and raised her silver sword in her right hand. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Poof. The sounds of the electric vibrations dissipated with a poof when Sunless raised her sword. As for the icy blue electric current that was moving in a chaotic fashion, it suddenly dissipated like it never existed from the very beginning. Mu Yuesheng's motion came to an abrupt halt. When she came to a stop, she did not dare make the slightest movement, because Sunless had raised her sword to a point right in front of Mu Yuesheng's neck. Sunless did not turn her body. She did not even turn her head. Raising her sword, her expression was calm, as though she was an ancient well that never saw a ripple. Zeus wins. The elderly god of swords declared the outcome of the battle. The audience fell silent for a few seconds before they broke out into raucous applause and screams. It was an indescribable and stunning scene. Against the lightning-fast electric current that could not be discerned with the naked eye, Sunless had only taken a single step and used her sword to disintegrate Mu Yuesheng's attack that had yet to strike. She had directly ended the battle. Sunless slowly sheathed her sword and turned around to leave. She did not like scenes with deafening cheers. What sort of sword technique was that? Mu Yuesheng inquired softly. She had a somewhat dejected expression. She had done her best, but she was still thoroughly defeated. She did not even know what her opponent had done. She believed that even if she was not considered a super rookie, she should have been able to last for a period of time, but she never expected to be so easily steamrolled. Was there such a large ravine that existed between her and a super rookie that prevented them from seeing each other? Mu Yuesheng's voice was nearly inaudible in the ear-splitting cheers, but Sunless heard her. Her footsteps came to a halt and she slowly shook her head and said, "Did not use sword techniques." Sunless' voice was completely different from one's imagination. It did not sound cold and aloof but sounded like she was an introverted girl. She resembled a girl who seldom spoke. It was tender, indifferent, and very pleasing to the ears. However, this pleasant voice sounded like a thunderbolt in Mu Yuesheng's ears. She turned her head with great difficulty at Sunless and gaped her mouth, unsure of what to say. Had she been completely defeated without the use of sword techniques? Mu Yuesheng suddenly felt an instinctive oddity. She subconsciously tried to take a deep breath as her eyes nearly popped out. Where was the air? Sunless turned to look into Mu Yuesheng's eyes. She remained expressionless, but this did not mean she barred people from her shell. She was just inept at producing any expressions. Just like her voice, it was clear that she was just inept at speaking when one heard her. Super power. Sunless softly said the word before turning to leave. She did not even look back. Mu Yuesheng pondered for a few moments before realizing what had happened. A wry smile hung across the corner of her lips. This girl was a nemesis she was helpless against. By the side of the arena, the elderly god of swords and Wonpun were standing side by side. The god of swords shook his head and sighed. His expression looked as though he felt a tinge of pity. This child is very good and is a talent that can be molded. However, meeting Sunless is like a mouse meeting a cat. She had no means of resisting. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance to witness Sunless sword techniques for now. Although the elderly god of swords sighed, the smile on his face was filled with pride and smugness. Wonpun was silent before saying moments later, "If I'm not wrong, Sunless superpower has something to do with air?" The elderly god of swords immediately grinned and said with a laugh, "Vacuum." Wonpun shook his head with a wry smile and was unsure of his words. A vacuum's resistance was nearly infinitely large. Extremely high voltage was needed to cause a dielectric breakdown. With Mu Yuesheng's present strength, how was it possible for her electric bolts to traverse a vacuum? It was no wonder that in front of Sunless, Mu Yuesheng's electric bolts would instantly dissipate. She was a natural nemesis of Mu Yuesheng. The audience discussed the short but exciting fight amidst warm applause. There was no lack of speculations, and the members of the audience who were in the dark had deified Sunless sword technique. They believed Sunless could slash apart electric beams, and they placed her on a divine pedestal. The 3-minute interval in between the battles quickly ended the lively discussion. When Heartless walked into the arena, the audience spontaneously quietened down. The 7th battle of the battle exchange was about to begin, and it was also the final battle. Similarly, this was also the battle the audience looked forward to the most. It was not because the battle would be greatly fascinating, but because Heartless had declared that he would finish the battle within 3 seconds. This meant that they had a chance of seeing Heartless using his full strength. At this moment, a burly figure walked out from the other passageway. That savage face was still as frightening as ever, but after the pre-battle declaration segment, the audience had confused thoughts over the blockhead's aggressive looks but kind personality. Yi Jiachuan walked into the arena and faced Heartless from afar. Long time no see. Yi Jiachuan looked at Heartless and scratched his head, as though he was a bashful large kid. Heartless remained expressionless, but his eyes were cold. He said coldly, "I never expected that after so many years, you are still trash." When the audience heard this sentence, they immediately quietened down. What was the situation? The two of them knew each other from before? At this moment, a cold beam of light flashed past. It was a silver sword that emitted a clangorous sound when it struck the ground in front of Yi Jiachuan. As the audience looked at the silver sword, their eyes widened. This sword. Wasn't this Sunless Sword? Outside the stadium, a hurtling figure came to a halt just before it hit the stadium walls. He took a few steps back. His expression looked calm, but his eyes looked cold. This king is here. 1. The Yuan Muyuashun means moon. This phrase is a famous quote from Romance of the Three Kingdoms. If, Zhou, you were to be born, why must Zhuge Liang exist as well? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 199, The Former Child Prodigy. Chapter 199, The Former Child Prodigy. The silver sword vibrated for a moment after it stabbed into the steel floor before slowly coming to a stop. The clear, loud hum reverberated before dulling. Everyone was shocked when they saw the sword because the silver sword had a purplish gold hilt. Its blade was carved with dragon patterns and it was identified at a single glance that this was Sunless purplish gold silver dragon sword. And the sword had darted over and stabbed into the ground directly in front of Yi Jiachuan. Everyone quickly turned their heads to the origin of the flying sword and saw an azure-dressed person standing at the entrance to a passageway, in the intersection of shadows and light. It was none other than Sunless. However, the shadows were masking her looks, so it was unknown what her expression was. There was no way to guess at her intentions as to why she sent her beloved sword darting over. Suddenly, while everyone was still steeped in shock, a gentle voice resounded. The voice was delicate, as though it was a winter's sunlight which was soft and non-glaring. It was not cold, but it wasn't entirely warm. It was as if it had a tiny bit of cautious desire. "Brother, are you using a sword?" This voice was very soft, but with every member of the audience turning silent, there were still many people who heard this. Everyone who heard this revealed surprising looks because the voice came from the passageway and was evidently Sunless' voice. However, her question was puzzling. Sunless purplish gold silver dragon sword was right in front of the blockhead's body, but she had asked Heartless if he was using a sword? And at this moment, Heartless suddenly spoke. His voice was cold like a sword's blade. "Pull the sword out, Yi Yutian." Heartless said those words apparently to the simpleton with ruthless looks but a kind heart. And Heartless had called him Yi Yutian? Who was Yi Yutian? Why did this name sound somewhat familiar? Many members of the audience seemed to have doubts in their minds flash when they heard this name. Yi Yutian, could it be that Yi Yutian? Suddenly said with an exclamation. The audience stands quickly burst into a flurry of discussions. "Ah, I remember. Isn't Yi Yutian the eldest son of the Yi family? Oh, Yi Yutian from a decade ago? Heavens, this blockhead is that Yi Yutian? That's right. That Yi Yutian is Heartless and Sunless' elder brother. Since Sunless called the blockhead Yi Yutian, this Yi Yutian must be that Yi Yutian." All sorts of gasps and startled voices resounded as the audience stands immediately turned into a cacophony. At a particular seat, a 7-year-old boy tugged at the sleeves of a man beside him and asked curiously, Daddy, who is the Yi Yutian they are talking about?" The man turned his head and stroked the boy's head and said, "This Yi Yutian was a child prodigy known throughout the country a decade ago. At a young age, he had attained a certain level of sword arts. At the age of 6, he was invited to Heroes Central's Spring Festival Gala to perform his swordplay. It had caused quite a sensation. The boy exclaimed loudly, "Wow, that's amazing. The man used a tone with slight regretfulness as he said, but unfortunately, for some reason, the child prodigy suddenly turned average after the age of 7. Not only was his sword arts gradually surpassed by his younger brother and sister, who were 1 year younger than him, even his psionic cultivation was gradually surpassed by his peers. Back then, people said that Yi Yutian was being placed on too high a pedestal, that he became overly conceited and became lazy towards cultivation. This resulted in him becoming mediocre. Many people would use Yi Yutian's story to warn their children against being too carried away because of a momentary lead. Therefore, Yi Yutian's story became well known. Later on, it was said that Yi Yutian left the Yi family and his whereabouts were left unknown. Only then did everyone slowly forget this name. The boy's eyes were filled with confusion. The man rubbed the boy on the head and said, "Child, a child prodigy who doesn't work hard will become mediocre. So, you must remember that hard work is most important." Most of the audience present had heard of Yi Yutian's story. After all, this story had happened in the past decade and had profound educative value. A child prodigy like Yi Yutian was like a fleeting comet and was like a short-lived epiphyllum. As for the reason, it was likely an intriguing and thought-provoking story. As the audience discussed amongst themselves, they finally untangled the situation that had happened. The reason why Heartless had suddenly offered to feeding 100 psionic condensing pills to the pigs for personal reasons was because he had seen Yi Yutian. The reason why Sunless threw her sword over and said, "Brother, are you using a sword?" was because she was addressing her other brother, Yi Yutian. However, from her affectionate form of address, it appeared as though his younger sister, Sunless, still had deep affections for Yi Yutian. However, the younger brother, Heartless, had a cold attitude. His tone was as sharp as a blade, as though he detested Yi Yutian greatly. What was going on? And why did the former child prodigy, Yi Yutian, look like this? And why did he appear in Gaia? The Annihilation Division rookies who knew Yi Jiachuan were taken aback. They never expected that Yi Jiachuan, the honest and silly simpleton, was previously one of the 3 sons of the Yi family, the famous child prodigy, Yi Yutian. As the audience broke out into a flurry of discussion, all their attention was placed on the savage-looking but honest-looking simpleton, Yi Jiachuan. Sunless asked, "Brother, are you using a sword?" Heartless said, "Pull the sword out, Yi Yutian." Yi Jiachuan's honest-looking expression slowly disappeared. As he looked at the purplish golden silver dragon sword in front of him, his eyes glazed over, as though he was immersed in distant thoughts. Heartless' eyebrows gradually knitted together. It was unknown if it was because of the unkind chatter or it was because his patience had worn out. Heartless coldly said, "Yi Yutian, do you not even have the courage to pull the sword out?" Yi Jiachuan turned his head to look at Heartless and had a gloomy expression. He said, "Me is not named Yi Yutian, me is named Yi Jiachuan." Heartless' face turned even colder when he heard this as he sneered, "Yi Jiachuan, what a nice Yi Jiachuan. Is this the excuse you are using to escape from reality?" Yi Jiachuan gaped his mouth and met him with silence. Heartless coldly snorted and said, "It looks like you have completely lost the courage to hold a sword. Fine, since you have changed your name to Yi Jiachuan, let me see to what extent your cultivation in the fist technique that the Yi family has long abandoned has reached." The Yi family were like other family clans that adhered to the tradition of the era of punches and kicks, and was famous for its Yi family fist techniques. However, now with the society having progressed into the era of weapons, the Yi family was gradually replacing fist techniques with sword arts. Hence, from Heartless' point of view, Yi Yutian had changed his name to Yi Jiachuan and was using the Yi family fist technique as a shield for him to escape from reality. However, in order to escape from his former shell as a sword prodigy, he had gradually disappeared into the crowd, resulting in the brutal reality of being slowly surpassed by his younger brother and sister. Let us begin. Heartless looked at the elderly god of swords and said, "There is nothing more to say between us." Translator's notes: thank you to the sponsors who have previously donated, as well as the patrons who have been pledging. Here's a 50% discount. Let's get through to this mini arc. I've lowered the donations for the next 24 hours or for the next 10 chapters, up to chapter 205, whichever comes first. Every $30 increment in Patreon will also unlock a chapter, for up to 10 chapters, $730, $760, etc. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 200, A Crush from a Single Sword Strike. Chapter 200, A Crush from a Single Sword Strike. Heartless requested for the elderly god of swords to begin the match, while Yi Jiachuan remained silent. This intriguing dialogue thus came to an end. Most of the audience could read in between the lines, but they found it incomprehensible why Heartless was so repulsed by his elder brother. There was a story unknown to all that had presumably happened? The audience failed to guess at the truth, so they could only focus their attention on the battle that was about to proceed. Super Rookie, Heartless against the former child prodigy, Yi Yutian. It was both a competition between former and present geniuses, and also a showdown between brothers. Regardless of the case, this was a battle not to be missed. Before the battle even begun, Heartless had pulled out the black sword behind his back. The black sword was jet black, but it had a metallic luster to it. Its hilt was similarly black in color, hence, the sword did not possess any color except black. The black blade appeared somewhat odd, as though it was a heavy blunt sword, but appeared to be extremely sharp that led to instant death. Heartless had already drawn his sword, but Yi Jiachuan did not pull out the purplish gold silver dragon sword in front of him. Instead, he took a step past the sword and clenched his fists. At the passageway, Sunless Bright Eyes gradually lost their luster. That beautiful face with a deadpan expression revealed an undetectable hint of melancholy. The elderly god of swords glanced at Yi Jiachuan and felt somewhat regretful. He had previously heard of the former sword arts prodigy as well, and had even thought of taking him in as a disciple. But before he managed to do so, he heard of news that the child prodigy was no more. The matter was very sudden, and it was unimaginable how a talented prodigy would suddenly become like a normal child. The elderly god of swords did not believe it was a result of laziness, but he did not have the mind to investigate the mystery behind the matter back then. And now, it was already a little too late to consider it. 3, 2, 1. The elderly god of swords sighed. There were numerous geniuses in the world, but the ones who could eventually dazzle were few in number. However, everything in life depended not on the heavens but on people. Begin! The elderly god of swords retreated and the battle began. The audience held their breaths. They did not even dare blink because Heartless had previously declared before the match that he would end the battle within 3 seconds. In that case, the battle would hardly last more than 3 seconds. The moment the elderly god of swords declared the commencement of the battle, Heartless raised his black sword high into the sky. Black mist suddenly rose up from the ground. They were not dense, but they crawled up from the ground like vines, and rapidly reached the black sword's blade. The audience was astonished. Heartless was planning to end the battle with a single strike 100 meters away? Even more surprising was Yi Jiachuan. At this moment, he was in a hunched stance and he had curled his right arm, as though he was planning to punch out. He was planning on using a fist to meet a sword? Heartless' eyes were cold, as a cold sneer suffused across his lips. Heaven shrouding eclipse. Heartless slashed out. A humongous black sword projection fell from the sky as it shrouded the heavens. The sword projected exuded a terrifying aura as it crushed down at Yi Jiachuan. It was as if a gigantic black mountain came crashing down from the sky, but the audience gasped. From a distance, the audience could sense the immense sword energy and terrifying power from the gigantic sword projection. This strike exceeded the psionic mortal realm, so was Heartless putting all his strength into this strike? Against the sword projection that seemed to crush down like a mountain, Yi Jiachuan did not dodge, nor did he raise a psionic defense. Instead, with a bellow, he punched out at the black sword projection. His punch was simple, and when it punched out, there were only a few air ripples. Compared to the heaven-shrouding eclipse's expansive power, it was like a drop in the bucket. Was Yi Jiachuan using such a weak punch to withstand such a terrifying sword projection? Some people stared at the arena widely, afraid of missing the upcoming instant. There were also others who closed their eyes as they could not bear witnessing this scene that resembled an egg striking a rock. Yi Jiachuan's punch struck the towering sword projection that contained immense sword energy. Boom! A deafening explosion thundered as the punch struck the black sword projection and dissipated immediately. The crushing black sword projection instantly engulfed Yi Jiachuan, as the black sword projection hit the ground like a waterfall at its end. Black water petals splashed upwards, each containing razor-sharp sword energy. They lacerated the ground with sword scars of varying depths. Ah! The audience exclaimed. This sword projection was like surging sword energy. Wouldn't Yi Yutian be mashed into meat pulp after being engulfed by such a sword projection? The audience held their breaths as they stared at the fading black sword projection, afraid that they would see a mess of flesh and blood. Slowly, the black shadow dissipated and revealed the true situation under the black shadow. The audience gradually heaved a sigh of relief. His Excellency Wenpun had already appeared in the sword shadow, while Yi Yutian had his eyes tightly closed. His clothes were completely tattered, and there were a few light lacerations on his arm. However, he had been knocked unconscious by the suppressive power of the sword projection. Under His Excellency Wenpun's protection, he escaped the blade energy without serious injuries. Thankfully, the referee for this match was His Excellency Wenpun. Zeus wins. The elderly god of swords declared the outcome of the battle. Only then did the audience come round. It was over. Heartless had won. Although it was something to be expected, they were still astonished by the terror of that one strike. That strike was crushing. The audience fell silent for a moment before they boiled over. Heartless is the strongest. Heartless is the strongest. Heartless is the strongest. A cacophony of cheers erupted throughout the stadium. Heartless lifted his black sword high in the sky with an overbearing expression. As he glanced at the unconscious Yi Jiachuan coldly, he turned to face the crowd and revealed a smile. Sunless stood by the passageway as she looked at the unconscious Yi Jiachuan. Just as she took a step forward, she retracted her foot. She quietly stood on the spot in a dilemma. Wenpun quietly carried Yi Jiachuan out of the arena, while the medical staff rushed over. The elderly god of swords sighed silently. With his abilities, how could he not tell that Yi Yutian was only at the third level of the psionic mortal realm? This battle was meant to end in a crushing defeat from the beginning. However, he thought that something surprising would happen after Yi Yutian's sudden appearance, but Yi Yutian had still lost without any suspense. Maybe Yi Yutian was here to suffer an abject defeat from the beginning. With this thought in mind, the elderly god of swords shook his head with a laugh. The sudden degeneration of the former child prodigy probably had an amazing story behind it. However, such past matters was nothing something an influential outsider like him should intervene. At this moment, Heartless suddenly gestured for the audience to quieten down. In response, the audience slowly settled down. Moments later, the deafening cheers fell into silence. Everyone, I have an important matter to announce. Heartless looked at the quietened audience and said. Translator's notes, thank you to the sponsors who have previously donated, as well as the patrons who have been pledging. Here's a 50% discount. Let's get through to this mini-arc. I've lowered the donations for the next 24 hours or for the next 10 chapters, up to chapter 205, whichever comes first. Every $30 increment in Patreon will also unlock a chapter, for up to 10 chapters, $730, $760, etc. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 3. Chapter 201, Can Only Tolerate, Silently Suffer. Chapter 201, Can Only Tolerate, Silently Suffer. Gaia and Zeus' battle exchange had come to an end. The outcome was just as the audience had anticipated before it began. Zeus had received 7 wins, and all 7 wins were crushing victories. However, no one expected for the 7 battles to end so quickly. Other than Mu Yuesheng's round, the other 6 battles were all concluded within 10 seconds. Although 7 seconds had passed when the final match was declared over by the elderly god of swords, the actual time it took for the battle to finish was within 3 seconds as well. It could be said that this year's battle exchange was the one that Gaia suffered the worst defeat. The audience cheered for Heartless' final strike, but they could not help but feel somewhat melancholic in their hearts. After all, they were rookies of Gaia or residents of Steel City. They were more or less related to Gaia. However, the cold fact was placed before them. Gaia had truly declined. And at this moment, they heard Heartless say that he had an important matter to announce. The audience could not help but prick up their ears, but the cleverer members of the audience had their hearts palpitate. A few of them had guessed at a particular possibility. And this possibility turned to a cold and harsh reality at the very next moment. Heartless looked at the crowd and announced, Gaia's rookie delegation has repeatedly let us down. And this time, it was a catastrophic disappointment. As a result, Zeus has decided that it will cancel the tradition of the battle exchange with Gaia from this year onwards. At this moment, the audience heard gasps. It was here. What was coming had finally come. There was already early speculation that Zeus would lose all decorum one day, and the opportunity for that was definitely the battle exchange, but few thought that it would happen today. The audience were caught off guard, and in their surprise, they did not protest at all. This was because the outcome was only natural. It was a meaningless exchange to begin with. It always ended in abject defeat, so it was already considered a miracle to have lasted for 10 years. In the seats of honor, the gray-robed elder and 4 division ministers had a sudden change of countenance when they heard Heartless' words. The gray-robed elder looked at the 2 middle-aged man and woman from Zeus and said in a deep voice, "Is this the child taking his own liberties, or is it an order from the upper echelons of Zeus?" The middle-aged man turned his head towards the gray-robed elder with a deadpan expression and said, "That child's words represents the will of Zeus." The gray-robed elder frowned as his eyes flared with anger. He said, "So this was what all of you have planned from the beginning. You want to cut off the traditions between the 2 organizations." The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "No, it's because your rookies are just too disappointing. Therefore, we have judged that this battle exchange that leaves one with no suspense is not worth us wasting our precious time on. It is your weakness that has severed our tradition. You." The gray-robed elder stared angrily, but he did not know how to rebut. Although the middle-aged man's words were hard-nosed, it was extremely rational. The battle exchange's goal was to learn from one another, but when the difference in strength was too disparate, it could not meet the goals of an exchange. Such a battle exchange was a complete waste of time. However, the gray-robed elder did not believe that it was just a spur of the moment. Everything had been premeditated. By forcibly bringing forward the battle exchange, Zeus must have decided to sever the illusion of peace between the 2 parties through this battle exchange. The speed battle that happened much faster than previous years was also planned in advance. If that was the case, Heartless 100 psionic condensing pills declaration was also designed ahead of time. And his so-called personal reasons was an excuse used to conceal the matter. Revealing Heartless' personal reasons at the end was also done deliberately. It was to prevent this scheme from having any flaws. The gray-robed elder quickly figured out the truth as his pupils violently constricted. He looked at the middle-aged man and said in aghast, "That Yi Yutian is one of yours." Yes, everything was a result of Yi Yutian, who suddenly appeared. He rationalized Heartless' so-called personal reasons. It made the quick end of the battle understandable, and with that, Zeus had used it as a perfectly legitimate reason to sever the tradition of the battle exchange. Yi Yutian, no. that person might very well be a fake Yi Tian. He was just a tiny chess piece Zeus had buried in Gaia. It was meant to detonate at the appropriate time. The middle-aged man revealed an odd smile and said, "It is whatever you think it is." The gray-robed elder gave a wry smile. So it was just a chess piece that could be abandoned at any time. This scheme was indeed ingenious. I believe it was that particular lord's work? No comment. The middle-aged man turned his head away with a deadpan expression and spoke no more. With the topic ending here, there was already nothing further to talk about. As long as they held on to the results of the battle exchange, public opinion was leaning towards Zeus. No one would believe that such a tradition needed to continue persisting. However, this was just the beginning. Since Zeus had severed this tradition, it meant that they were about to begin their actions of devouring Gaia. Although it was unknown what their next act was, it was likely to happen very soon. Furthermore, it would be closely linked to what had just happened. The gray-robed elder's face turned ashen. With the situation fixed in place, he had no way of redeeming the cancellation of the battle exchange tradition. Now, what he needed to consider was to guard against Zeus' acquisition. In the stadium, One Pun looked at the elderly god of swords and said with a sigh, "Was this the reason why you personally came?" The elderly god of swords gave an awkward smile and said, "I did not know about the plans of those old fogies in Zeus, but they did tell me that the mass selection might be dangerous, so they invited me. And since the matter affects the safety of my two disciples, I naturally could not sit idle. I did not know beforehand that those old fogies had invited me here because they were afraid that Zeus would make a desperate rush after all decorum was lost." One Pun fell silent for a few moments after hearing this. He said, "The explanation is just a cover." The elderly god of swords roared with laughter and answered, "A cover means a fabricated story. Ha, go ahead and use the most malicious speculation against my integrity. I would still have a clear conscience. One Pun sighed and spoke no further. Everything was a foregone conclusion, so speaking any further was pointless. The audience had already burst into a flurry of discussion. Although this matter was reasonable, it was still a huge smack in the face. The failure in the battle was just too disastrous, and the cancellation of the tradition meant that Gaia would definitely lose all face. In the arena, the corners of Heartless' mouth suffused an undetectable smile. Suddenly, he shouted loudly towards the audience and said, "Do not blame us for being heartless. Think carefully what resulted in this outcome. It's not that Zeus does not want to continue the friendly exchange with Gaia, but it's because your rookies are too weak. Think back to the 7 battles today. What did you all see? Crushing defeats, completely crushing defeats. Do you understand? Everything is a result of your rookie delegation being unable to live up to expectations." When Heartless' voice echoed in the audience's ears, it immediately resulted in a lot of anger from the audience. However, a number of people were angry because of Heartless' relentless words, while another group of people had found an outlet to vent this anger. They transferred their fury towards the Gaia rookie delegation. Such voices began to slowly appear from the audience stands. Sigh, others can't be blamed when our rookie delegation can't live up to expectations. That's right. Other than those 2 chicks, the rest were trash. I know that blonde teenager. His name is Kevin. He calls himself a genius every day, but what was the result? A fucking piece of trash. In the future, don't flaunt Muyue Shang. She came to Gaia only because it's better to be the head of a dog than the tail of a lion. In Gaia, she may be very strong, but when compared to people from other organizations, she's only average. In front of a super rookie, she's nothing. That Yi Tian, who came out last, was also a joke. I thought the person who would appear last would be some impressive figure. Who knew? Ha. Hey, brother, let me tell you. This Yi Tian is from our Annihilation division. He's usually a simpleton and only at the 3rd level of the psionic mortal realm. He's not even anything in the Annihilation Division, but... Why did the upper echelons let that crap appear for the finale? They had nothing to lose. Gaia is doomed sooner or later. Fuck, it makes me feel like transferring to another organization. Jarring discussions filled the audience stands. Naturally, there were people retorting, and soon, it began breaking out into a nasty quarrel. The situation turned chaotic almost immediately. The 6 members of the rookie delegation that had secretly come to a corner of the audience stand from the lounge heard the accusations and quarrels. Their faces slowly turned ugly. The 3 rookies who were there just to make up the numbers lowered their heads. Kevin's face was livid as he clenched his fists. Tears welled up in Mozi's eyes. Mu Yuesheng bit her lower lip, and her brown eyes were filled with obstinacy. Be it slander or mockery, the facts were irrefutable. They had been thrashed. It was a thorough thrashing. Against the accusations, they could only tolerate it and silently suffer. Boom! Suddenly, a world-shaking explosion boomed as everyone in the audience felt themselves quiver. Translator's notes: thank you to the sponsors who have previously donated, as well as the patrons who have been pledging. Here's a 50% discount. Let's get through to this mini-arc. I've lowered the donations for the next 24 hours or for the next 10 chapters, up to chapter 205, whichever comes first. Every $30 increment in Patreon will also unlock a chapter, for up to 10 chapters, $730, $760, etc. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 202, Feeling Sad, Wanting to Cry. Chapter 202, Feeling Sad, Wanting to Cry. Boom! Suddenly, a world-shaking explosion boomed as everyone in the audience felt themselves quiver. All of the noisy audience turned to look at the source of the explosion and aghast, and what they saw made them immediately widen their eyes, as though they had seen a ghost. They saw steel debris swirling in the sky as a gigantic hole appeared in a huge perimeter wall on the left side of the stadium. A figure walked out of the hole and retracted his straightened right fist. Combining the explosion, the hole in the wall and the stretched out fist, everyone finally realized what had happened. Holy shit! Am I dreaming? Isn't the stadium's perimeter steel walls a meter thick? This fucking punch managed to punch such a large hole? The audience exclaimed, and when Mozi and company saw the figure walk out of the hole, they cried out simultaneously. Lord Shi Xiaobai! Shi Xiaobai! Darn hooligan! After the 3 people exclaimed, they felt a dark gloomy cloud above their heads. Shi Xiaobai, can you not have such a grandiose entrance? One pun gave himself a facepalm as he heard the elderly god of swords exclaim, holy shit, who is this kid? One pun said out of exasperation, a little monster that can give even me a headache, but... The elderly god of swords chuckled and said, his posturing is very good for an entrance. He suits my tastes. One pun was rendered speechless and only grimly smiled. Heartless, who was about to leave, turned around in shock. Seeing an uninvited person walk towards the arena with a cold face after punching a hole through the steel wall, Heartless could not help but ask, who are you? Shi Xiaobai slowly walked into the arena and saw Heartless. Coldly, he asked, where's Heartless? Heartless frowned slightly and asked curiously, I'm Heartless, what's the matter? Shi Xiaobai glanced at Heartless and suddenly walked towards the purplish gold-silver dragon sword stuck to the ground. Clasping its hilt, he pulled the sword out. Heartless' expression changed as he cried, put my sister's sword down. Sunless, who was at the passageway, noticed the situation and slowly raised her hand. She whispered, sword, return. A few seconds later, Sunless gaped her mouth slightly. Why was there no response from her sword? Sunless began silently considering various attempts at taking back her sword from the strange boy, but she did not execute any of them. She wanted to shout, that's my sword, but having not shouted loudly for a long time, she no longer knew how to shout. When the voice came out of her mouth, it was just an inaudible voice. And on the other side, Shi Xiaobai pointed the purplish golden silver dragon sword at Heartless. His face was filled with contempt as he scorned, "One strike. There will not be any more than that." After saying that, Shi Xiaobai held the sword and slowly walked towards Heartless. His eyes were cold, resembling death that was approaching. His intention for battle could not be any clearer. The audience that was still in a flurry of discussion was stunned. This teenager that made such a grandiose entrance wanted to begin fighting immediately after a statement? And what was the meaning behind his statement? Heartless understood what Shi Xiaobai meant and was immediately infuriated. However, as he sensed the slowly approaching Shi Xiaobai's aura rising, his expression changed immediately. Hurriedly, he unsheathed his black sword and took up position to face the battle. By the side, the elderly god of swords' smiling face changed drastically as though he realized something. He immediately wanted to rush forward, but he immediately felt an invisible pressure on him. It made his forehead produce beads of perspiration. He looked up and in the sky, he saw a light hidden amidst the sunlight. And at the same time, Shi Xiaobai had already slowly walked to a distance 10 meters away from Heartless. With a sneer, he suddenly accelerated. The 10 meters distance was instantly reduced to less than a meter. Shi Xiaobai appeared in a blink of an eye in front of Heartless. The silver sword swept down like a whip from the side. This was a sudden attack, but the alert Heartless was already prepared. With a sweep of his backhand, the black sword slashed at the silver sword. Kung! The silver sword clashed with the black sword. Boom! An explosive crash echoed as the scene that everyone was watching intently stunned everyone. They saw the black sword instantly break into several fragments, while the silver sword continued slashing forward before coming to a sudden stop in front of Heartless' neck. A strong wind suddenly arose as Heartless was sent flying to the side like a rocket. He slammed heavily into the steel wall more than 10 meters away. He spat out a mouthful of blood and had a weak expression on his face. His eyes were filled with terror. The audience struggled to swallow a mouthful of saliva as they could not believe the scene in front of them. Heartless was one shot. They then saw the black-haired teenager who had suddenly arrived turn towards the audience stand with a deadpan expression. It was as though what he did was no big deal. This person is Tu Dahei. Suddenly, like he was giving a speech, the black-haired teenager spoke out loudly towards everyone without any heed. This person is Tu Dahei, a nameless rookie in Gaia. I'm ranked at the bottom in Gaia, which is filled with hidden talents, but today, while browsing through the discussion forums, I saw a brainless you brag about feeding 100 psionic condensing pills to the pigs. With my bad temper, I couldn't stand for this. I'm not an expert, but experts have chosen to keep a low profile, so only I could step forward. As all of you have seen, my sword technique is very average. It's just beginner sword I just learned. Therefore, I advise all rookies that came from Zeus, you are all currently in danger. Thankfully, I was the one who struck out. If it were any other more awesome rookie, it's hard to tell if your life would be spared, but your dicks would definitely be gone. Alright, that's all I have to say. Continue on. After the black-haired youth said that, he suddenly ran away at an extremely fast speed under the agape audience's stares. In a blink of an eye, he ran out of the hole in the perimeter wall and disappeared from their vision. It was truly easy to come, easy to go, but it was extremely cool. The audience broke into a riot. Holy shit, Gaia has such an awesome rookie. That person is called Tu Dahei. He's from our Annihilation division. His strength is usually alright, but who knew that he was so awesome? He one-shot Heartless. Was what he said true? There are actually many such awesome rookies in Gaia? That they are just keeping a low profile and did not wish to make a show out of it? Heh, since Tu Dahei has already revealed the secret, it looks like I can't keep a low profile anymore. Sigh, that brainless you is just too arrogant. I nearly could not tolerate it further and wanted to strike out, but Tu Dahei was one step ahead of me. What a pity. Hey, are what all of you saying true? I'm almost about to believe it. This matter is horrifying on pondering. Horrifying on pondering. Mozi and company felt their minds buzz. Hearing the audience's conversations, Mozi and Mu Yueshen looked each other in the eye and burst into laughter simultaneously. Shi Xiaobai was just too good at causing trouble. Lord Shi Xiaobai, nice going. I'm convinced. This time, I'm also convinced. In the passageway, Sunless eyes flashed a look of anxiety and frustration. She looked at the broken hole and whispered, "My sword. That black-haired teenager is absurd." He suddenly left and he had even taken her sword with him. This was a sword that had accompanied her for 10 years. She needed it back. But she didn't want to talk to others. What could she do? In the seats of honor, the gray-robed elder sighed and said, "Sorry. Forgive me for intentionally deceiving you. Gaia does have many especially powerful rookies that keep an extremely low profile. We did not send them up for the battle exchange as a consideration for our harmony. After all, they have no sense of propriety when they attack. But from the looks of it, I was wrong. I never knew all of you prefer a more fiery battle exchange. Don't worry, Gaia will definitely do its best for next year's battle exchange. We will offer the most valuable battle exchange." The middle-aged man gaped his mouth, unsure as to how to respond. The middle-aged woman who never spoke reached out her hand and pinched the middle-aged man's thigh. "See?" The middle-aged man felt the pain and hurriedly said, "The battle exchange has been cancelled. There's no next year." The gray-robed elder immediately said in a regretful manner, "Then that's just too bad." However, if the battle exchange were to be cancelled now, would it affect Zeus' reputation? Do you think people will feel that Zeus cancelled the battle exchange out of fear of losing too badly next year because of having advanced knowledge of the hidden talents in Gaia? Sigh, we don't really care if the battle exchange is cancelled or not. We are just afraid Zeus will end up with the bad reputation of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. That would be a sin if that were the case. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically as he sighed with a heavy heart. Their plans might have very well failed. Their meticulous plan had been ruined by a two-dahe, who suddenly ran out to posture, Sigh, feeling sad, wanting to cry. Translator's notes: thank you to the sponsors who have previously donated, as well as the patrons who have been pledging. Here's a 50% discount. Let's get through to this mini-arc. I've lowered the donations for the next 24 hours or for the next 10 chapters, up to chapter 205, whichever comes first. Every $30 increment in Patreon will also unlock a chapter, for up to 10 chapters, $730, $760, etc. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 203, Didn't you see two dahe one-shot Heartless? Chapter 203, Didn't you see two dahe one-shot Heartless? Heartless slumped to the ground, as the other 5 Zeus rookies swarmed out of the passageway and surrounded him. As for Sunless, who was standing at the passageway, she had vanished. From afar, the elderly god of swords heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the situation. Thankfully, the black-haired teenager that suddenly appeared had shown mercy at the last moment. If not, Heartless' injuries would not have been so simple. That strike. The elderly god of swords' brows gradually knitted together. The strike was beginner's sword. One Pun walked over to the god of swords, and his eyes similarly appeared roused. He said with a sigh, however, that beginner's sword has already reached the crest of perfection realm, The elderly god of swords curled his mouth and said in a somewhat speechless manner, "This is the first time I've seen someone master beginner's sword to the crest of perfection realm. Furthermore, he is so young. It's hard to tell if his talent is far from ordinary, or should I deride him for going too far on the wrong path?" However, that strike was not as simple as beginner's sword. That sudden burst of power is something even I couldn't see through. One Pun nodded and said, I didn't understand that strike either. However, that child has always been difficult to read. The elderly god of swords clicked his tongue and said softly, Does the child have a mentor? One Pun turned and gave the god of swords a glance. He said, If I didn't remember wrongly, the child's mentor is Kali. The god of swords was taken aback when he heard this. He remembered that one of the three powerhouses of Gaia was named Kali, but he had never met her, nor did he know how powerful she was, but the elderly god of swords carefully looked up into the sky. That light that seemed to melt into the sunlight had already disappeared. The elderly god of swords heaved a sigh of relief. Previously, he was prepared to charge forward to prevent Shi Xiaobai's strike when he felt something odd about it. However, he had felt an invisible pressure that was beyond any horror he had encountered in his entire life. It made him lack the will to even resist. There was such a powerful existence in this world? The forehead of the elderly god of swords broke out into a cold sweat. There was a huge blunder in intelligence. The old fogies in Zeus were already prepared to carry out their plans of acquiring Gaia, and they had taken the three powerhouses into account. However, they had treated Kali at the same level as One Pun. As Zeus had four powerhouses, the old fogies judged that even if Gaia were to put up a desperate struggle, there was nothing to be feared. However, Kali was unimaginably powerful. If Zeus's acquisition plans were to be implemented, it was unknown who would be truly finished. Thankfully, the acquisition plan had yet to begin, and the elderly god of swords found it extremely fortunate. In the audience stance, people were still discussing if there were hidden talents amongst the Gaia rookies. Many people scoffed at it, believing that if there were hidden talents, there was no way they would suffer the humiliation of 7 crushing defeats. However, there were people who riposted at this moment. Didn't you see 2 Dahe one-shot Heartless? This sentence sounded like a bone stuck in the throats of Heartless fans. It lowered their rebuttal by a few octaves. Slowly, the audience began to have numerous conversations such as the following. Gaia's rookie battle exchange delegation is filled with trash. How can there be any hidden talents? 2 Dahe one-shot Heartless. This year's battle exchange ended the fastest over the years. This year's Gaia rookies is the weakest batch in recent years. 2 Dahe one-shot Heartless. Zeus has 2 super rookies. What does Gaia have? 2 Dahe one-shot Heartless. Bro, can we even have a proper chat? 2 Dahe one-shot Heartless. 2 Dahe one-shot Heartless. When such conversations fell into the ears of the Zeus rookie delegation, they felt worse than losing the match. The faces of the 5 rookies turned grim as they looked at Heartless. Finally, they looked each other in the eye. The female Whopper clenched her fist and suddenly turned to walk to the middle of the arena. With a deep breath, she yelled, "Shut up! That 2 Dahe is not a rookie at all." The audience were surprised hearing this statement, as they turned to look at the Whopper. The Whopper's face was flushed red, and her eyes were burning with anger. She said loudly, "Brother Heartless said that the power of 2 Dahe's strike far exceeds the psionic mortal realm. So I believe that 2 Dahe is not a rookie at all. He must be some psionic soul realm expert who is physically stunted. He appeared to rescue the situation and he attempted at deceiving everyone. Brother Heartless is a super rookie. He's nearly invincible in the psionic mortal realm. There is no rookie that can defeat him in one strike. That 2 Dahe is a fake rookie. It's all Gaia's shameless scheme." The other 4 Zeus rookies immediately stepped forward to echo, "That's right. It's impossible for Boss Heartless to get one-shot by a rookie. This is all a scam. It's a shameless scam used by Gaia to save their reputation." Heartless also stood up at this moment. Looking at the black sword that had broken into 2, he raised his head and shouted, "It's impossible that a rookie possesses such power. I can't accept it." Those who promoted conspiracy theories and the fans of the super rookies immediately echoed in unison. Immediately, the voices of Tu Dahei not being a rookie grew louder. If Tu Dahei was not a rookie, the sentence, "Didn't you see Tu Dahei one-shot Heartless," would become useless. Furthermore, it would sully Gaia's reputation for its scam. But at this moment, a member of the audience stood up. "I know Tu Dahei. He is our Annihilation Division's rookie." Another person from the audience stood up. "I'm also from the Annihilation Division. Tu Dahei is indeed a rookie." A group of the audience stood up. "I'm from Annihilation Division. I can take 3 days and 3 nights just to finish talking about Tu Dahei's deeds. Tu Dahei's rookie legends can be written as a feature-length compendium. I'm good friends with Tu Dahei. I even wrote a song for him. Tu Dahei is a boy who even dared to request His Excellency Hizith for his underwear. Tu Dahei touched Miss Riko's breasts in public. Tu Dahei is the pride of our Gaia rookies." Slowly, more and more members of the audience stood up. "Although I'm not from the Annihilation Division, I have heard of Tu Dahei's name before. He is quite reputable amongst the Gaia rookies. Sigh, it looks like I have to step forward and say a few words. Tu Dahei is actually my buddy. We knew each other back when we were in primary school. Tu Dahei and I participated in the rookie evaluation test on the same day. That day, I returned and cried an entire night in bed. Tu Dahei is indeed a rookie. His sword techniques were even taught by me, but his fist is actually the most powerful thing, so I have Tu Dahei's photograph of him in rookie training. Do you want me to show it to you?" More than half the audience stood up. It was a matter of Gaia's reputation. Even the members of the audience who did not know Tu Dahei also chose to interject. As a result, those Zeus and Super Rookie fans no longer dared to say a thing. Upon hearing the thundering chants of Tu Dahei, the 6 Zeus rookies were dumbfounded. They obviously knew that many of the people were lying, but there was no way for them to hold the situation together. Translator's notes: thank you to the sponsors who have previously donated, as well as the patrons who have been pledging. Here's a 50% discount. Let's get through to this mini arc. I've lowered the donations for the next 24 hours or for the next 10 chapters, up to chapter 205, whichever comes first. Every $30 increment in Patreon will also unlock a chapter, for up to 10 chapters, $730, $760, etc. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 204, We Can't Lose Again. Chapter 204, We Can't Lose Again. More than half the audience stood up in solidarity and support for Tu Dahei. Heartless' face turned increasingly pale. He found it unimaginable that Tu Dahei was a rookie. That strike was without any fanciful flair, it was just beginner's sword with tremendous force. That power did not belong to the realm of the psionic mortal realm. Hence, from his point of view, Tu Dahei was definitely a con Gaia had set in place to reverse the situation in the event the battle exchange tradition was ceased. However, against the outrage of the masses, he could not prove a thing. The female whopper looked at Heartless' expression and gritting her teeth, she turned to yell at the audience, "Shut up! All of you are cheats! All you shills! It's impossible for that Tu Dahei to be a rookie. How can a rookie defeat Brother Heartless with a single strike? How can you even quibble over such a simple logical question?" The audience responded with angry jeers when they heard her. The audience were people with glass hearts. Despite it being the truth, they were infuriated when they were labeled cheats. Seeing the situation getting out of control, one pun stood forward and said to everyone, "There's no need to argue further. Tu Dahei is indeed a rookie. He is a rookie recruited by Riko, and Riko's recommendation was given to him. Also, Tu Dahei will be heading to Shanghai tomorrow to participate in the mass selection. There is no way to fake this." With one pun saying this, it was the nail in the coffin. The 6 rookies from Zeus suffered a great change in expression. Heartless' face paled. With 1 pun's status, it was very unlikely he would lie. Furthermore, there was no way to fake the mass selection. It was also impossible for 1 pun to use something that could be verified tomorrow as a lie. All of this pointed to the likelihood that Tu Dahe was truly a rookie. That Tu Dahe was a psionic mortal realm psionite. Heartless' face turned pale as his lips trembled. That extremely simple-looking strike had a terrifying power to it, so powerful that he had yet to recover from the mental blow. Tu Dahe's power had likely far surpassed his. Was this what it meant that experts were in the grassroots? Heartless looked at the elderly god of swords with a playful look. At this moment, the only person he could believe in was the elderly god of swords. The other 5 Zeus rookies also cast their gazes at the god of swords. The audience all fell silent. The elderly god of swords sighed and walked towards them. He said, "Indeed, that strike's power far exceeds the psionic mortal realm, but Tu Dahe's psionic cultivation realm. Even if I have poor eyes, it should not be a mistake that he is only at the 7th level of the psionic mortal realm. Hence, Tu Dahe is unmistakably a rookie." When Heartless heard this, he felt like he was struck by lightning. Someone at the 7th level of the psionic mortal realm had one-shot him? Those people who knew of Tu Dahe fell into a daze. Wasn't Tu Dahe just at the 4th level of the psionic mortal realm a few days ago? Why was he now at the 7th level of the psionic mortal realm? Holy shit, that fellow levels up as though he's sitting on rockets. As the elderly god of swords looked at the crowd, he said apologetically, "Gaia's rookies are indeed teeming with hidden talents. I shall personally apologize for my disciples' arrogant words to Gaia. The battle exchange tradition will never be cancelled. Zeus and Gaia's friendship will last forever." With this said, the audience burst into an uproar of cheers. With the elderly god of swords acknowledging Gaia, this made the audience who were deeply disappointed with Gaia suddenly rediscover their faith in Gaia. The audience or the public, in general, were such creatures. Their praise or condemnation was usually not a result of many complicated factors. All that mattered was what feelings they had from what was shown to them. Without a doubt, Shi Xiaobai's sudden appearance of a short minute, that one punch, that one slash, that one sentence had changed their view of Gaia. The elderly god of swords looked at the 6 Zeus rookies and said with a sigh, "Let's go." Heartless' face was pale as he said with great difficulty, "Why? Why do we need to make such a compromising decision? Even if Tu Dahe were truly a rookie, there is no need for us to bow our heads that low. By saying that, wouldn't Zeus' plan to acquire Gaia be completely stillborn? What?" The elderly god of swords gaped his mouth and shook his head with a wry smile. He took the lead to walk towards the passageway, his back looking somewhat lonely. He obviously did not want to tell his disciple that they were out of options. "Our opponent has an awesome super great boss, we can't afford to mess with her." The 6 Zeus rookies had a tremendous change in expression. At this moment, the audience were cheering for Tu Dahe and Gaia. And with the elderly god of swords' attitude, it made them feel the desolate feelings of being abandoned by the world. The joy of winning the battle exchange disappeared. The one-shotting of Heartless made them feel even more frustrated. They thought they were here in Gaia to crush weaklings and relax their moods, but they never expected to receive such a brutal face-smacking. Sigh, feeling sad, wanting to cry. At this moment, Heartless suddenly took a deep breath and patted the shoulders of the other 5. Slowly, he revealed a smile and walked forward. Everyone's eyes were immediately concentrated on him. Heartless suddenly faced the audience and gave a deep bow. The audience was immediately shocked as the din came to a halt. "Sorry, I apologize solemnly for the words that I said. Gaia's rookies are very strong. Brother Dahe has taught the young and stupid me a lesson. He let me realize that there are people better than me. So, I want to say thank you to Brother Dahe." Heartless had an extremely sincere expression. There was no pretense to it. He raised his head to survey the audience and said loudly, "I believe the performances of my teammates today was extremely interesting. I wish everyone will not forget their wonderful performance because of my failure. At the mass selection that will be held tomorrow, we will look forward to having another exchange with the Gaia rookie delegation. I believe that when the time comes, we will have a more interesting performance. I also wish that Gaia would not fault Zeus because of my personal arrogance. Everything should be blamed on me. From today onwards, I will be more modest in my efforts and mend my shortcomings. I look forward to being able to cross swords with Brother Dahe as soon as possible, but..." After Heartless said this, he gave a deep bow once again. Turning around, he walked towards the passageway. The other 5 Zeus rookies looked at each other when they saw Heartless back. Turning to the audience, they gave a deep bow and resolutely chased after Heartless. At that instant, the entire stadium quietened down. Kevin clenched his fists rightly and turned his head towards Motzi. He said, "The next time, I will definitely win." "You can do it." Motzi nodded at Kevin and waved her little fist. She then turned towards Mu Yuesheng and said, "Sister Yuesheng, I want to learn movement techniques, can you teach me? Next time, for the mass selection, I don't want to lose to her again. At least, I can't lose that terribly." "Alright, . Mu Yuesheng nodded seriously and after a moment of hesitation, she said, "I want to become stronger, if Shi Xiaobai's massage can really increase my cultivation speed." Motzi's eyes immediately lit up and said with a smile, "Leave the mission of finding a spot that no one will bother you to this Motzi." Mu Yuesheng fell into a daze as her cheeks blushed slightly. At this moment, the 3 of them had only one thought. At the mass selection, they could not afford to lose again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 205, The King's Choice. Chapter 205, The King's Choice. At a remote corner in Steel City, Shi Xiaobai threw the sword in his hand on the ground, producing a thud. He sat leaning against a wall, with melancholy teeming in his eyes. As Rico requested, he had completed a round of face smacking, but the wave of face smacking he gave was not ruthless enough. Furthermore, it was ended in a rush. It was hard to say that it was enjoyable, at least, certain readers found it unsatisfactory and hollered that they did not find it awesome enough. But there was no other choice. Shi Xiaobai had his own unspeakable reasons. The strength to one-shot Heartless was not done using his own strength. He had used a special method. And that special method was called doping. When Kevin's affection for Motzi reached Shi Xiaobai received a sea-level reward from the Absolute Choice. The reward were 3 golden pills. These 3 pills were called 1-second Shura. Its function was simple. The moment the pills were crushed, the person who took it would have 99% of his psionic power compressed instantaneously before the power burst out for a second. When Shi Xiaobai slashed out that strike, he crushed the 1-second Shura he had in his mouth. Although his psionic cultivation realm was not considered high, the amount of psionic power reserves he had were ample. By compressing it for an instant, it reached a terrifying level. Along with the king's beginner's sword that he had just mastered, this simple-looking strike secretly contained astounding power. The most direct manifestation of it was the shattering of Heartless' black sword. Just the storm formed by the sword energy had thrown Heartless more than 10 meters back, to the point of him throwing up a mouthful of blood. Against a heaven-defying talented super rookie whose psionic cultivation realm was higher than him, Shi Xiaobai's strike had surprised everyone. His punch through the steel wall and one shot of the super rookie, Heartless, successfully portrayed the image of him being mysterious and powerful. Following that, Shi Xiaobai had said his statement, a lie he deliberately fabricated. However, the fact was that compared to the Zeus rookies, Shi Xiaobai's anger was more geared towards the audience from Steel City. He was furious at their gloating and mocking of the Gaia rookie delegation. He was infuriated that they lacked the slightest bit of collective honor. Hence, compared to that lie, Shi Xiaobai wished that he could curse out at the audience. However, Shi Xiaobai finally chose to make the lie. Foolish citizens are still citizens. As king, I should lead them, shouldn't I? Shi Xiaobai told himself. Hence, he chose to deceptively mislead them. He told the Gaia audience and the Steel City citizens that there were many hidden talents amongst Gaia's rookies. This lie was hardly believable, but after one-shotting Heartless, no one dared to directly deny it. Therefore, it was enough. This was enough to change the attitudes of the audience. It was enough to win back the hearts of the people. When citizens mocked their own countries, as king, one should not have his eyes obscured by anger. This was because the citizens were just engaging in herd mentality out of ignorance. Their actions were a result of what they could see. They saw the weakness of their country, so they denigrated it. If a king were to curse at his subjects and citizens and punish them for that, or even enforce bans, it would result in the situation becoming worse. The king would greatly lose the people's trust. And if at this moment, a person with stunning power appeared in the country to create the thought of, my country is just laying low, then the mockery would naturally come to an end. The hearts of the people would also turn towards a different direction. Such an example was extremely apt when used to describe the present Gaia. Unfortunately, as the ruling class, the upper echelons of Gaia had failed to realize this point, and even chose to turn a blind eye, allowing the prevailing attitude to pervade. As a result, Shi Xiaobai had no choice but use himself to accomplish this goal. Regardless of the matter, Gaia was the first organization he joined. He got to know a few friends here, so he had feelings for Gaia. After saying that important lie, Shi Xiaobai could not hold on any further. With 1 second Shura draining 99% of his psionic power, Shi Xiaobai would have collapsed if not for unleaking turtle aura forcefully supporting him. After quickly saying that passage, he rushed out of the stadium and sat down at a secluded spot. He did not even have the strength to move a finger. Shi Xiaobai had used a few minutes and his own strength to change the final outcome of the battle exchange. However, he was not that happy or excited. By not being able to fight them all, this king is unhappy. Shi Xiaobai looked up into the sky with a depressed expression. The wave of face smacking was just too short. Furthermore, he did not manage to avenge the 7 crushing defeats. It felt as though something was missing. Feeling sad, wanting to cry. However, Shi Xiaobai had done his best, and he had made the best choice. It could be said that for Gaia, he had changed his modus operandi. Wait and see, Zeus. This is not the end of it. Shi Xiaobai grinned and immediately thought of the upcoming mass selection. He would definitely encounter the Zeus rookies there, and when the time came, Shi Xiaobai would let them understand that a king was not to be easily infuriated. Kacha, kacha, kacha. Suddenly, a strange sound sounded from beside him. Shi Xiaobai used whatever remaining strength he had left to turn his head and was immediately alarmed. He saw the snow-white lowly, who had appeared out of his right hand without him realizing it, grabbing the purplish gold-silver sword and munching on it. The way she was drooling made it seem like she was enjoying a delicacy. Her tiny mouth and white teeth were nibbling gently on the dragon-patterned blade, as though she was munching on a crisp cookie. As her munching continued, she would bite a piece of the metal and with a bit of chewing, she would swallow it with her eyes squinting happily. At this moment, more than half the purplish gold-silver dragon sword had been bitten off. Seeing Shi Xiaobai turn around, the lowly stopped and revealed a pitiful expression and said as though she was about to cry, "Big brother, hungry?" Shi Xiaobai was slightly taken aback as he asked, "Swords are your food?" Shi Xiaobai had a strong ability at acceptance, so he immediately guessed at this possibility. "Yeah." The lowly immediately nodded and looked at the remaining half of the sword. Looking up, she carefully gazed at Shi Xiaobai with a cute expression, as though she knew she was in the wrong, but wanted to make the best of an error without rectifying her faults. Shi Xiaobai never had any resistance against a cute lowly, so he waved his hand and said, "Go ahead and eat. In the future, this king will find you a pile of divine swords for you to eat as you please." The lowly fell into a daze and nodded her head heavily. As she let out a light laugh, her face was beaming blissfully. She opened her mouth and continued biting at the remaining half-sword. Shi Xiaobai smiled and continued looking up. He did not know who had stuck the sword in the ground, but due to the urgent situation, and him finding this sword comfortable in the hand, he had brought the sword along with him. Now that the sword was mostly eaten through, although he was a bit sorry for the sword's master, it was already too late. He wished that the sword's master would restrain her grief and accord with inevitable changes. At this moment, a set of footsteps was heard from around the corner. The lowly's facial expression changed and she quickly pushed the sword remnants into Shi Xiaobai's hand and transformed into a ball of golden light before diving into his right hand. Shi Xiaobai turned his head slightly when he heard the sound of footsteps. Soon, a beauty entered his vision. The girl was dressed in an azure-colored dress. She did not have any expression on her face, but her beauty was breathtaking. The azure-dressed girl walked out from a corner and saw Shi Xiaobai sitting on the ground. She let out a soft and gentle voice like a kitten's mew. "My sword," the azure-dressed girl said and suddenly looked down. With a glance, she saw the remnants of the purplish gold-silver dragon sword in Shi Xiaobai's hand. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 206, His freedom was not there. Chapter 206, His freedom was not there. Sunless lowered her head and saw the sword remnant in Shi Xiaobai's hand. That purplish gold hilt and silver blade, wasn't that her purplish gold silver dragon sword? But why was it in such a state? Sunless quietly came in front of Shi Xiaobai and squatted down. Gently, she pulled out the sword remnant from Shi Xiaobai's hand and hugged it with a pained look while muttering, "Little Purple." Little Purple was likely the name she had given the sword. Shi Xiaobai looked sideways at the girl's face. Under her dark golden hair was a fair face. And on her face, there was a pair of blue eyes that had a depressed look. Other than that, there was no other expression. That was all there was to that. However, Shi Xiaobai could feel the intense woes the girl was feeling in her heart, as though she had lost a loved one. Sorry. Shi Xiaobai could not help but say that single word to profess his apologies. The girl turned to glance at Shi Xiaobai. She gaped her mouth slightly but did not speak. Instead, she lowered her head to caress the sword remnant, as her eyes suddenly glazed over. "You?" The girl pushed out the sword remnant towards Shi Xiaobai and pointed to its edges. There were teeth marks on the edges. Shi Xiaobai was taken aback and moments later, he sighed and said, "Sorry, this king was just too hungry." From the girl's body, he could sense her sadness, but not a hint of anger. This made Shi Xiaobai feel extremely sorry. He did not want to deceive the girl unnecessarily, so he took all the blame. However, what he said didn't sound very believable. It was quite shocking to hear about a human eating a sword. The girl fell silent for a moment and suddenly reached out her hand to press on Shi Xiaobai's chest. Shi Xiaobai was alarmed, but he could not sense any danger from the girl, so he relaxed. Moments later, the girl retracted her hand and softly said, "You are very weak." Shi Xiaobai was momentarily shocked. After taking the golden pill, 1 second Shura, 99% of his psionic power had been drained. He had persisted on to say his lie before using crab steps to run to this secluded spot. The remaining 1% had long vanished, and he no longer had any psionic power left in his body. Indeed, he was currently very weak, so weak that he was like an old person on his deathbed. However, his vitality had not been reduced. His weakness was just a result of his psionic power being drained. He would gradually recover with time. Just as Shi Xiaobai wanted to explain that he was fine, the girl suddenly pushed the remaining portion of the sword into Shi Xiaobai's bosom. Shi Xiaobai was startled and raised his head in confusion. "Eat?" The girl's dreamy voice sounded like it came beyond the heavens. Putting down the sword remnant, she immediately stood up and turned around. With a brisk pace, she walked towards the bend. The girl's speed was extremely fast, and in a blink of an eye, she had reached the bend. However, her footsteps stumbled slightly as she looked reluctantly back at the sword remnant in Shi Xiaobai's bosom, but immediately she bit her lips and disappeared from the secluded alley. Shi Xiaobai reacted moments later, as a wry smile suffused across his lips. From the girl's look of grief, this sword was clearly very important to her. However, despite the culprit sitting in front of her, she had not blamed him, nor did she show any emotive signs of grumbling. Instead, she had given him the sword remnant, which was extremely important to her for consumption after discovering his extremely weak state. And they were only strangers. Shi Xiaobai reached out his hand to grasp the purplish gold hilt and sighed lightly. A golden beam flashed as the lowly appeared. With a sorry look, she said, "Big brother." Shi Xiaobai immediately consoled her, "This matter is not your fault. It's all this king's fault." The lowly hesitated for a moment and suddenly took a step forward. Holding Shi Xiaobai's hand, her tiny finger tapped onto his palm. Suddenly, a dazzling golden beam bloomed from her slightly cold fingertip, like a golden lotus. The golden lotus lasted for a few moments before its glow dissipated. In Shi Xiaobai's palm, a small golden pearl appeared. Shi Xiaobai asked in wonderment, "This is?" The lowly's pink lips paled slightly as she said, "This is a heritage for sword arts. It's a very, very powerful sword technique. Big brother, when you see big sister in the future, put it in between her eyebrows, just like how big brother gained insight into beginner sword." "Alright." Shi Xiaobai nodded his head heavily. Steel City, Medical Ward. Yi Jiachuan, who was still in a coma, suddenly opened his eyes. When the nurse beside him saw him wake up, she was delighted and wanted to call a doctor. However, a thick, rough hand hit the nurse in the neck. The nurse blacked out and collapsed to the ground. Yi Jiachuan retracted his hands while his eyes remained cold. His face no longer had a simple and honest look. His savage-looking face made him look truly frightening. Yi Jiachuan quickly got off the bed and scanned his surroundings cautiously. Quickly, he walked towards the window and his large figure suddenly leaped up. He jumped through the window like a fish jumping through a hoop. After somersaulting in midair once, his feet landed firmly on the steel ground. A slight thud was emitted, and the moment he landed, Yi Jiachuan immediately hid in a secluded corner. With a heavy face, he took out his cell phone to make a call. Do. The phone call connected after ringing for a moment, but the other end of the line maintained silence after the line connected. After a while, Yi Jiachuan was the first to speak, "It's me." The other end of the line produced a strange voice that had been modulated. "You have failed again. This time, I can't protect you either, so, run away." When Yi Jiachuan heard this, he fell silent for a moment and said with a deep voice, "You also know that be it the golden white holy dragons matter or this battle exchange, they were both not my fault." "I know." No emotion could be heard from the modulated voice as it said, "We also know, but Lord Duke is furious. Someone has to bear the brunt of his anger." But Yi Jiachuan gave a wry smile and said, "Don't I still have a bit of value? At least, I managed to succeed at approaching Shi Xiaobai. If Lord Duke requires me, I can kill him now. If Lord Duke wants to kill Shi Xiaobai, there is no need to borrow the hand of others. Furthermore, you have already been exposed. Be it Gaia or Zeus, they have all guessed your role in this matter. Currently, you are facing the pursuit of 3 factions. Fuck." Yi Jiachuan's face turned livid when he heard this and furiously punched the steel wall beside him. After a moment as he gasped for breath, he said, "Is there no other way?" The person on the other end of the line fell into silence. Yi Jiachuan coldly said, "Your grandson is about to die." The voice on the other side of the connection sighed. Suddenly, it said in a rapid tone, "Sell your soul to another devil, get him to protect you. There are 7 regal dukes, aren't there?" Yi Jiachuan was momentarily startled as his expression changed drastically. Finally, he let out a long sigh and said, "Thank you. On the other side of the phone connection, the voice fell silent for a moment before suddenly saying, Yi Yutian, from today onwards, you have to abandon this identity of yours. The Yi family will no longer acknowledge your existence. Yi Jiachuan gave a self-mocking laugh and said, since I have chosen this path, I have never thought of returning to the Yi family. However, if the Yi family dares to let down little sun and little heart in any way, you should know what I will do, Don't worry, those two children will have the most perfect of futures. I'm very happy that they have a great elder brother. Once the other end of the line said this, it hung up. Do. Yi Jiachuan placed the phone down and looked up into the sky. The sky was vast and infinite, but his freedom was not there. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 207, Set Off with This King. Chapter 207, Set Off with This King. Riko's apartment. Riko was beaming with her eyes squinted as she looked at the threads that were constantly appearing on the discussion forums. Not long before, she had switched on her computer out of curiosity over the developments of the battle exchange. She had browsed through the forums, and it nearly made her blow her top. Heartless declaration of feeding 100 psionic condensing pills to the pigs nearly made her throw her keyboard. Following that, news of one Gaia rookie after another being thrashed made her feel sad and close to tears. And what frustrated her the most were the internet flommers being keyboard warriors. They condemned the rookie delegation team and criticized Gaia unfairly. As a result, she angrily replied to the threads. Although she knew it was useless, that was the only thing she could do to vent the depressive feelings in her heart. Soon, news of heartless declaration of the end of the battle exchange proliferated on the internet. It gave Riko a shock. This matter was extremely infuriating upon careful thought. Her heart felt a chill because, by the actions of Zeus, this was just the prelude to an impending storm. Shortly after, new threads suddenly began appearing. The stories of two Dahe smashing down the steel wall with one punch and his one-shotting Heartless were reported in various versions on the discussion forums. Riko was alarmed as she hurriedly rushed to Shi Xiaobai's room and discovered that Shi Xiaobai was truly no longer there. She returned to the living room again. The discussion forums were teeming with discussions about Shi Xiaobai's Gaia is filled with hidden talents. Riko could not stop sniggering. The dark clouds on her mind were swept clean. The discussions on the forums immediately switched gears. The threads that rebuked the rookie delegation team and Gaia received face-smacking replies. After the elderly god of swords and heartless acknowledgement of Gaia, the flommers shut their mouths. The users who endured the flommers managed to strike back as they rejoiced in venting their anger. Riko joined the ranks of becoming a flamer. She would respond on every former flamer's thread with a single sentence, but two Dahe one-shot Heartless. Later on, the discussion forums suddenly gave rise to an interesting phenomenon. Nearly every minute, several new threads that had to do with the unspeakable secrets of two Dahe and I appeared. These threads were filled with extremely humorous content. Every user on the discussion forum seemed to transform into a meme expert. Riko was amused reading all of this. After opening a thread and reading it till the end, she would often find them so humorous that her waist hurt. Riko began to hum happily and thought to herself that she had to be nicer to Shi Xiaobai in the future. If not for Shi Xiaobai, today's battle exchange would have a different ending. It was an ending Riko did not wish to see. Shi Xiaobai had not only completed his promise to her by smacking the flommers in the face thoroughly, he had even said a wise and far-sighted lie. Riko understood Shi Xiaobai's character very well, so how could she not know that this was not Shi Xiaobai's usual style? Therefore, she was rather moved by Shi Xiaobai's willingness to make such a sacrifice in change for Gaia. With a thought, Riko called Yama Minamiya. The four rookies were to head for Shanghai tomorrow, so someone definitely had to lead them. However, it was a tiring and unrewarding job. With Riko's temper, she would not have done it, but she had now changed her mind. That night was an eventful but short night. Mozi tossed and turned, while Kevin suffered from insomnia. Mu Yuesheng was constantly distressed about the massaging, while Shi Xiaobai only managed to have a chance to return to his room to sleep only after being tortured by Rico's crazy celebrations late into the night. However, this night was not cold. The next day at 8 in the morning. Steel City Airport. There was a packed crowd waiting at the airport. Today was the day the 4 rookie representatives from Gaia would head to Shanghai to report. They would then participate in the mass selection tomorrow. This was an extremely important event for a second-tier organization like Gaia. There was no chance for them to enter the top 10 to begin with. The citizens of Steel City had scoffed at the selection, but after what happened yesterday, everyone's viewpoint had a sudden change. Tu Dahei, who was from Gaia, would be participating in the mass selection. He had one-shot Super Rookie Heartless. If that was the case, it was possible that he could become one of the 10 organizational representatives for the collective training. The glory for the 10 organizational representatives was nothing for famous organizations like Zeus, but it was a major boost for rookies. However, for the constantly desolate and dejected Gaia, this would definitely be a highly effective morale booster. If Tu Dahei could become one of the members of the collective training between the two factions, and perform exceptionally well in this collective training of national concern, it would definitely allow the national assessment of Gaia to rise up a new level. As a result, the upper echelons of Gaia and the Steel City residents paid a great deal of attention to this matter. Early in the morning, many citizens were waiting at the airport, preparing to see them off. Yama Minamiya, who put down his work to lead the delegation, was the first person to arrive at the airport. Following that, Mu Yuesheng, Mozi, and Kevin arrived one after another. They did not board the plane immediately, but instead stood in front of the plane and waited alongside the citizens. Everyone was waiting for the arrival of that youth. Finally, the gates to the airport opened, as 2 figures slowly walked over. A girl with a single ponytail wore t-shirt and jeans. Her delicate and beautiful face made her resemble an angel, but her ample chest, thin waist, and long legs proudly accentuated her figure. As for the black-haired youth beside the girl, he had delicate looks. He did not look particularly handsome, but it was not mediocre as well. His black eyes shimmered like stars. When the duo walked over, the crowd immediately erupted into deafening cheers. Tu Dahei! Tu Dahei! Tu Dahei! Yesterday, Shi Xiaobai had left in a hurry. They did not have a chance to cheer for his punch, slash, and words. Now, with the opportunity finally here, they gave their all. Mozi immediately joined the shouting ranks. After giving it some thought, Mu Yuesheng also shouted softly. Kevin's face stiffened for a few moments, but when no one noticed, he would sneak in a few shouts of IChooseDogLeading. Shi Xiaobai was somewhat stunned, but the corners of his mouth slowly widened into a grin. Rico patted Shi Xiaobai lightly on the shoulder and said with a light smile, "Say something?" Shi Xiaobai nodded and walked forward, as he waved to the crowd. Everyone slowly settled down upon seeing this as their eyes were focused on Shi Xiaobai. Shi Xiaobai took a deep breath and raised his right hand high. Looking at everyone, he said loudly, "For this upcoming mass selection, we only have one goal, all 4 will enter the top 10. And this king only has one goal as well, winning first place." When he said this, everyone was dumbfounded. This goal was too much a boast, wasn't it? Yama Minamiya shook his head helplessly. If the 4 could even enter the top 100, it would definitely be worth its bragging rights, but top 10? If the 4 could enter the top 10, Gaia would have bragging rights that lasted for years. Mozi spat her tongue out and thought, Lord Shi Xiaobai truly is ambitious, but this Mozi isn't that impressive. A dark cloud hung over Kevin's face. He felt that it was very unlikely he could even enter the top 100. Mu Yuesheng's eyes shimmered slightly. She wanted to enter the top 10. Everyone had disparate thoughts, as Shi Xiaobai grinned. He took the first step forward towards the airplane. With a wave of his hand, Shi Xiaobai said in high spirits, "Let's go, set off with this king, but if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 208, These legs of hers could go around the block for a year. Chapter 208, These legs of hers could go around the block for a year. Steel City was located along the southeastern coast of China. It was not very far from Shanghai, so a private jet took about 1.5 hours to traverse the distance. At this moment, other than the pilots on the plane, there were the 4 rookie representatives, as well as the guides, Yama Minamiya and Riko. From the moment Matsi entered the plane, she clung onto Riko. To her, Miss Riko was a goddess at Gaia's school bell level. Riko was someone she had always adored. Having managed to see her, Matsi obviously grasped the opportunity to chat with her. Riko had a good first impression of the lovely and lively girl. Especially after reading about the stories of how Matsi had clashed head-on with the Whopper yesterday on the discussion boards, she immediately felt affectionate towards her. The duo chatted and laughed as they sat at a double seat. Kevin glanced at Shi Xiaobai with a look of repulsiveness after boarding the plane. He chose to silently sit beside Yama Minamiya. The other 5 evenly found a seat. By a curious coincidence, Muyue Sheng forgot to find an independent open seat, and ended up sitting beside Shi Xiaobai. Matsi and Riko began to chat idly, but slowly the duo's topic shifted to Shi Xiaobai. Matsi wanted to know trivia about Lord Shi Xiaobai's life from Riko since Lord Shi Xiaobai lived with her. As for Riko, she wanted to inquire about Shi Xiaobai's performance on the first day at the mini collective training. When they began talking about Shi Xiaobai, the duo immediately could not stop laughing. There were too many points of amusement for them in the stories of Shi Xiaobai. Slowly, Matsi brought up the topic of Shi Xiaobai's massage technique of God. "Sis, are you saying that you were very fat before, and after Shi Xiaobai massaged you, you became so lovely?" Riko was amazed and found it incredulous. Matsi knew Riko was skeptical. She immediately found a picture from her cell phone. It was a picture from a long time ago and also the only remaining old picture that she had yet to delete from her cell phone. It was used to flaunt Lord Shi Xiaobai's godlike massage techniques. "Look, this is my picture from before." Matsi held out the picture of her obese self, but her face was beaming delightfully. After Riko saw the fat girl in the photo who was as rotund as a ball, she looked down at Matsi's petite figure. She drew a gasp and gaped. "Shi Xiaobai, is this true? Your massage techniques can help lose weight." Riko immediately turned to ask Shi Xiaobai. Upon hearing this, Shi Xiaobai's eyes lit up. This was an opportunity for him to promote the massage technique of God. Obviously, he could not let it go. Shi Xiaobai immediately said loudly, "Of course. This king's massage technique of God can do anything. There is no problem in this world that the massage technique of God cannot solve." Riko rolled her eyes. She obviously did not believe the bullshit that the massage technique of God could do anything. Muyue Sheng, who was sitting beside him with her eyes closed, suddenly said, "What Matsi said is true. Shi Xiaobai's massaging can indeed help lose weight. Kevin and I can attest to the fact." Riko was stunned. She finally began to believe that Shi Xiaobai's massage techniques had the amazing effects of helping one lose weight. This caught Riko's interest as she said to Shi Xiaobai, "My thighs have recently grown fatter. Come to my room tonight and massage them." Shi Xiaobai immediately nodded and said, "Sure." Matsi, who was beside Riko, stared blankly at Riko's thighs. Her thighs looked rounded and filled with bounce under the contours of her jeans. The ratios were nearly perfect, and it was like a beautiful dream. Those legs of hers were enough to go around for a year. Matsi immediately felt extremely envious. Although after slimming down her figure was petite, her thighs were overly slender. It did not have the curvaceous beauty Riko had. But the crux of the issue was that Riko actually found her thighs fat. Matsi sighed. It was really exasperating comparing. When Rico's sentence landed in Yama Minamiya and Kevin's ears, it took on another form. They automatically translated Rico's words into "come into my room tonight and massage, touch, my thighs." Yama Minamiya shook his head and gave a bitter smile, as he sighed how a grown daughter could not be kept at home. Kevin's fear for Shi Xiaobai's flirting skills went to the next higher level. Was this bastard trying to build a harem like Lord God? However, Rico did not put too much thought into it, or it could be said that she had subconsciously ignored the fact that massaging her thighs needed her thighs to be touched. If it were any other male, Rico would obviously realize this and would not have suggested such a thing that would only harm herself. However, this person was Shi Xiaobai. It was a whole different matter. Ever since her breasts were touched by Shi Xiaobai numerous times that night, Rico subconsciously no longer had her guard up against Shi Xiaobai. The main reason was because Shi Xiaobai was too harmless. Rico also subconsciously believed that Shi Xiaobai would not do anything overboard. Hence, under her subconscious lack of awareness of her thighs being touched, she sat down delightfully. The more she thought, the more excited she became. Clenching her fist, she said, in the future, I will be able to enjoy all sorts of delicacies. Shi Xiaobai's massage services would be sufficient once I grow fat. Rico had the mentality that with Shi Xiaobai in hand, obesity shall all go away. Matzi gaped and wanted to tell Rico that Lord Shi Xiaobai's massage was not that simple. Every squeeze made one feel as though they were in fairyland. One could not help but moan. When you are massaged by Lord Shi Xiaobai, you will lose your self-control. But Matzi hesitated for a few moments before choosing to hide the truth. Firstly, she did not want to mention what had happened the previous night, and secondly, she couldn't be the only one stuck in the hole. Matzi chose to be malicious this time. Mu Yuesheng sighed in her heart. She envied Rico for her open-minded attitude and also secretly encouraged herself. Mu Yuesheng secretly opened her eyes and glanced sideways at Shi Xiaobai. At this moment, Shi Xiaobai was looking out the window beside him, beaming, with a smile on his lips. That side profile, that refined look, sunshine, and full of vitality. Just looking at him and thinking of the things he had previously said and done, no matter how scarred one's heart was or how sad one was, it would slowly fade away. He was like the winter sun. Gentle and not dazzling, warm but not cold. When needed, he would burst forth with his blazing light, melting the snow around the world, bringing the scenes of spring. She had not known him for long, but she was certain that he was such a person. Shi Xiaobai. Mu Yuesheng called out gently and was about to request Shi Xiaobai to massage her to help increase her cultivation speed. At this moment, Yama Minamiya suddenly stood up and said loudly to everyone, "The official forecast is out." Everyone was startled as they turned to look at Yama Minamiya. Official forecast? What was that? Yama Minamiya waved the cell phone in his hand and said, "The organization's Senate have done a calculation of the 1,000 rookies participating in the mass selection and have forecast the 10 people most likely to be eventually chosen. Everyone can take a good look at it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 209, The Purest Sword Fanatic. Chapter 209, The Purest Sword Fanatic. The top 10 name list the organization Senate predicted was no doubt an important piece of news. By choosing 10 from 1,000, it was no doubt a glorious matter for the 10. And even if one did not enter the top 10, they would at least know who were the few who had the highest chance of being selected. After all, only 10 people would be chosen eventually. The 10 favorite rookies chosen by the official organizer had to be the strongest opponents amongst the rookies, and the greatest obstacles. There was a television screen in front of the plane. After connecting to it wirelessly, they successfully projected the phone screen onto the television screen. Shi Xiaobai and company looked over curiously. The first line was an official notice: "The official forecast may not be accurate and there is definitely no conspiracy." The list is ranked according to the various statistics of the rookies and their experience. There would be some deviations from reality. In order to maintain the privacy of the rookies, this forecast will not provide the rookies' pictures. It is only provided as a reference. The group automatically ignored this passage. Rico urged Yama Minamiya to swipe downwards. With a helpless smile, he swiped downwards, revealing the first person on the list. 10th place, Jo Chuchu, female. Reason for entry: Dragon Form Tiger Wolf Fist for melee, Demon King 18 Whips for long range. Extremely agile in footwork and nearly all round. Once won the National Secondary School Martial Tournament runner-up. The group was slightly taken aback. The official forecast had given very little information. Most of the information could be easily found on the internet. From the looks of it, they were only providing the names, and the reason for entry was just superfluous. However, this was considered normal. By listing these 10 people, it was already pushing them to the forefront of the rookies that participated in the mass selection. If too much of their privacy was exposed, it was rather unfair. Yama Minamiya continued swiping upwards. 9th place, Feng Yuanlin, male. Reason for entry: possesses the superpower to instantly form hard body armor. Has the title of Armored Braveheart. Usually shy in nature, but becomes obsessed the moment in battle, entering frenzy mode. Once won the National Secondary School Martial Tournament runner-up. 8th place, Luyu, male. Reason for entry: successor to the present Dao sect. Proficient at Dao inference. Labeled as half Dao sage. One of their this year's super rookies. However, due to lack of exposure, there is no way to judge his strength, resulting in him only being ranked 8th. 7th place, an MO, male. Reason for entry: gentle Adonis, proficient at blowing the flute. To his friends, his music is the most pleasant sound of nature, but to enemies, his music is the most terrifying demonic music. Friends with Luyu, but Luyu has declared that he had used Dao inference to place himself at 40, while an MO is at 60. Hence, an MO is ranked 7th. 6th place, Sen Senyuan, male. Reason for entry: in the present era of cold weapons, his shooting techniques have dominated above his peers. His personality can be considered as extremely overbearing. His superpower can form guns using his energy. At this peak, he is able to simultaneously conjure more than 100 guns. His personal strength is comparable to 100 people. 5th place, Yi, Heartless, male. Reason for entry: God of Swords Jian Shilai's personal disciple. Has the nickname of Young God of Swords. One of this year's super rookies, and his talent in sword arts can be considered second amongst the younger generation. He defended his title as champion of the National Secondary School Swordplay Tournament for 3 consecutive years. Everyone finally saw a familiar face. Yama Minamiya said, Heartless ranking at 5th is quite worthy of him. Rico was the first who disagreed. But 2 Dahei one-shot Heartless. Matsi echoed her, but 2 Dahei one-shot Heartless. Muyuesheng smiled and said, but 2 Dahei one-shot Heartless. Kevin did not dare to break the combo, but 2 Dahei one-shot Heartless. Yama Minamiya. Shi Xiaobai knew very well that if he had not used 1-second Shura, it would have been very difficult for him to one-shot Heartless. However, Shi Xiaobai was definitely not dumb enough to expose himself, so at this moment, he should. It's only Heartless, don't hang it by your mouths all day. Shi Xiaobai said self-righteously. That's right, he should posture during such times. Everyone immediately guffawed and rolled their eyes at Shi Xiaobai. He actually acknowledged their praise for him. Yama Minamiya shook his head with an amused laugh. As he swiped the screen, everyone immediately looked over. 4th place, Pulp Farmer, male. Reason for entry: true name is unknown. Often calls himself MT Chang's Pulp Farmer. Has defended the title of champion of the National Secondary School Martial Tournament for 3 consecutive years. His superpower can transform paper into various items. Proficient at using spears. His battle style can only be described with one word: domineering. Third place, Yi, sunless, female. Reason for entry: God of Swords Jin Shilai's personal disciple. One of this year's super rookies. Twin sibling of Heartless, but her talent in sword arts exceeds Heartless. Her talent in sword arts can be considered first amongst the younger generation and is one of the rare people with two superpowers. The first superpower has to do with air, while the second superpower still remains a mystery. As Mu Yuesheng looked at the rows of text, she felt mixed emotions. This azure-dressed girl who had thrashed her without using any sword techniques had become the target she wanted to exceed the most after yesterday. However, she now learned that sunless mightiness was far beyond her imagination. Not only were her sword arts considered top amongst the younger generation, but she also possessed two superpowers. How could such an elite be surpassed? More intense flames of fighting spirit gradually ignited in Mu Yuesheng's eyes. Even if she was destined never to surpass Sunless, she would still use her as a goal she would pursue. Matsi exclaimed and said, "Huh? Since Sunless was ranked higher than Heartless, why was Heartless the one who appeared for the finale?" Yesterday's battle exchange rules enforced that the appearance of the combatants had to go from weak to strong. By getting Heartless to appear at the end, wasn't this at conflict with the official ranking? Yama Minamiya immediately said, "The reason is simple. Heartless is their team leader. Sunless also respects her brother greatly, therefore, Heartless was most suitable to appear for the finale." Matsi nodded as she ruminated over something. She could not help but ask again, "Then is Sunless truly stronger than Heartless?" Kevin could not help but interject, "It is because he was inferior to Sunless that Heartless had to move to another province to obtain his title as Super Rookie." Matsi was immediately enlightened as she said, "So that's the reason." This Matsi was of the opinion that Heartless did that to assure his sister of her position as Super Rookie. Who knew that's the truth? Yama Minamiya shook his head and said, "Don't speculate on this matter. The two possibilities are likely. Heartless and Sunless have never fought before, so it is unknown who is stronger. However, Sunless' attainment in sword arts is definitely first amongst the younger generation. Furthermore, she surpasses Heartless greatly. That is a huge gap from her peers. Her talent and diligence are highly praised. Even the elderly god of swords said that Sunless is the purest sword fanatic he had ever seen in his life. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 210, Rookie's Mudslide. Chapter 210, Rookie's Mudslide. A sword fanatic was not an idiot in sword arts, but someone who indulged in sword arts. The purest sword fanatic. The elderly god of swords' evaluation of her was truly extremely high. Not only was she a genius whose talent in sword arts far exceeded her peers, but she was also a fanatic who indulged in sword arts. In that case, it was understandable why her attainment in sword arts exceeded her peers by leaps and bounds. Rico exclaimed in praise, "The purest sword fanatic. Such a high evaluation. Even I want to meet this girl named Sunless." Matsi immediately giggled and said, "Sister Rico, Sunless is pretty as Sister Rico." Shi Xiaobai's eyes lit up when he heard this. The purest sword fanatic. This evaluation made him want to meet the person named Sunless. It was best if he could spar with her. Shi Xiaobai's king's beginner sword was already unable to endure the thirst. Rico looked at Yama Minamiya and prodded him, "Quick, swipe upwards. If third place is so powerful, I want to see what sort of monsters are at the top two spots." The others also eagerly turned their heads at the screen. Yama Minamiya immediately swiped up. Second place, Mulanshi, female. Reason for entry, this year's Beijing Super Rookie. Everyone was stunned. There was only one line given to describe the reason for her entry into the forecast? Matsi exclaimed, why is one line sufficient for her to be ranked second? Yama Minamiya smiled and said, this reason is sufficient. Matsi immediately asked, why so? Yama Minamiya said, Beijing is China's political and financial center. The most famous organizations and ancient families are pretty much all in Beijing. Hence, becoming the super rookie of Beijing is of most worth compared to the other provinces. Rico echoed at this moment, the super rookie of Beijing can be called the king of super rookies, the strongest super rookie. Indeed, just this reason alone is sufficient for her to be ranked second. Matsi clicked her tongue and said, that's impressive. But even so, shouldn't they write a few more reasons? Kevin looked up and said, the officials can only give this reason. I tried searching on the internet for Mu Lingxi, but I'm unable to find any information on her. The confidentiality classification of her identity is very likely A-class or above. The National Intelligence Bureau has concealed information about her. Yama Minamiya nodded and said, her background must be extraordinary. However, for her to join the mass selection, they are planning on showcasing her. Everyone will know her identity when the time comes, so we just need to remember her name for now. Rico immediately urged again, hurry, next one. I want to see who's first. Yama Minamiya was actually rather eager about this too, so he swiped upwards. First place, Li, speechless, male. Reason for entry, rendering you, speechless just like his name. A youth that renders anyone speechless. The reason for participating for the mass selection is similarly speechless rendering. This emperor could have entered the psionic soul realm 10 years ago, but have waited all this while in the psionic mortal realm. Why? Because this emperor has been waiting for this rookie mass selection. Then here comes the question, can you believe this reason? Yama Minamiya cried out and said, I'm speechless. Rico was immediately at a loss whether to laugh or cry. This speechless had just disappeared for a short period of time, and now he has emerged to cause trouble. However, for this fellow to be first, it's rather understandable. Matsi also said, for speechless to be ranked first, this Matsi accepts it. Kevin shrugged his shoulders and said, this speechless seems to resemble a particular person. When Kevin said this, the others were startled before they simultaneously cast their eyes at Shi Xiaobai. Having crossed into this world, Shi Xiaobai was still wondering who speechless was. Noticing everyone look at him, he immediately asked in wonderment, why? Rico burst out laughing and said, Shi Xiaobai meeting speechless. That scene would be perfect. Let me laugh for a while. Matsi also laughed. Lord Shi Xiaobai also renders people quite speechless. Mu Yuesheng and Kevin spontaneously nodded. Shi Xiaobai gave a startled look. He had a nagging feeling that he had been smeared. At this moment, Yama Minamiya suddenly exclaimed, there's one more. Everyone was shocked as they turned their heads. Seeing the screen move downwards, there was another passage of text. Zeroth place, 2 Dahe, male. Reason for entry, rumored to have one-shot Heartless. Although it is rumored, the information is rather reliable. However, no information regarding the rookie named 2 Dahe can be found. There is no way to discern his actual strength, but for him to be able to one-shot Heartless, the possibility of him ranking amongst the top 10 is highly likely. Hence, he has been placed at Zeroth place. Zeroth place does not mean he is higher ranking than first place, nor does it mean he is ranked lower than 10th place. Everything is a possibility. The official forecast is that 2 Dahe might be the most unexpected mudslide of the mass selection. Yama Minamiya, Rico, Matsi, Mu Yuesheng, Kevin. The five looked at each other before they looked at Shi Xiaobai. Shi Xiaobai sighed helplessly and said, this king is destined to not be able to keep a low profile. Everyone immediately began laugh in a good-humored fashion. Regardless of anything, the Zeroth place was still something extremely honorable. However, it was quite eye-catching. The most unexpected mudslide. The officials were too much. After everyone laughed for a moment, Yama Minamiya began to frown. He said, "The most outstanding tree receives the greatest wins. The zeroth place position is just too eye-catching. If there is any free-for-all battle segments, Xiaobai might be targeted." The others began worrying when they heard this. Shi Xiaobai was unaffected and laughed. He said, "It's fine. This king fears nothing." Everyone fell silent. Riko suddenly had a flash of brilliance as she said, "Why not have Shi Xiaobai stop using the name Tu Dahe, and instead do the complete opposite and use the name Shi Xiaobai?" Yama Minamiya's eyes lit up and said, "Good idea. Shi Xiaobai's name has not appeared for some time now. Many people have probably already forgotten about it. Since Xiaobai can't keep using the fake identity of Tu Dahe, we can take this opportunity to kill two birds with one stone. It can bring fame to the name Shi Xiaobai, and also avoid the aggro on Tu Dahe." Shi Xiaobai did not mind this at all. Hence, it was quickly decided. Yama Minamiya planned on informing the organization's senate of the reason after arriving in Shanghai, allowing them to secretly change his identity as Tu Dahe to Shi Xiaobai. The flight that took an hour and a half quickly passed with the jovial atmosphere. After the plane landed in Shanghai's airport, the group of people disembarked the plane. They saw at a glance a huge crowd of people greeting them at the airport. These people were here to greet the various rookies from the different organizations. There were few who came for Gaia, or it could be said to be none. However, they had 3 outstanding beauties in their lineup, so they attracted quite a bit of attention. After the group of people walked out the airport, a limousine they had prepared brought them to a hotel they had reserved. The moment they walked into the hotel, they saw a group of people walking out. The footsteps on both sides came to a sudden halt. The group of people who had walked out of the hotel were the Zeus rookies. It was really fucking awkward for them to coincidentally live in the same hotel after yesterday's incident. However, Shi Xiaobai's eyes lit up because he saw an azure-dressed girl amongst the crowd. Wasn't she the owner of the purplish gold-silver dragon sword? Shi Xiaobai was still worrying when he could give that tiny golden pearl that contained sword art's heritage to her. He never expected to meet her so soon. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 211, This is the happiness that belongs to her. Chapter 211, This is the happiness that belongs to her. Both sides met at the hotel's entrance. The Zeus rookies immediately had their faces stiffen. They recalled the unforgettable encounter yesterday. The few people from Gaia looked rather calm. However, the trio was actually feeling complex emotions. After all, the fact that they had been thrashed by the Zeus rookies yesterday could not be erased by Shi Xiaobai's single strike. Both sides had thoughts on their minds and all of them came to a halt. Yama Minamiya was the first to react. He walked forward and respectfully said to the elderly god of swords who was standing at the forefront, "Senior god of swords." The elderly god of swords gave a gentle nod. In front of Yama Minamiya and the rookies, he obviously would not act without principles like he had done so in front of One Pun. His deadpan appearance gave him the bearing of a god of swords. Heartless walked forward from the crowd and said with a calm expression, "Division Minister Minamiya. Everyone, I never expected to meet all of you so soon. We also happen to stay in the same hotel. I hope we will be able to interact more during this mass selection." In fact, Heartless' last words at the battle exchange had smoothened some of the conflict, and with him taking the initiative to mollify their relations, the rookies' taut nerves gradually relaxed. Yama Minamiya was rather impressed by Heartless' ability to submit or assert himself as the occasion required and how he was not a low-class whimsy. He said, "Alright, let's get together if we have the time." Heartless said, "We are about to report to the organization senate. Shall we go together?" Yama Minamiya shook his head and said, "We will need some time to settle down having just arrived at the hotel. You go on first." "Alright." Heartless nodded and no longer spoke further. He took the lead and walked away. At this moment, a figure suddenly walked out from Gaia's side. Heartless came to a sudden stop. His eyes seemed to speak volumes as he saw the figure that had suddenly walked towards him. The person was a black-haired youth with eyes as bright as the stars. He walked out of the Gaia crowd and went straight for Heartless. Nearly everyone's eyes were immediately focused on the black-haired youth. The corner of Heartless' mouth twitched. He tried to force himself to greet him, but against Tu Dahei, who was walking slowly towards him, he was unable to make a sound. His mind was filled with the scene of being one-shot. He felt somewhat humiliated as well as some trepidation. The elderly god of swords glanced at Shi Xiaobai and felt mixed emotions. This black-haired youth had mastered the most basic beginner sword to the crest of perfection realm. From the looks of it, he had wasted his talent in sword arts. He needed some mentoring, but this black-haired youth had one-shot Heartless, whom he had bragged about all day. It was an indirect smack on his old face, so despite him having a love for talent, he too had a selfish heart. Seeing Shi Xiaobai walk out from the crowd and with him about to come in front of Heartless, the female Whopper and the other 4 rookies had a drastic change in their expressions. They were guessing that Tu Dahei was likely going to flaunt his victory and the face-smacking he gave boss Heartless. The 5 involuntarily took a step forward and clung closely behind Heartless as they looked alertly at Shi Xiaobai. Rico and the 3 other Gaia rookies were slightly surprised. They knew Shi Xiaobai's character. This fellow was ruthless when it came to smacking faces. For him to suddenly walk towards Heartless, was it because he found yesterday's face-smacking insufficient? Shi Xiaobai's footsteps seemed to make a play on nearly everyone's minds. You? When Heartless saw Shi Xiaobai about to reach him, he could not help but spit out that word. He did not even realize that he was trembling slightly. However, everyone was more surprised the next moment because the black-haired youth was not looking for Heartless. It was as though he had never seen Heartless, and just passed Heartless by while looking straight ahead. Heartless was taken aback, but immediately he felt a trace of irritation. He turned his head to look at Shi Xiaobai's back. Everyone's eyes could not help but fixate on Shi Xiaobai's figure. They saw him looking straight as he passed one rookie after another as he walked up straight to an azure-dressed girl several meters away from the crowd. She was the person Tu Dahei, Shi Xiaobai, was looking for. Rico saw Matzi's shocked expression and asked, "Who is she?" Matzi immediately replied, "That person is Sunless." Rico was slightly taken aback as she sized up Sunless. She exclaimed in praise, "She's beautiful." Matzi immediately said, "Sister Rico is prettier." Rico beamed and said, "Let's have some delicacies tonight. I'll be treating." Matzi immediately cheered out loudly. As for the rookies on Zeus' side, they laughed, as though they were waiting for a good show to be put on. Sunless had been called the purest sword fanatic by the elderly god of swords. Her obsession in sword techniques was even worse. She would be deducing various sword arts even while walking. She was even indifferent to Heartless and the elderly god of swords. She was unwilling to even heed a single word from other people, as though she lived in a world of her own. Now, when they saw Shi Xiaobai walk towards Sunless, a few Zeus rookies immediately guessed that Shi Xiaobai had been attracted by Sunless' looks and had walked over to flirt with her. However, his outcome was already predestined. Sunless would definitely ignore him. She might not even give him a glance. It would be fun to watch when that happened. A trace of hesitation flashed in Heartless' eyes. He obviously knew that his sister was a person who was unwilling to speak. As a result, if anyone wanted to hit on her, he would step forward and prevent that from happening. He was currently in a dilemma because he wanted to see Tu Dahei suffer a setback. Under the watchful eyes of the Zeus rookies, Shi Xiaobai walked right in front of Sunless. Sunless, who had her head lowered, looked up. She did not have an expression on her face, nor did she say a word. Shi Xiaobai began to whisper something to her, as though he had deliberately lowered his voice. No one present, other than the powerful god of swords, could hear his words. But very soon, they saw Sunless' eyes suddenly brighten up, as though she had been attracted by Shi Xiaobai's words. Not long after that, Sunless suddenly turned to walk into the hotel. Shi Xiaobai followed closely behind, and the two looked like they were a young couple about to get a room. What was going on? Other than the elderly god of swords, everyone else was dumbfounded. On Gaia's side, they were surprised to discover that Shi Xiaobai knew Sunless. As for the Zeus rookies, they could not understand what had just happened. No, this plot was wrong. Heartless' expression changed. He wanted to rush up to stop them, afraid that his younger sister would be cheated by two Dahe. The elderly god of swords blocked Heartless at this moment. Master? Heartless was left in shock. The god of swords shook his head and said, "Let her go, this is the happiness that belongs to her." The elderly god of swords was the only one who heard Shi Xiaobai and Sunless' conversation. He knew very well how much happiness a sword art's heritage would bring to a sword fanatic. Heartless nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Happiness that belongs to her. Holy shit, my sister is only 15 years old. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 212, In the Northern Darkness, there is a fish and his name is Kuan. Chapter 212, In the Northern Darkness, there is a fish and his name is Kuan. When Shi Xiaobai came in front of Sunless, he directly told her about the sword art's heritage. He obviously knew about walls having ears, so he deliberately lowered his voice. He explained that he was apologetic for eating her sword, and explained to her what he understood by sword art's heritage. He did not expect Sunless to quickly understand what he meant, and how attracted she would be to his words. The phrase sword art's heritage was extremely alluring to a sword fanatic like her. Shi Xiaobai carried on explaining that while gaining insights into the sword art's heritage, one would enter a deep meditative state, so there was a need for her to find somewhere where she would not be disturbed. Sunless hesitated for a while before turning around to lead Shi Xiaobai to her hotel room. Shi Xiaobai passed the little golden pearl to her and told her of the exact usage method before turning around to leave. He never expected Sunless to immediately chase after him. In her hand was a primitively simple-looking manual that she handed to him. "For you." Sunless' voice sounded like an eager kitten. Shi Xiaobai accepted the ancient book with surprise while Sunless rushed back to her room and slammed the door shut. Clearly, she was eager to gain insights from the sword art's heritage. Shi Xiaobai gave a knowing smile. He had also guessed that the azure-dressed girl was Sunless. Her title as a sword fanatic was indeed no misnomer. Shi Xiaobai looked down at the ancient book in his hand. On the book were 4 characters written with forceful strokes, Kuan Peng 1 Sword Manual. If the elderly god of swords were here, he would have definitely vomited blood. This was because the book, Kuan Peng's Sword Manual, was an ancient sword manual he had temporarily lent to Sunless for her to learn and gain insights from. This was a treasure of the elderly god of swords sword sect. Only one person could inherit it every generation, but Sunless had given it to Shi Xiaobai without his permission. Shi Xiaobai curiously flipped to the first page of the ancient book. A passage of scrawling text came into view. Cultivating the Kuan Peng sword technique is divided into 3 forms. The lower form observes sword moves, the middle form gains self-enlightenment from sword manuals, the upper form gains insight from the mantra. If one is able to truly comprehend the mantra beneath, one will master the most powerful Kuan Peng sword technique. However, it's rare to even have one person of the upper form in 10,000 years, so do not be obsessed with the following mantra. It is only for destined ones. After reading this passage, Shi Xiaobai's eyes widened. There were even different grades to the cultivating of this sword technique. As for him, he obviously wanted to cultivate the upper form. Shi Xiaobai's interest was piqued as he carefully read the so-called mantra. Kuan Peng Mantra, in the northern darkness there is a fish and his name is Kuan. Kuan is so huge, no pot can stew it. he changes and becomes a bird whose name is Peng. Peng is so huge, it requires 2 grills. One for cumin, one for spiciness. Shi Xiaobai looked at the mantra dumbfounded. He realized that this mantra was somewhat weird. This was because on first glance, the mantra sounded like a playful joke. But if he looked carefully, and perused it, he would realize that it was truly a fucking joke. How was this a mantra? Shi Xiaobai knitted his brows and looked up to scan his surroundings. He walked forward and found a corner where few people would walk past in the hotel and sat down. He stared unblinkingly at the mantra. This king will crack the secret behind this mantra. Shi Xiaobai felt that this mantra was definitely no ordinary joke. There must be wisdom that was beyond the comprehension of mere mortals contained within it. If not, why would the opening passage say that 10,000 years were not enough to produce a person who was able to comprehend it? Shi Xiaobai believed in his wisdom as king. He could absolutely understand it. At this moment, Shi Xiaobai's stubborn temper burst outward. He stared intently at the short mantra as his mind constantly flashed with different theories. This sort of puzzle cracking was extremely interesting to him, so Shi Xiaobai did not notice the flow of time. Slowly, an hour had passed. Suddenly, Shi Xiaobai's eyes lit up. This is... Suddenly, the mantra Shi Xiaobai was looking at began to emit golden light, as though it was coated in a layer of gold. Shi Xiaobai blinked his eyes to ensure that it was not his illusion. He began theorizing using the parts of the text which were now golden, such as deleting some of the golden text, or picking some of it out. He also tried replacing the golden words with homophones. As he was trying all possibilities, from time to time, new words would turn golden. Shi Xiaobai would immediately reject his theories from before and begin a new round of wild and baseless guesses. Shi Xiaobai gradually forgot his original intentions and began immersing himself in the fun of indiscriminate theorizing. This short passage gave him all sorts of wondrous ideas as his thoughts went wild in an indescribable fashion. After another hour, with the final word pot lighting up, the entire mantra had turned golden. At that moment, the beams of golden light shot up into the sky from the text, and before they reached the ceiling they descended. They shot down like crossbow arrows straight into Shi Xiaobai's eyes. Shi Xiaobai involuntarily closed his eyes as his vision went black. Immediately, a golden light bloomed and in the dazzling light, he seemed to see a gigantic fish that spanned a few thousand li within a roaring sea. Fish, a humongous fish. Following that, in the hotel lobby, Heartless and the other 5 rookies were sitting around. The 6 of them had extremely sullen looks. Yama Minamiya sat on a seat across them, his expression as ugly as theirs. More than 5 hours had already passed. It had been 5 hours since Shi Xiaobai and Sunless entered the hotel room. With the elderly god of swords stopping them, Heartless and company had to curb their urge to break down the door, but their nerves were on the verge of torture at every moment. Although the elderly god of swords repeatedly assured them, saying that 2 Dahe and Sunless were not engaging in whatever they imagined, the elderly god of swords remained vague. He refused to tell everyone what 2 Dahe had said to Sunless. Furthermore, it was after 5 hours, 2 Dahe had entered Sunless' room with the room locked from inside. They had not come out for 5 hours. How could nothing be going on for a boy and girl to share a room alone? Although Sunless was a sword fanatic, it did not mean she wasn't a woman. Heartless and company anxiously waited. They believed that the sword arts-obsessed Sunless would not develop any romantic feelings, but they could not help but suspect that 2 Dahe had used some sinister method to deceive Sunless. However, the elderly god of swords was guarding the corridor, preventing them from approaching Sunless' room. Hence, they could only suffer while waiting in the lobby. In great contrast with them was Riko and Matsi. The duo was having a good time chatting. Unless Sunless had failed to resist her biological urges and pushed 2 Dahe onto a bed, there was no need for worry. Their trust in him was not something that could be expressed in words. Muyue Sheng and Kevin, who sat on the fence, did not mention a word about the matter. they also maintained their silence. The four had returned to their rooms early on. Only Yama Minamiya had stayed behind because he was worried that his daughter had been too timed. He was waiting for Shi Xiaobai to come out to interrogate him. 1. The Kuanpang is a legendary beast in Chinese culture which transforms from a fish form to a bird form. It has been given names like Leviathan for Kuan and Rock for Pang. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 213, I engaged in it for 5 hours. Chapter 213, I engaged in it for 5 hours. The elderly god of swords stood in the hallway for nearly 5 hours. When Shi Xiaobai offered sword arts heritage to Sunless, his words were like thunder to the god of swords' ears. This was because there was such a term mentioned in the Kuanpang sword manual. Furthermore, the elderly god of swords had previously witnessed it before. Just witnessing it alone was enough for him to know how rare an opportunity sword arts heritage was. And based on Tu Dahei's description, the sword arts heritage he was giving to Sunless as reparations was extremely extraordinary. The elderly god of swords obviously wanted Sunless to grasp the opportunity well. How could he allow Heartless and company to disturb Sunless from her deep meditative state? If that happened, it would be a grave sin on his part. Furthermore, he could not explain to everyone what sword arts heritage was. This was because sword arts heritage was a form of heritage series that could be stolen. As long as the owner was killed, some vicious means could be used to steal the sword arts heritage. This was worse than the walls having ears. If this news was spread, Sunless might be in grave danger. To be safe, the elderly god of swords definitely wanted to keep the matter a secret. Furthermore, the elderly god of swords had long sensed that Sunless was the only living being in her room. From the looks of it, Tu Dahei had already left. As for where Tu Dahei went, it was none of his business. Hence, the elderly god of swords explained to everyone that Tu Dahei and Sunless were not engaging in something that they imagined. Furthermore, Tu Dahei was not in Sunless' room. But alas, Heartless and company refused to believe him. If Tu Dahei wasn't in Sunless' room, where had he gone to all this time? If there was truly nothing going on between the two, why was the elderly god of swords being so ambiguous? All in all, Heartless and company could not ease their minds. They sat in the lobby waiting, while the elderly god of swords stood guard by the hallway. 5 hours passed. A figure suddenly began to walk over from the other end of the hallway. The elderly god of swords was surprised. He never expected Tu Dahei to be so close, as though he had hidden in a secluded corner. As Tu Dahei approached, the elderly god of swords felt something strange. He could sense a familiar aura from Tu Dahei's body, but he could not put his finger on it immediately. However, this aura was very intimate but also very overbearing. It gave the elderly god of swords a strange feeling of wanting to both approach and keep away from him. When Tu Dahei walked past him, the elderly god of swords coughed and said with a deep voice, "Child, you have traveled a great distance on the wrong path. The beginner's sword is only the most basic sword technique." The elderly god of swords was only met with a calm sentence. Originally there is no path in this world, but the first person to take the wrong path allows the path to come into being, but... The elderly god of swords was startled and turned his head to watch Tu Dahei walk away. As he savored the words, he was immediately shocked and amused. This answer was very intelligent, but also very overbearing. But most importantly, it sounded impressive. "Sai, when it comes to posturing, this child is best suited to be my personal disciple." The elderly god of swords shook his head with a laugh and did not think further about it. When Shi Xiaobai entered the lobby, the 6 Zeus rookies in Yama Minamiya immediately surrounded him in a ferocious manner. He was slightly surprised as he asked, "What's the matter?" Heartless was the first to angrily say, "Tu Dahei, what did you do to my sister?" Shi Xiaobai took a few moments to realize that the sister Heartless was referring to was that azure-dressed girl. Shi Xiaobai obviously could not mention the sword art's heritage, so after thinking for a moment, he answered, "This king had to make up for his mistake. This king had let down your sister, as this king had eaten her." "Shut up! Speak no further!" Heartless boomed and interrupted Shi Xiaobai's words. His expression was livid, as though he wanted to devour Shi Xiaobai. Shi Xiaobai was planning on saying, "as this king had eaten her sword," but with Heartless cutting him off, he missed the last word. However, he did not realize that the omission of a single word was like a fatal blow to the 7 people in front of him. Shi Xiaobai frowned slightly. He was displeased with their attitudes as he said with a heavy voice, "It seems like you have a problem with this king. If you want to avenge yesterday's matter, this king welcomes you anytime. It's best if all 6 of you fight me." The 6 rookies immediately took an angry step forward. Tu Dahei had done something that would have incurred the wrath of humans and gods, yet was still so arrogant about it. He deserved death. Shi Xiaobai's eyes lit up as he also took a step forward. "Come on, let's hurt each other." Yama Minamiya's expression changed slightly. Although he was vexed over Shi Xiaobai's 2-timing act, he would definitely not watch the battle take place in front of him without doing a thing. He hurriedly came to Shi Xiaobai and waved his hand and said, "There must be a misunderstanding on this matter. Everyone calm down. Since the 2 of them have already, and it has to be mutual. Anyways, the most important thing is to ask for the full truth." Heartless angrily said, "What else is there to ask? My sister is obsessed with sword arts and she has a simple mind. It must be Tu Dahei that had deceived her. Calm down first." Yama Minamiya sighed and turned to say to Shi Xiaobai, "Dahei, what happened in the past 5 hours? Make sure to explain well." Shi Xiaobai frowned slightly. He was unsure what these people were arguing about. Why did they say that he was deceiving Sunless? However, Yama Minamiya was Riko's father, so Shi Xiaobai felt that it was better for him to show him some respect. He pondered for a moment. He could not say sword art's heritage. As for the Kuanpeng sword manual, it was also extremely mysterious, so it was best he did not mention it. As Shi Xiaobai considered his words, he finally said, "This king gave her something she wanted, while she gave this king a big pleasant surprise. This king accidentally got engrossed in it, and engaged one in it for 5 hours over there." Shi Xiaobai deliberately reached out his hand to point to the other end of the hallway. He wanted to explain that he had been sitting there for 5 hours, but Sunless' room happened to be in the line of sight in the direction he pointed. Everyone was dumbfounded as Yama Minamiya stared with widened eyes. Something she wanted? A big pleasant surprise? Accidentally got engrossed in it? Engaged in it for 5 hours in Sunless' room. Tu Dahei, I'll fight it out with you. You swine, give me your life. Dahei, how can you do this to my daughter? Tu Dahei, you are shameless. The 7 immediately bellowed in anger as they stared furiously at Shi Xiaobai. Shi Xiaobai's eyebrows twitched. He had a nagging feeling that a huge misunderstanding had happened, but he could not be bothered to explain. Scanning the crowd, other than Yama Minamiya appearing threatening to him, the others were nothing to him. It's been a while since this king has cultivated this turtle his hardest. Besides, it's time to avenge the battle exchange. With this thought in mind, Shi Xiaobai gestured to the 7 with his finger and said, "If you want to fight, fight on." How could Heartless and the 5 rookies tolerate this? Immediately, they charged at Shi Xiaobai like 6 fierce wolves. Yama Minamiya's expression changed, but after hesitating for a moment, he did not stop them. "Fuck, must you brag about the coquettish matter you did for 5 hours?" Yama Minamiya obviously could not personally teach Shi Xiaobai a lesson. It would be an act of bullying. If Callie knew about it, he would probably land in serious trouble. He finally chose to silently stand by the side. He wanted to let Shi Xiaobai suffer some physical pain. With this, the sudden battle of 6 against 1 began. Translator's notes: the English words used might sound forced and easily be misinterpreted when there are other better words. But in Chinese, due to many words being homophones, it can be easily misinterpreted despite the word being used as a common used word. This is because Chinese requires a lot of contextual clues. 1. The actual Chinese word here is sat, zua. However, it is a homophone to do, zua. In other words, I did, her, over there for 5 hours. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 214, Combined Assault on Tu Dahe. Chapter 214, Combined Assault on Tu Dahe. The 6-person team led by Heartless spontaneously attacked Shi Xiaobai, but none of them used any weapons. Despite being enraged, they still managed to maintain their final bit of reason. Shi Xiaobai immediately used crab steps to dodge to the side. The 6 people were not on the same level as Hua Pengju and company. With his current physical defense, it was very dangerous to resist the attacks from the 6. Bastard, don't you try escaping. The self-proclaimed assassin, who was the burly youth that defeated Kevin, was the fastest. He was the first to come in front of Shi Xiaobai, and with a fist surging with psionic power, he punched furiously at Shi Xiaobai. A glint flashed in Shi Xiaobai's eyes as his retreating footsteps came to a sudden halt. With a twist of his body, he used his shoulder to meet a fist. Pang! The sounds of bones striking one another resounded as the burly youth's fist hit Shi Xiaobai's right shoulder. Boom! Shi Xiaobai was immediately sent flying back, as he toppled a row of seats. What are all of you doing? The commotion immediately alerted the hotel's front desk. A receptionist screamed, "Security, security! Hurry, there are people fighting here!" Heartless' expression changed and he signaled with his eyes. A male rookie immediately understood his intentions and walked towards the reception and said, "It's a misunderstanding." "It's all a misunderstanding." The burly youth whose punch had hit its mark frowned slightly. He had been taken by surprise that his punch had managed to hit its target. After all, Tu Dahe was a person who had one-shot Heartless. Furthermore, he had the nagging feeling that Tu Dahe had been the one who sent his shoulder at him. When the others saw the burly youth send Tu Dahe flying with a punch, they were delighted. The female whopper sustained the threat as she pounced at the fallen Shi Xiaobai. Mte Tai Crush. Shi Xiaobai had just fallen to the ground, and when he looked up, it as though a mountain was crushing down at him. The mountain was none other than the massive figure of the female whopper. His expression instantly changed as he quickly weighed the pros and cons. At a speed which left no time for one to cover one's ears, he darted away from the ground. Boom! The massive body slammed to the ground, causing the splinters from the already broken chairs to fly into the air. Even the hard steel ground had cracked. Shi Xiaobai drew a gasp. Thankfully, he had not tried resisting this strike in order to cultivate his "this turtle is hardest." Ignoring the whopper's destructive power, if he were crushed by her massive body on the ground, he would probably experience a life worse than death. Hand your life over. At the moment Shi Xiaobai fell into a startled daze, a kick came flying at him. Shi Xiaobai quickly reacted and raised his leg, and used his thigh to meet the kick that was aimed at his abdomen. Pang! Shi Xiaobai was once again sent flying back. The person who had sent the flying kick was a good-looking Adonis. With a successful strike, the Adonis immediately charged again. Die! The Adonis was abnormally furious as he raised his leg to stomp down at Shi Xiaobai's waist. With a slight movement to his side, Shi Xiaobai used the side of his waist to meet the foot. The Adonis raised his foot once again, but with both hands on the ground, Shi Xiaobai did a backflip to dodge that strike. At the same time, another figure appeared behind Shi Xiaobai. It was a short-haired youth. Pay the price for what you have done. The short-haired youth struck his palm towards Shi Xiaobai's back. A glimmer flashed in Shi Xiaobai's eyes as he took a step back to withstand the palm strike. Pang! Shi Xiaobai's back was hit as he was sent flying forward. Die! A cold beam flashed in the Adonis' eyes as he jumped up to send a kick towards Shi Xiaobai's crotch. In midair, Shi Xiaobai struggled to turn sideways as he used his left leg to meet the kick. Immediately, his body was sent spinning a few times by the kick. The female Whopper appeared in front of Shi Xiaobai, and with her hands clasped together like a hammer before she slammed down on Shi Xiaobai's chest. Boom! Shi Xiaobai crashed to the ground, as the ground cracked outwards for several meters, like spiderwebs. MT Tai crush. The Whopper leaped at the fallen Shi Xiaobai once again. Shi Xiaobai, who had suffered a serious blow moments ago, quickly dodged the Whopper's slam. At this moment, security personnel had arrived. It was unknown when the elderly god of swords had appeared in the lobby to block the security, motioning for them to ignore the matter. As he looked at Shi Xiaobai, his eyes were filled with surprise. Heartless, who had not struck out all this while, could not help but gape with his mouth wide open. Yama Minamiya, who was by the side, was also somewhat dumbfounded. From their view, Shi Xiaobai had managed to avoid injury at the critical moment each and every time. Furthermore, he would often take the initiative to receive the attacks of the four rookies. He was clearly being beaten, but it felt like he was playing the four rookies like a fiddle. And what shocked them the most was Shi Xiaobai's ability to withstand their blows. Clearly, he did not use any psionic defensive skills and he was using only his body to withstand the damage, yet he did not show a trace of pain from the very beginning. His motions were smooth as though he was not affected by the pain inflicted on his body. It was as though he was a machine that did not know pain. The four rookies who were still doing their best to attack Shi Xiaobai were unable to see as clearly as people from the outside. They had excited expressions, happy to vent the anger in their hearts. They did not notice that while Shi Xiaobai was constantly receiving their attacks, his eyes were as bright as the stars. The beatings continued on while the male rookie who had run to appease the reception counter had joined the battle. Soon, the hotel lobby was in a mess as a result of the abuse. The manager who came had a long face, but the manager and the security personnel could not do a thing when they realized that the elderly god of swords was acquiescing the brutal violence. There were more and more onlookers, each and every one of them were wondering the reason as to why no one was stopping the display of violence. Some even secretly took out their cell phones to take pictures. The beatings continued for about 10 minutes when the surrounding onlookers found something amiss. The five rookies were also somewhat startled. Why did two Dahe still have the strength to dodge after receiving 10 minutes of beatings? Furthermore, they had felt Shi Xiaobai grab them on the arms and they had suddenly felt a strange feeling. All of a sudden, the five rookies had drastic changes on their faces as they spontaneously stopped attacking. When Heartless saw the situation unfold, his eyes flashed a cold beam. He had not joined the battle in the beginning because he was filled with dread of two Dahe. Later on, he did not join the battle because he found something amiss, but now, he could no longer refrain from joining the battle as white psionic power surged out of Heartless' 5 fingers as it coagulated and turned into a white psionic sword. He had come to a realization that using punches and kicks against two Dahe was insufficient. With the sword in hand, Heartless silently walked towards Shi Xiaobai. When Shi Xiaobai's back was completely facing him, he suddenly accelerated and came behind Shi Xiaobai. Rising his psionic sword, he slashed down at Shi Xiaobai's back. He wanted this strike to leave a long scar on Shi Xiaobai's back. This was the anger of an elder brother. Yama Minamiya's expression changed drastically as a yellow psionic arrow shot out from his fingertip towards Heartless' psionic sword at an extremely fast speed. The elderly god of swords was about to make his move as well, but when he saw something, he came to an abrupt halt. Suddenly, before Heartless' psionic sword slashed down, or before Yama Minamiya's psionic arrow arrived at its destination, an azure sword beam that came from afar shattered Heartless' psionic sword. At the same time, 5 azure sword beams fell from the sky, opening up a rift in the ground in front of the other 5 rookies. It made them retreat in amazement. Everyone turned their heads and they saw an azure-dressed girl standing at the intersection of the lobby and the hallway. With a silver sword in hand, her eyebrows were knitted together. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 215, Shit, there's no way to stop. Chapter 215, Shit, there's no way to stop. As everyone turned their heads over, they saw that the person who had suddenly slashed out a formless sword beam to save Shi Xiaobai was the newly arrived Sunless Little Sun. Heartless' face changed slightly as he lowered his hand. It was extremely rare for him to see his sister frown. It was proof that she was in a terrible mood. The 5 other rookies did not dare to continue attacking Shi Xiaobai, but their faces gradually turned red for an unknown reason, as though they were trying their best to hold something back. Surrounded by a few people, Shi Xiaobai's clothes were tattered and torn, with dust covering his entire body. His exposed limbs were bruised, so other than his delicate face looking fine, it was as though he was injured all over. When Sunless saw this, her frown deepened as she briskly walked over to Shi Xiaobai. The Adonis who was in the way flashed a look of pain in his eyes, but he immediately made way for her. Sunless silently walked in front of Shi Xiaobai and suddenly reached out her fair hand to grab his right hand. "Follow me," Sunless said softly as she held onto Shi Xiaobai's hand and turned to walk back. Shi Xiaobai was slightly taken aback, but he did not say a word. The 10 minutes of assault had already satisfied his "this turtle is hardest," and for a particular reason, he was just about to leave. Shi Xiaobai allowed Sunless to hold on to him as he turned to look at the Zeus rookies, who were clenching their teeth. Slowly, he revealed a strange smile. Was that look supposed to come from a person who had just experienced a brutal combined assault? Sunless and Shi Xiaobai quickly left the lobby as everyone exchanged looks. The elderly god of swords said with a wry smile, "I should have curbed my curiosity. Now, Little Sun is probably blaming me for helping the wicked perpetuate wicked deeds." Yama Minamiya said helplessly, "This isn't Senior's fault. This Junior could not resist it either." Unfortunately, I still could not deduce what had happened after watching for 10 minutes. I wonder if Senior managed to figure it out. The elderly god of swords shook his head and said, "I can only guess a thing or two. That child's movement technique is very profound. He dodges nearly every attack that would deal him serious damage. And he would frequently take the initiative to receive the damage within a specific range. It seems like him being beaten gives him certain benefits, but as for what the benefits are, I was unable to tell. That child is truly strange." Yama Minamiya nodded as well. He had also managed to figure those points out, and he too shared the same thoughts as the god of swords on Shi Xiaobai's strangeness. On the other side, Heartless and the other 5 rookies had extremely ugly facial expressions. The 5 rookies looked like they were enduring something as their foreheads were covered in sweat. Heartless sighed and said, "Your onslaught of attacks might not have dealt any damage to Dahe, instead, it might have also allowed a particular scheme of his to succeed." The female Whopper's fats quivered as though she was enduring something. She said with a growl, "We should not have held back. If we had used weapons, that bastard would have long been dead." The burly youth's body quivered as he smiled and said, "If we could kill him, would we be feeling so down? If we had been serious, Yama Minamiya and Senior God of Swords would definitely prevent it. Letting him suffer some physical pain in broad daylight is already quite good." The Adonis' face was purple, and his eyes were burning with fury as he said, "But does that bastard look like he has suffered any physical pain? There is no way I can take this lying down. Brother Yi, are we just going to forget this? We can't let that bastard near Miss Sunless again." Heartless' expression was slightly cold as he said, "In the future, we can only deal with Dahe in secret. Little Sunless thinks highly of Dahe. Have any of you seen her hold anyone's hand? That girl, she is a germaphobe." The expressions of the 5 rookies turned livid. The 4 male rookies naturally looked up to Sunless more or less. They had not had the chance to even speak to Sunless once. She was like a snow lotus high in the sky, only to be seen from afar, but impossible to approach. Even if they could approach her, they did not dare to have any other disrespectful thoughts. The snow lotus should not belong to anyone. No one had the right to possess her. But such a snow lotus high in the sky had been picked by someone right in front of them. How could they tolerate this? Pooh! Suddenly, a suppressed sound echoed. The Whopper's fat was quivering as she said with a tremble, I'll be returning to my room for now. As the Whopper said this, she turned around and walked towards the side of the lobby. However, the way she walked appeared extremely odd. Her fat thighs were lodged tightly together, as though she wanted to walk faster, but she did not dare to do so. Her body was constantly trembling. Suddenly. Pooh, pooh. 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 Clear sounds that resembled a machine guns emitted out of the Whopper's body. With a loud scream, she began taking wide strides, causing the ground to tremble. When the people in the hall heard this sound, they were alarmed. At this moment, the Adonis began trembling as he said, I need to leave too, but... The other three rookies said in a hurry as well, we will be going back to our rooms. Heartless was left confounded as he asked with uncertainty, what's wrong with all of you? The four rookies did not respond, but with such faces as though they were holding in something, they pressed forward with great difficulty while their legs were tightly turned inwards. Pooh! A series of rasping sounds echoed once again. Pooh! 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 The rasping sounds boomed in succession. Hey, this will not be the end of it. The Adonis gave out a hateful cry and ran away quickly. The other three cursed out simultaneously and no longer proceeded forward in a restrained manner. Instead, they rushed forward like they were running for their lives, leaving behind a series of machine gun-like pooh sounds. There was quite a crowd at the lobby at that moment. They were quite surprised, but soon their faces changed. Holy shit, it stinks! What a stench! Hurry, let me out, I'm dying. The crowd covered their noses and mouth as they shoved their way towards the hotel's entrance. At this moment, a disgusting stench emanated throughout the entire lobby. It was so foul-smelling that it was nauseating. They finally realized what had happened. The series of machine gun-like poo sounds was the sound of flatulence. What sort of stomach upset could it be to produce such a loud and continuous series of echoing farts? Furthermore, the level of the stench was so pungent that it made their hair stand on ends. The elderly god of swords was fast to react and escaped in a timely fashion, allowing him to not suffer from the toxic fumes. Back when Yama Minamiya saw Shi Xiaobai's strange smile, he had a strong sense of foreboding. When he heard the Whopper produce a series of poo sounds, he had a guess that she was farting. As such, he too had managed to escape in time. Heartless' mind was filled with questions as he watched his peers leave, but suddenly, his olfactory sense was assaulted by the emanating stench. Immediately, his face turned blue as his innards began twisting. He nearly vomited. At the same time, Heartless' mind could not help but flash the scene of Dahe turning his head and giving a strange smile before he left. The 5 rookies might have collectively eaten something rotten, but it was unlikely for them to have explosive diarrhea at the same moment. It was evidently all Dahe's doing. But, how did he do that? Heartless felt goosebumps. Dahe was truly extremely weird. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 216, Take Off. Chapter 216, Take Off. Inside Sunless Room. Sunless released her grip as she looked at Shi Xiaobai. Pointing at her bed, she said softly, Sit. After that, she walked to a cabinet by the side of the room, and began rummaging through it. Shi Xiaobai was somewhat accustomed to sunless silence. Without much thought, he walked towards the large, soft bed and sat on it. He was in an extremely good mood at the moment. The 5 Zeus rookies' attack on him had more or less dealt him certain internal injuries, but it was not serious. Furthermore, with his endurance from unleaking turtle aura, he did not feel much pain, and instead, he felt a pleasant feeling all across his body. This turtle is hardest had also given great benefits. Just a short 10 minutes of being attacked by the 5 rookies was more effective than being hit by the Annihilation rookies for 3 hours. What they gave Shi Xiaobai could be considered super experience. Furthermore, Shi Xiaobai had taken the initiative to strike at the last moment. He had taken advantage of the 5 rookies being careless, and grabbed their arms and used Divine Massage Incessant Diarrhea on them. There was likely no chance for their asses to leave the toilet tonight. Shi Xiaobai closed his eyes as he used his mind to sense the improvement in his physical defense after this process. Skin Defense, Mortal Body Level 3, 29. Flesh and Blood Defense, Mortal Body Level 4, 35. Bones Defense, Mortal Body Level 3, 28. Mental Defense, Unknown. Shi Xiaobai was delighted. He never expected that a short period of 10 minutes had allowed his skin defense to increase by 18 points. His flesh and blood defense rose by 20 points. His bones defense rose by 21 points. Nearly all of them doubled or more. However, this had given Shi Xiaobai a warning. During the 10 minutes, he had avoided the heavy blows and received the light blows. Furthermore, the 5 rookies did not use their full strength, yet such damage was enough to rise his physical defense by a great amount. This indicated how bad his physical defense was, to begin with. It appears like this king has to find an opportunity to do body tempering. Shi Xiaobai had such a thought. The body tempering method, this turtle is hardest, only required him to receive damage. In fact, this body tempering condition was rather relaxed. The only problem was him not having recently paid much attention to body tempering. Now that he realized how much his physical defense needed improving, he finally paid it more attention. As Shi Xiaobai was beginning to prepare a plan for his future path, Sunless finally closed the cabinet and walked over to the bed. "Take off," Sunless said with a calm voice, as though she was without emotion. Shi Xiaobai looked up in surprise as he noticed a crystalline bottle with golden liquid in Sunless' hand. Her face was still expressionless, and her eyes that looked down appeared still. Shi Xiaobai responded by saying, "This king is fine. How can a few mortals injure the body of a king that surpasses the bodies of demons and gods?" Sunless shook her head and whispered, "I can see, Sunless said as she pointed out with her slender finger at a few spots on Shi Xiaobai's body. Shi Xiaobai immediately revealed a look of surprise. Those spots were places he had suffered minor internal injuries because he had not dodged in time. The azure-dressed girl could actually see them with her naked eye? This bit of injury is like a mosquito bite to this king. Shi Xiaobai obviously paid little notice to such minor internal injuries. Sunless eyelashes fluttered once before she lowered her head, but quickly she raised it again and pointed to the bottle of golden liquid. She said, "Good effect." Shi Xiaobai was slightly surprised. Looking up at the girl, her face was still void of expression, but her blue eyes had a hint of desire. She wished for him to use the bottle of fluid to rub on his wounds, but she did not know how to convince him. She did not know how to be forceful, nor did she know how to be tactful, much less, be articulate. However, this sincere heart, masked under a deadpan surface, was something Shi Xiaobai could not reject. With a smile, Shi Xiaobai reached out his hand and took the bottle of golden fluid. He said with a smile, "Then, this king shall try to see if it really has good effects or not." When Shi Xiaobai took the bottle of medicine, a faint look of happiness flashed in Sunless' still eyes. Shi Xiaobai simply took off his shirt and revealed his bare upper body. His body was considered slim, but he was not skinny. Although he did not have 8 abs, his muscles were toned and his skin white. It did not look ugly at all. At this moment, there were several spots on Shi Xiaobai's body that were black from the inside. These black spots were a result of internal injuries that were caused by his blood vessels, bones, or organs being injured. Other than inhibiting the pain, unleaking turtle aura had the effects of accelerated recovery. However, its effect was rather weak, so it could only heal his external injuries. For internal injuries, it could not do much regardless of how minor it was. Sunless lowered her head as she looked at Shi Xiaobai's half-naked body. Her gaze remained unchanged, without the shyness a normal girl would have. Shi Xiaobai did not have any additional thoughts when a beautiful girl stared at his body. He did not have the embarrassment a normal teenage boy would have. Shi Xiaobai dropped a drop of golden liquid on his fingertip and gently wiped it across a bruised patch. A refreshing feeling immediately sank from his skin into his body and went straight to his head. It made Shi Xiaobai involuntarily draw a gasp. The bruise vanished when the golden fluid was smudged over it. In a few seconds, there was not a trace left. Shi Xiaobai felt that his flesh defense was suddenly beginning to rise. It went from 35 to 39. It had risen by 4 points in an instant. Shi Xiaobai was slightly shocked. Immediately, he dripped another drop of the golden liquid and smeared it across another bruised spot. Similarly, a cool sensation went straight to his head and the color of the bruise faded away. His flesh and blood defense increased by 3 points to 42. He had immediately achieved mortal body level 5. It was unexpected for the golden liquid to have such amazing effects. Shi Xiaobai looked up and saw Sunless already sitting on a chair not far from him. Her eyes looked slightly glazed as though she was in a trance. Shi Xiaobai did not bother her as he dripped another drop of the golden fluid on another wound. Every drop allowed his flesh and bone defense to increase, more or less. By the 7th drop, it finally lost its effect of upgrading his flesh and blood defense. However, Shi Xiaobai's flesh and blood defense had already reached 49 points. He was at the brink of attaining mortal body level 6. After smearing the fluid across all his wounds, he had used a total of 11 drops of golden fluid. However, the fluid in the bottle had been reduced by more than half. This made Shi Xiaobai feel somewhat embarrassed. The golden fluid must have been very valuable, yet he had used half of it on his minor injuries. It was rather extravagant. Shi Xiaobai put his clothes on again and got up to head towards Sunless with the bottle of golden fluid in hand. However, his footsteps came to a halt after he traversed half the distance. Sunless' eyes were still glazed, as though she had not seen the approaching Shi Xiaobai. She had no response at all. Shi Xiaobai lowered his head as he focused on the empty blue eyes. From the pair of eyes, Shi Xiaobai saw a hint of sword aura. No, it was not a glimmer of sword aura. On a careful look, he discovered that it was flooding sword intent. Translator's note: remember, every $30 increase, $790, $820, on Patreon, a bonus chapter will be released. There will be advanced chapters provided sometime in the middle of the month. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 217, Tussled 300 times that night. Chapter 217, Tussled 300 times that night. Shi Xiaobai's mind was immediately attracted by the surging sword intent in Sunless' eyes. It was as though there was a world of swords hidden in her eyes. Slowly, Shi Xiaobai saw a world through those eyes, a hazy world. The world's lofty skies were void of clouds, and its ground was an expanse that spanned thousands of miles. The hazy vision gradually became clear as the world in Sunless' eyes suddenly drew closer, as though it had been magnified. His vision was slowly occupied by a vast green plain. On it, he saw swords embedded across the green plain, like wildflowers that grew everywhere. The hazy veil was slowly replaced by clarity, as Shi Xiaobai finally discerned a figure on the spread of green grass and flower swords. The figure was dressed in an azure-colored dress as she engaged in swordplay. No, it was not only swordplay. Every slash she made contained surging sword intent. Azure sword beams were produced by each slash. As the sword beams burst out in all directions, they appeared to slash apart the sky and open up the land. The azure-dressed figure was graceful in her every slash. Her every footstep and every strike resembled a dance. However, this dance did not seem ordinary or tacky. Instead, it contained a transcendent air of a sage-like immortal. It was not swordplay, but it appeared like swordplay. When Shi Xiaobai saw this beautiful world and that figure engaging in swordplay through sunless eyes, he felt an inexplicable longing. He yearned to enter this secret world and spar with the figure on that vast plain. At the instant he had this desire, Shi Xiaobai's consciousness went into a blur. The world in front of him suddenly shattered. Light, darkness, time and space, everything shattered like glass. You? A soft voice that resembled a kitten's mew woke up Shi Xiaobai. He looked astounded as an azure-dressed girl stood in front of him. There was a clear blue sky above him with a gentle breeze stroking his neck. The green ground beneath his feet was filled with grass that extended outwards. Swords of various colors were scattered and embedded in the ground around him, as though they were blooming flowers. This place. Shi Xiaobai drew a gasp. This was the world he had seen in sunless eyes. Shi Xiaobai took another look in front of him. The azure-dressed girl who stood in between the heaven and earth was sunless. Sword, Sunless said softly once again as she threw the sword in her hand gently at Shi Xiaobai. Shi Xiaobai caught the sword and immediately understood Sunless' intention. With a grin, he raised the sword and pointed at Sunless, saying, "This king happens to have the same intention." Sunless' eyes shimmered slightly as she nodded heavily. Reaching out her right hand, a sword embedded in the ground suddenly shot towards her from a distance and came to a stable halt in her hand. Shi Xiaobai smiled as he charged forward and slashed out. This strike was simple and was also known as beginner sword. However, this strike actually contained a catch because this strike was beginner sword at the crest of perfection realm. Sunless' eyes brightened as she slashed her sword forward. Clang! This was a collision between swords. It was also a battle between sword techniques. Inside Sunless' room. Silence, without a sound. There were only two people in the room. One was standing beside the bed, while the other sat on a chair. Their eyes were locked, but their expressions were dull, as though they were looking at each other lovingly, but it also appeared as though they were not looking at each other. During this quiet moment, the only thing that could be heard was their breathing. However, their breathing was synchronized. Every breath taken was maintained at the same rhythm and speed. It appeared as though their heartbeats and pulses were also at the same frequency. It was as if their souls were connected together. An unknown period of time had passed when suddenly a beam of golden light bloomed from the right hand of the standing person. Moments later, a fair little lowly appeared in the room. She looked up to the left and then turned to the right. A sword fanatic. A sword retard. The difference between them is like night and day, but why are they able to have their sword intent resonate, and have a spiritual exchange? The lowly blinked her eyes and said with a sigh, "Hi, this sword spirit can't understand." Defeat. Abject defeat. Another defeat. Incessant defeats. Shi Xiaobai nearly lost count of the number of defeats he had suffered. He only knew that he had never won once. His beginner sword had reached the crest of perfection realm, but against Sunless, he could not even survive one strike. The beginner sword might be simple, but at the level of the crest of perfection, its strength and speed was incalculable. However, Sunless had similarly used beginner sword, but with her beginner sword at the exemplary mastery realm, she was able to defeat Shi Xiaobai in one strike. Shi Xiaobai quickly realized that this was not the difference in proficiency, but a result of their different insights into the way of the sword. It was like Shi Xiaobai was driving a Ferrari, while Sunless was only driving a BMW. But in a true racing match, Sunless was able to use her driving skills to make up for the disadvantage of her car, to the point of even creating a dominating advantage. And such driving skill was the insight into the way of the sword. This sort of comprehension required thousands of rounds of practice and confrontation, so that experience could be slowly accumulated. Sunless had already found her own way of the sword, and had proceeded forward on that path of truth. As for Shi Xiaobai, he had only just learned beginner sword, but he had yet to understand the true way of the sword. Shi Xiaobai felt as though he had returned to the moment he encountered Thomas. In order to cultivate crab steps, he had been shot in the head by Thomas again and again. However, this was different from what he had experienced with Thomas. His opponent this time was Sunless. She did not mock or encourage him, nor did she give him any guidance. She would only silently defeat him again and again. Regardless of how terrible a defeat Shi Xiaobai suffered, her next strike was still as ruthless as ever. Hence, Shi Xiaobai could only learn from his own defeats through trial and error before he could find his own calling on the path of the sword. Shi Xiaobai's eyes burned with fighting spirit as he pulled a sword out from the ground and rushed forward with sword in hand. He was not afraid of failure. The only thing he was afraid of was not having progress. But fortunately, he was constantly improving. Clang. 1 strike. Clang. 2 strikes, dot. Clang. 3 strikes. Pang. Shi Xiaobai was sent flying by a sword beam once again. Again. Shi Xiaobai immediately stood up. Pulling out another sword, he charged forward once again. Sunless remained expressionless, but her eyes were becoming brighter. Shi Xiaobai's sword technique was truly weak at the moment. But she knew that Shi Xiaobai's future in sword arts would definitely be very strong. And she was looking forward to that. Sunless raised her sword and without mercy, she slashed. After an unknown period of time, Shi Xiaobai opened his eyes and his eyes met a blue pair of eyes. Sunlight had filtered through the curtains beside him, illuminating the stunning beauty. Warning! Sunless cocked her head slightly and whispered. The corners of her mouth suddenly suffused a very faint smile that could strike deep into one's heart. Warning! Shi Xiaobai smiled. That night, he had tussled with her for 300 rounds. He did not win even once. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 218, Not Splitting, Let's Assist. Chapter 218, Not Splitting, Let's Assist. Although Shi Xiaobai had suffered defeat all night long, he was constantly improving. He went from suffering an abject defeat after one strike to the point of him finally being able to survive dozens of strikes. This was a very apparent progress which Sunless noticed. She could not help but reveal a faint smile. It was a very beautiful smile, but short as well. It was fleeting. Shi Xiaobai felt somewhat regretful, but his regret was a result of the short night. Although he was able to end in a stalemate with Sunless over dozens of strikes eventually, that was him using the beginner's sword at the crest of perfection against her using beginner's sword at the exemplary mastery realm. The beginner's sword was after all a basic sword technique. There weren't many variations or tricks, but Sunless had used her own sword insights to open up a gap between them. Shi Xiaobai was constantly searching for his own path of the sword through hundreds of defeats, but he had failed right to the very end. He had only seen a glimmer of light in the vague darkness. Shi Xiaobai realized that he needed to have greater experience for him to open up his own path of the sword. Only when he possessed his own understanding of the sword could he truly battle Sunless. Unfortunately, a single night was still too short. This king shall be leaving. Shi Xiaobai did not expect himself to spend all night in this room, but he was now very happy that he did not say goodbye ahead of time last night. Sunless nodded. Shi Xiaobai headed for the door. When he opened the door, he was immediately surprised. He saw 6 people sitting outside the door. Who else could they be but Heartless and company? At this moment, they were leaning against the walls with their eyes closed. When they heard the door open, they immediately opened their eyes. The other 5 rookies, other than Heartless, were pale in the face. They looked like fatigue had overcome them, as though their bodies had been emptied out. They gritted their teeth and yelled, "Tu dahe." The 5 of them had suffered from diarrhea all night long. Only at 5 in the morning did they manage to get some rest, but immediately, they were informed that 2 Dahe had spent all night in Sunless Room. Immediately, they began to stand guard outside Sunless Room. They were truly tired and sleepy, but their hatred and rage were sustaining their wills. After finally seeing Shi Xiaobai walk out of Sunless Room while he still wore the same clothes as yesterday, their eyes immediately turned red. 2 Dahe, you deserve death. The 5 rookies dragged their frail bodies and charged at Shi Xiaobai. Shi Xiaobai was obviously unafraid. He took a step forward and reached out both his hands. The 5 rookies turned pale as they immediately retreated backwards as though they had seen a ghost. They recalled the terror of being dominated by the bathroom and the toilet. Heartless walked in front of the 5 and said to Shi Xiaobai with a cold expression, 2 Dahe, you have gone too far. Shi Xiaobai nodded and said, you are right, this king should apologize to everyone's toilet. 2 Dahe. The 5 immediately flashed their weapons because they could not tolerate such derision. Heartless stretched out his hand to motion them to not lose their cool. Looking at Shi Xiaobai, he tried his best to speak with a calm tone, let me ask you one last time. Is it true that you did it for 5 hours? And what did you do in my sister's room all night? Shi Xiaobai curled his mouth and found this person exceedingly irritating. However, he was currently disinterested in these weak rookies. He was in a hurry to return to his room to take a shower, so he said honestly, this king only sat for 5 hours yesterday. As for last night, this king tussled with your sister for 300 rounds and ended up losing track of time. When this king realized it, the sky was already bright. Is there a problem? When the 6 people heard this, they felt a jolt passing through them. Tussled for 300 rounds. All night into day. And he even asked if there was a problem. It appears like there's nothing else to say. Heartless sighed and pulled out the sword behind him. His eyes were cold as killing intent immediately surged. The other 5 raised their weapons again, with eyes filled with unrestrained killing intent. Shi Xiaobai's eyes turned slightly cold as streams of white psionic power poured out from his fingertips. They took form as they coagulated, turning into a sharp and solid psionic sword. The beginnings of a fierce battle had been triggered. At this moment, Sunless appeared behind Shi Xiaobai. She looked at everyone with a deadpan expression and gently shook her head. Little son. Heartless' face stiffened and said with great difficulty, was what 2 Dahe said true? That you and him tussled 300 rounds last night? The other 5 rookies pricked up their ears. They refused to believe 2 Dahe's side of the story. When Sunless heard this, she shook her head blankly. Heartless and company immediately heaved a sigh of relief. That's more like it. How could this matter be true? How could the snow lotus high in the sky come down to the mortal world? The 6 persons furiously turned their heads at Shi Xiaobai. It was all a result of this jerk deceiving them. But at this moment, Sunless said with a soft voice, 653 rounds. Heartless and company were immediately petrified. Shi Xiaobai grinned. He never expected Sunless to also be counting. He had indeed lost 653 times. This was darn awkward. Shi Xiaobai noticed how Heartless and company had their eyes glazed over. He immediately retreated. If he stayed here any longer, it was not as easy to posture in front of these mortals. Heartless and company felt their hearts collapse. When they noticed Shi Xiaobai leaving, they immediately wanted to chase after him, but immediately an azure sword beam flashed in front of them, preventing them from taking another step forward. Heartless turned his head at Sunless. His angry look gradually calmed down as he forced himself to speak calmly. Little son, you became fond of him just like this? Sunless pondered for a moment when she heard this. She was fond of Shi Xiaobai giving her sword arts heritage. She was fond of the aura filled with sword intent that emanated from Shi Xiaobai's body. She had been deducing her sword arts alone in her mind, but Shi Xiaobai had managed to resonate with her sword intent, allowing their spirits to connect. Despite her continuously winning during the sword sparring last night, she was fond of it. She was fond of Shi Xiaobai improving amidst failure and the beginning outline of an unyielding way of the sword. So, was she fond of him? She did not know. He is very good. Sunless considered for a moment before giving such an answer. She then shut the door gently. Outside the door, the 6 people fell silent for a long while. Although Sunless had not given a direct answer, to them, it was an affirmative response. The Adonis said angrily, "I can't accept it." "Definitely not." The female Whopper said, "Little sister son must have been deceived by Tu Dahe." The burly teenager said with a deep voice, "We can't let Tu Dahe off that simply." The short-haired teenager said with a sinister look, "Find an opportunity to kill him?" "Enough." Heartless cut off the others and said, "Do you know? Since she was little, little son has only liked sword arts." The faces of the 5 rookies stiffened as the Adonis said with a dry chuckle, "Boss Heartless, what do you mean?" Heartless sighed and said, "She is my sister. What she is fond of is of utmost importance. Let's forget what happened yesterday and the day before yesterday, but..." The Adonis said in disbelief, "Boss, are you saying we can't seek our revenge?" Heartless said coldly, "If Tu Dahe dares to let down my sister, old and new grudges will be settled. When the time comes, I'll kill him if it takes my life. But now, my sister's happiness is of utmost importance. Not only will we not seek revenge, but we should try to find a way to make Tu Dahe commit fully to my sister and devote himself to her and no one else." When the 5 rookies heard this, they were immediately stunned as they gave a bitter look. This cookie-cutter plot wasn't right. Why did they suddenly go from the archetype antagonists that were bent on splitting the couple to assisting archetypes? Can the cards not be dealt so erratically? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 219, Choosing 10 out of 1,000, Picking 1 out of 100. Chapter 219, Choosing 10 out of 1,000, Picking 1 out of 100. Shi Xiaobai quickly realized that he had no idea which hotel room was his. Helplessly, he inquired at the front desk. The receptionist had a deep impression of Shi Xiaobai. The brutal assault yesterday had astounded her. As such, she patiently answered Shi Xiaobai's questions and even took the initiative to lead Shi Xiaobai to his level. The members of Gaia were assigned rooms at the 13th floor. This was also the reason why Rico and company did not notice the commotion that happened in the lobby at the 1st floor. Shi Xiaobai's room was room 5 on the 13th floor. However, he did not receive a key, so he could only knock on room 6, which was Rico's room. Shi Xiaobai knocked twice and shouted once. However, 5 doors opened simultaneously. Yama Minamiya and Rico, Matsi, Muyuasheng and Kevin came out from their respective rooms. Yama Minamiya said angrily, "Shi Xiaobai, what did you do all night in Sunless room? If you do not honestly explain yourself, stay away from my daughter in the future." "Dad, what are you talking about?" Rico rolled her eyes and said to Shi Xiaobai, "Xiaobai, explain yourself properly." Matsi blinked her eyes and said, "Lord Shi Xiaobai, it must be Sunless who seduced you, right?" Muyuasheng sighed and said, "I never expected you to be such an impressive hooligan." Kevin glanced at Matsi and said to Shi Xiaobai shortly after, "This genius will not comment on this matter, but if you were to two-time, this genius will definitely not sit idle." Shi Xiaobai was slightly dumbfounded. He said with a frown, "Why does this king not understand a thing of what all of you are saying?" 5 minutes later, after a series of interrogations, Shi Xiaobai finally understood the reason behind the misunderstanding. Shi Xiaobai was somewhat at a loss whether to laugh or to cry regarding this misunderstanding. He also finally understood the reason of Heartless and company's extreme reactions and bizarre questions. Finally, he said to Rico and company a normal version that was closer to the truth. The general gist was that he had accidentally damaged Sunless purplish gold silver dragon sword, and gave her something similar to a sword manual as reparations. Finally, Sunless gave him a true sword manual, and he was engrossed reading the sword manual and sat in a corner of the hallway for 5 whole hours. Although this explanation had concealed a lot of important information, it had easily resolved most of the misunderstandings. However, it was difficult to explain why he had spent the whole night in Sunless' room. Shi Xiaobai could only describe the matter in general terms. But unexpectedly, Yama Minamiya immediately understood what Shi Xiaobai was referring to. He said with a sigh, "This is an extremely rare spiritual connection phenomenon. It requires the correct combination of luck and people. You are pretty lucky to be able to engage in an entire night of sword sparring with Sunless. It will definitely improve your understanding in swords." Shi Xiaobai nodded upon hearing these words. He had indeed improved a lot. Taking driving skills as an analogy, he was a bad driver driving a Ferrari before last night, but after last night, he finally learned how to drift around the bends. However, he needed a period of time and opportunities before he could become a truly experienced driver. With the misunderstandings finally resolved, everyone spontaneously heaved a sigh of relief. They immediately began speaking on hindsight. "Yama Minamiya, I knew there must have been a misunderstanding somewhere." "Rico, I knew a fool like you who has no sexual urges or intent would do that." This Motzi said so early on." Lord Shi Xiaobai refrains from lust." "Lord Shi Xiaobai is an honest gentleman." "Muyue Sheng, looks like I overestimated your abilities." "Kevin, thankfully this genius always rejects this wave of lovey-dovey ideas." Shi Xiaobai. Shi Xiaobai ignored them and asked Yama Minamiya for his key. Entering his hotel room, he took out a change of clothes from his luggage and took a refreshing cold shower. The mass selection was beginning today, and the selection venue and rules would be sent to each organization's supervisor. Hence, at 7 o'clock sharp, everyone gathered in Yama Minamiya's room. Yama Minamiya held his cell phone while the rest began waiting in boredom. At this moment, Rico said with a smile, "What do you guess the first round would be?" Shi Xiaobai boredly said without thinking, "Long-distance running." Motzi said with a sly smile, "Long-distance running." Kevin immediately echoed, "Long-distance running." Muyue Sheng could not help but smile as she said, "Long-distance running." Rico said in surprise, "It's rare for all of you to have such uniform thoughts." Yama Minamiya gave himself a facepalm as he laughed. These fellows were pulling his leg. If the first round was not long-distance running, he would be somewhat embarrassed. Ding dong. With a ringtone playing, the cell phone suddenly vibrated. Yama Minamiya immediately raised his phone and looked down. Everyone else also looked curiously at Yama Minamiya. Moments later, Yama Minamiya frowned slightly as he looked at everyone and said with a wry smile, "It's not long-distance running. Furthermore, there is nothing beyond the first round." Rico said out of curiosity, "What do you mean by that?" Yama Minamiya immediately handed his cell phone to Rico and said with a sigh, "The mass selection only has one round. A single round of selection will choose 10 from 1,000 people." "Ah!" Motzi exclaimed. Muyue Sheng frowned slightly and said, "Isn't a single round too hasty? If a single round can select 10 out of 1,000, wouldn't this selection round be extremely grand and comprehensive in order to be fair? It couldn't be a 1,000-person free-for-all battle, right? It's not a 1,000-person free-for-all battle." Rico looked up at this moment, her eyes dazzling bright. She said, "But it's not much different from a 1,000-person free-for-all battle." Kevin threw up his hands and said, "Miss Rico, Division Minister Minamiya, can you not keep us guessing?" Rico did not say a single word as she handed the cell phone over. When Kevin took the cell phone and looked at it, his pupils violently constricted as he exclaimed, "Holy shit, 9 revolutions Transcendental Tower, but..." "What? Are you serious?" Motzi hurriedly snatched the phone from Kevin, and when she looked at it, she exclaimed, "It's really true." Mu Yuesheng's eyes shimmered and she said, "That's a good thing." Yama Minamiya nodded and said, "It's indeed a good thing." It's no wonder they set the selection venue in Shanghai. The time also happens to be in the middle of the month. However, I'm truly surprised that the organization's Senate would go this far for this matter. Riko waved her fist and said, "How much money would it cost to reserve the entire 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower?" "No, just money alone isn't enough. All of you have truly lucked out." Motzi and the other two immediately nodded their heads in excitement. Motzi said cutely, "Bobohu." This Motzi never expected that she would be able to enter the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower in her life. Shi Xiaobai, who had been silent all this while, could no longer resist. He pulled out a coin and said to everyone, "This king requires a patient and intimate little jacket to explain to this king what the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower is. A divine coin will be given as a reward. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 220, please read the setting patiently. Chapter 220, please read the setting patiently. Seeing the coin in Shi Xiaobai's hand, Riko rolled her eyes and said, "Humph, illiterate." Motzi blinked her eyes and said, "Sorry, Lord Shi Xiaobai, I'm actually just a member of the audience who doesn't really understand anything. I do not know much about the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower either." Kevin turned his head around, using his icy attitude to express his refusal to answer. Yama Minamiya gave an awkward smile. He wanted to explain it to Shi Xiaobai, but seeing that extremely normal-looking coin, and how Shi Xiaobai used the words, "patient and intimate little jacket," he found it embarrassing to do so. Shi Xiaobai scanned the people around him before pinning his last hopes on Mu Yuesheng. He looked at her with a sincere gaze. Mu Yuesheng felt creeped out after being stared at by Shi Xiaobai. With a sigh, she said, "I really can't do a thing about you. The 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower is one of the most famous training grounds in China. It is even famous internationally. Furthermore, the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower is a training ground only limited to people at the psionic mortal realm. It's termed as the best training ground for people at the psionic mortal realm. The sages once said, if one does not challenge the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower before the psionic soul realm, it would be equivalent to losing out the best opportunity while in the psionic mortal realm." This sentence has been recorded as one of the 9 greatest regrets of psionites. Therefore, the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower is extremely important to psionites. Shi Xiaobai nodded his head blankly, feeling somewhat confused about it. Mu Yuesheng added on again, "The moment of the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower's appearance, as well as the reasons for its existence, are unknown. However, it has an extremely complete assessment program. Furthermore, the tower has many treasures as training rewards. There are even some extremely rare sacred items among them. It's a training ground that can be used for a long period of time. Most believe that the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower is an advanced technological product left behind by aliens that formerly ruled over human civilization. It was used for the training of their younger generation. Upon hearing this, Shi Xiaobai asked with a deep voice, "This king now has a rough understanding, but can you explain what you meant by assessment program?" The others quietened down and looked at Mu Yuesheng. Her explanations were as detailed as though it was from a textbook. Mu Yuesheng said patiently, "There are many training grounds in the world. The reason for their existence is, firstly, to set up levels of difficulty for the trial takers to challenge themselves. Secondly, it's to choose the master of a sacred item, divine tool, enchanted equipment, or spiritual treasure. Thirdly, legends say that training grounds are meant to pass on their heritage, so it is held to choose a suitable successor. A typical training ground would only serve one of these 3 purposes, but the reason why the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower is famous is because it fulfills all 3. The 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower is a training ground meant for challenging people, allowing them the chance of obtaining treasures and the passing on of heritage. And for any training ground to achieve its sustainability and fairness, it would require a complex but extremely logical assessment program. Shi Xiaobai's eyes gradually lit up. Although he remained unable to understand everything she said, the word sacred item and divine tools had attracted his attention. Mozi also said in excitement, "Sister Yuesheng, carry on, but..." Mu Yuesheng felt somewhat embarrassed seeing everyone looking at her. After she considered her words, she said, "The assessment program is a product of an advanced civilization, so there is no way to comprehend it with our understanding of science. Humans have been researching it for years, but have yet to truly crack its logic. The assessment program has remained the same since ancient times. If you want to explain the assessment program in common-day terms, it's like the source code of a computer game. It has a variety of features that are assembled together to run a complete game engine. Every training ground's programming features are different. There are only 2 features that are absolutely necessary for every training ground. One is the entry restrictions, and second is the exit command. For example, the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower's entry restrictions are anyone in the psionic mortal realm. Any existence that exceeds this realm has no way of stepping into the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower. This makes it easier to set the difficulty of the trials. And the exit command is open sesame. Once the trial taker says the 2 words, they would instantly leave the training ground. This is an emergency measure used for trial takers when their lives are severely threatened. After all, the training ground is only used to test and train the trial takers. Of course, the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower has countless other programming features as well. It's like a machine that requires all sorts of gears. As for the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower, its most important program is the mission program. The 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower is not just a single tower, but an alternate world that stacks 9 small worlds together. On first entry, the trial takers would enter the first small world. The training program will give a trial to every trial taker. Only by completing the mission can one proceed to the next level's world. Every level's difficulty would geometrically increase, but the number of treasures and heritage would also increase. It is just like a tower. If I did not guess wrongly, the organization's Senate selection criteria will be based on the level achieved when the candidate fails, or level of completion of the mission so as to decide on the top 10. Mu Yuesheng finished her long passage in one breath before lowering her head out of embarrassment. She felt somewhat flustered, having the feeling of a teacher teaching elementary school children. Well said. Yama Minamiya was the first to praise her as he said, "Yuesheng, thank you. I'll add on. The 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower has another important program, known as competitive mode. Rico, you have once taken the trials of the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower. Explain to them what competitive mode is in the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower. Rico nodded and said seriously, "The 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower's competitive mode is more brutal. When everyone enters the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower, a timer will begin counting down. The length of time will depend on the mission given out. Anyways, when the timer counts down, a monster known as the Level Lord will appear. The Level Lord's strength far exceeds the psionic mortal realm, so the trial takers have no way of resisting. Therefore, if those who are unable to complete the mission to enter the next level before the timer hits 0, they would be pursued by the Level Lord. When the time comes, that is equivalent to entering Hell mode. And worst of all, the second level's countdown will begin after 10% of the challengers have arrived at the second level. That is to say, if you were to fall behind too much at the first level, by the time you enter the second level, the Level Lord might soon appear, or have already appeared. When that happens, the chances of you failing to complete the mission would be extremely high. This is a vicious competition. The situation for the people who fall behind will be harsher, so they will fall behind even further. Hence, try to constantly be in the group that is leading, and try to be in the top 10% all the time." After Rico had finished her explanation, Mozi and Kevin's expressions immediately turned ugly. It was obvious that they would not be able to enter the leading 10%. The greater the gap from the leading group, the higher the probability of encountering the level lord at every level. If they accidentally became the target of the level lord, other than shouting out the exit command, there was no other option. Yama Minamiya lamented, "The 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower is a challenge and a trial for you, but it is also a competition with other challengers. It is indeed very suitable as a mass selection. The organization's Senate have truly committed a lot for this matter. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 221, A Wondrous Lucky Charm. Chapter 221, A Wondrous Lucky Charm. As Yama Minamiya reflected over the lengths to which the organization's Senate was willing to go, Mu Yuesheng also said with mixed emotions, "The 9 Revolutions Transcendental Towers assessment program takes a month to initialize. Therefore, the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower is open only once a month. It costs a great deal for every trial taker's spot, yet the organization's Senate has reserved the entire 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower for a month. The amount of money they have spent must be some astronomical number." Rico said enviously, "So, it is an extremely rare opportunity for all of you. To be able to enter the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower for free really makes me jealous. All of you must grasp this opportunity well. Even if you can't enter the top 10, if you are able to obtain any one of the treasures or an ancient heritage, it would have been worth it." Matsi nodded in excitement, "I got it. This is truly an unexpected surprise." However, Yama Minamiya suddenly said seriously, "Remember, do not be brave and persist on. You must never hesitate to use the exit command to leave the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower when the time comes. Although the training ground has the exit command as a safety measure, there is still a certain risk of death. Although the likelihood isn't high, it is best to be careful. Make sure that you do not become greedy and careless." Upon hearing this, Matsi suddenly frowned and said, "Since the exit command is open sesame, what if one is a mute?" Yama Minamiya said, "This is a good question. Remember that you have to say it out loud, regardless of how soft it is. As long as you read out the 2 words, you will immediately leave the training ground. Mutes obviously are unable to speak the exit command, so mutes are barred from challenging any training ground. There was once a powerful mute who believed that he would not need to use the exit command. He believed he could easily pass the training ground, but as a result of an accident, he was trapped alive in the training ground." Rico sighed and said, "Back then, among the people who challenged the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower with me, one of them had damaged his throat, so he was unable to escape. He was eventually killed by the level lord. 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower has its dangers. When you need to leave, you have to be resolute. Also, make sure to protect your throats." The others nodded their heads solemnly. Shi Xiaobai also firmly kept this sentence in mind. "Alright, we should be setting off now," Yama Minamiya said. At this moment, Shi Xiaobai walked over to Mu Yuesheng. Mu Yuesheng faltered slightly and wondered out aloud, "What's the matter?" Shi Xiaobai suddenly reached out his hand to grab Mu Yuesheng's hand. "You!" Mu Yuesheng's eyes stared, but suddenly she felt a coldness in her palm. She immediately looked down and saw a coin Shi Xiaobai had put into her palm. Mu Yuesheng was at a loss whether to laugh or cry as she said, "What are you doing, Shi Xiaobai said seriously, "This is no ordinary coin, but a divine coin. This is a reward this king has bestowed you. Take good care of it." Mu Yuesheng rolled her eyes, but she held the coin and placed it in her pocket. She secretly thought to herself to treat it as a wondrous lucky charm. After dealing with their personal matters and a simple breakfast, everyone set off. After half an hour in traffic, the group arrived at the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower. The 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower was naturally not in the shape of a tower in the human world. Instead, it was a gigantic teleportation nexus. This nexus was inscribed on the ground with gold lines stretching out in winding patterns. It did not fade despite the thousands of years, also because of a protective domain around the training ground, it was not damaged in any way. The nexus was huge, allowing it to hold more than 10,000 people without it being packed. However, there were at most 1,000 people about to be teleported this time. This was probably because there were only 1,000 spots for the mass selection. The activation of the teleportation nexus needed an initialization key, which was held by a national department. It was called the Trial Department. The Trial Department for the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower was responsible for managing it. When Shi Xiaobai and company arrived, a number of staff came forward to lead them. The quartet bade farewell to Riko and Yama Minamiya, and soon arrived at the teleportation nexus. At this moment, there were hundreds of people waiting at the teleportation nexus. As it was vast in size, it did not appear packed. There were clusters of people in various different spots. There was no lack of famous rookies. For example, there were the 10 rookies who had been officially forecast to enter the top 10. They were no doubt the focus of attention. And most notable of all was Zeus's 7-person team. As a first-tier organization domestically, Zeus attracted a lot of publicity. Furthermore, they had 2 rookies in the official forecast, 3rd place, Sunless, and 5th place, Heartless. They were naturally the focus of attention. And most important of all, Sunless beauty and fairy-like bearing, and Heartless handsomeness were just pure eye candy. The only people who could receive such attention as the Yi siblings were probably only 1st and 2nd on the forecast, Speechless and Mulingshi. However, Speechless was proficient at disguises and was probably disguised as a normal person amongst the crowd. As for Mulingshi, there was not even a bit of information about her. When Shi Xiaobai and company entered the teleportation nexus, they obviously saw the Zeus rookies. The Zeus rookies apparently noticed them as well. Other than the Yi siblings, the other 5 looked pale in the face. They had dark circles and looked somewhat weak. They immediately stared at Shi Xiaobai with hateful gazes. Shi Xiaobai ignored them and nodded at Sunless, who nodded in response from a distance. Following that, Shi Xiaobai and company found a spot to stand. The trio were somewhat nervous. They were about to enter the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower, which was both a trial, as well as a selection. They were still feeling quite a lot of pressure. Do you need this king to help you relax through massaging? Shi Xiaobai thought of a good idea and proposed it. Matzi and Muyuesheng immediately stared at Shi Xiaobai with a repulsed look. If they were to be massaged by Shi Xiaobai here, wouldn't they embarrass themselves if they moaned? Noticing how everyone ignored him, he could only stand there waiting in a bored manner. Suddenly, a flurry of discussion broke out nearby. Do you think that anyone among the 1,000 of us will be able to reach the 7th level? You are overthinking things. No one has entered the 7th level in 100 years, right? But isn't there Speechless this time? Oh, that's true. If it's Speechless, there's a 1 in 100 chance of that happening. 1 in 100? Then, wouldn't the probability of Speechless reaching the 8th level be less than 1 in 10,000? Haha, there were only 4 people who reached the 8th level throughout history. What do you think? As for the 9th level, don't even mention it. No one has ever gone there. Tisk, it's after all restricted to the psionic mortal realm. I heard that from the 7th level onwards, the ordinary monsters are already at the early stages of the psionic soul realm. How can someone at the psionic mortal realm beat that? These people discussed but did not deliberately lower their voices. At this moment, a voice suddenly interjected and interrupted their dialogue. Brother, you are truly ignorant. There's a rookie this year called Shi Xiaobai. Have you never heard of him? This person is the King of Gods reincarnated, the reappearance of the Demon King, the mortal form of the Heretic King. It would be easy for him to reach the 9th level in a single step. The 2 people immediately turned silent, apparently stunned by what the voice said. At this moment, a deafening roar like a tiger's resounded outside the nexus. Who is Tu Dahei? Get the fuck out here. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 222, Mte Chang Pulp Farmer. Chapter 222, Mte Chang Pulp Farmer. Shi Xiaobai felt that his other name, Tu Dahei, was considered somewhat famous after being termed the rookie's mudslide, but for his actual name, Shi Xiaobai, to remain unknown was quite problematic. Hence, when he heard the discussion mention how no one had ever been able to reach the 9th level of the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower, Shi Xiaobai immediately took this opportunity to brag about Shi Xiaobai. The two of them were indeed stunned by him. Just as Shi Xiaobai wanted to continue on bragging about the greatness of Shi Xiaobai, an angry bellow that sounded like a tiger's roar sounded from a hill outside the Nexus. Who is Tu Dahei? Get the fuck out here. When everyone heard this angry roar, they involuntarily turned their heads. They saw a youth about 8 feet tall with thick eyebrows and large eyes, a broad jawline and cut facial features standing on a hill. The youth was wearing silver feather chest armor and holding a silver spear in hand. He looked majestic and domineering. The domineering youth bellowed once again, "I'm Mte Chang's pulp farmer. Does Tu Dahei dare to get the fuck out here to fight me?" Everyone immediately reacted as a flurry of discussion broke out. He is fourth of the official forecast, pulp farmer. Mte Chang's pulp farmer. He has been the champion of the National Secondary School Martial Tournament for 3 years. He's proficient in the spear, but his fists and kicks are equally impressive. He's known as a young god of war. It's said that this person comes from Mte Chang. His mother is in the pulp industry and his father is a farmer, hence, he changed his name to Pulp Farmer. He's a teenager with quite a character. Meeting him today, he truly has a character. A simple roar from him to get Tu Dahei to fight. He is truly arrogant and domineering. I wonder what grudge he has with Tu Dahei. Do you think Tu Dahei will accept the challenge? Definitely not. Didn't you see that analysis thread of the anti-fake news expert, Feng Zhouzi? In his analysis, Feng Zhouzi said that it was completed in a planned fashion for Tu Dahei to be able to one-shot Heartless. Furthermore, there was an extremely high possibility of him using a mystic technique that required an extremely high price. It was said to be a secret move designed by the organization, Gaia, and that Tu Dahei's true strength is no match for Heartless at all, much less against Pulp Farmer, whose ranking is higher. If Tu Dahei is present, he will definitely cower away. Feng Zhouzi's anti-fake news have been always accurate. It seems like Tu Dahei will not appear. A din stirred, roared, and flailed. The youth on the hill was in no hurry as he looked at everyone in the Nexus. He stood there silently, like a majestic statue. This is the pulp farmer from Mte Chang that is ranked 4th? Shi Xiaobai can finish him in 3 seconds. Shi Xiaobai shook his head inside, with an expression filled with disappointment. 2 people in front of Shi Xiaobai immediately stared at him, and one of them said with scorn, "Who is Shi Xiaobai? Why have I never heard of him?" Another person also derided him and said, "Who are you? How much did that Shi Xiaobai pay you for you to brag about him? Who is this king?" Shi Xiaobai sneered and began using crab steps as he transformed into a fast beam of light and passed the duo. He darted through the crowd, causing startled cries, and in an instant, appeared on the hill. He stood 10 meters across the magnificent youth. The hundreds of people in the Nexus exclaimed as they looked at Shi Xiaobai. Shi Xiaobai looked at Pulp Farmer and loudly said, "This King Tu Dahei will accept the challenge." Immediately an uproar broke out. Who said that Tu Dahei would not dare to appear? SS. That Feng Zhouzi's anti-fake news report is wrong, or is Tu Dahei forcefully courting death? Regardless of the case, this will be interesting. Mu Yuesheng and company revealed Rai Smiles. Previously, Yama Minamiya had deliberately used the name, Shi Xiaobai, to sign him up so as to avoid the attention of Tu Dahei, but now, everything was for naught. Pulp Farmer pricked his eyebrows slightly as he raised his spear and pointed its tip at Shi Xiaobai. He shouted, "Pull your sword out." Shi Xiaobai did not engage in nonsensical banter with him. He had never seen Pulp Farmer before, nor did he know why Pulp Farmer wanted to battle him. However, he was never afraid of a challenge. Shi Xiaobai stretched out his hand forward, as a white psionic sword instantly appeared in his hand. That was fast. Isn't his psionic construction way too fast? He formed the sword in a second. 2-Dahe's psionic control is somewhat terrifying. Just a basic move like psionic construction can actually be this cool? Pulp Farmer hissed with a grin as he said, "Psionic sword?" Pulp Farmer looked with disdain and a cold expression. Without another word, he strode towards Shi Xiaobai with a spear in hand. Shi Xiaobai was obviously not going to back down. Without using the advantage from his crab steps, he similarly strode forward. As the distance between the two shrank, everyone stared with widened eyes as they held their breaths. When the two were separated by 3 meters, Pulp Farmer took the initiative to stab forward. Boom! The spear was as fast as lightning, and as fierce as a burning inferno. When it stabbed forward, air seemed to fracture, as a spear shadow seemed to tear through the void. Shi Xiaobai's pupils contracted slightly. The unfancy stab was many times stronger than WindWithoutTrace Wind 3 strikes. However, Shi Xiaobai did not retreat nor did he dodge. Instead he took a step forward and brandished his sword to clash with the spear. This slash was even more simple and plain than Pulp Farmer's stab. However, its strength and speed astounded everyone. Beginner sword. No, this was the beginner sword technique that had reached the crest of perfection realm, with strength and speed maximized to their limits. Pang! The sword and spear clashed as a deafening collision reverberated. This single stab and slash both contained pure energy. It was a collision of surging force. Boom! Air burst forth as the sunlight seemed to shatter from the collision forces. Shi Xiaobai and Pulp Farmer took a step back from this force. Shi Xiaobai's psionic sword was after all weaker. It could not withstand the impact of the force, so it shattered into pieces. But at the moment it shattered, Shi Xiaobai immediately constructed a new psionic sword. He held his sword while he waited for Pulp Farmer's second strike. At this moment, the rookies in the Nexus exclaimed, "What terrifying strength! This is pure speed and power, a spear and a sword. The first clash is a tie. No, the first clash is 2-Dahe's win. Don't forget that he's using a psionic sword. 2-Dahe lives up to his name indeed." I'm afraid that Fang Zhouzi's smackdown on fake news has ended up smacking him in his face. No hurry, the battle has just begun. The battle had indeed just begun, but Pulp Farmer did not immediately attack again. Instead, he said with a deep voice, "This strike only used 10% of my strength. If you do not want to be defeated too terribly, quickly pull out your sword." Shi Xiaobai grinned and said, "What a joke. This king's strike had only used 1% of his strength. You do not have the qualification to even see this king's sacred sword." Pulp Farmer's eyes turned cold as he held his spear to stab forward again. At this moment, a commanding voice boomed from the distance. "No fooling around." A blue barrier suddenly fell from the sky as it separated Shi Xiaobai and Pulp Farmer. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 223, 2-Dahe says Shi Xiaobai is awesome. Chapter 223, 2-Dahe says Shi Xiaobai is awesome. This blue barrier had fallen from the sky, blocking Pulp Farmer's stab and Shi Xiaobai's slash. It was extremely hard as it separated the duo. A skinny old man walked towards them from a distance. Following behind him were a few men and women. Elder Jiang. Senator Jiang. Immediately, keen-eyed people recognized the skinny old man's identity. The elder said coldly, The selection is around the corner, why would you begin fighting now? Shi Xiaobai remained silent and only looked at Pulp Farmer. He had no idea why Pulp Farmer had challenged him to a fight. Pulp Farmer's expression was slightly cold. He knew that there was no way for him to continue this battle, so he withdrew his spear and said to the elder, "Private grudge." The elder said with a deep voice, "Regardless if it's a private grudge or not, settle it on your own in the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower. Now, go to the teleportation nexus and stay there. The selection is about to begin." Pulp Farmer nodded and with a leap, he jumped into the nexus from the hill. After landing on the ground, he walked straight into the crowd. Everyone's eyes were on him as they saw him slowly walk towards the Zeus rookies. Heartless came forward and greeted, "Brother Pulp Farmer, it's been a while." Pulp Farmer nodded and immediately took out a phone and said with a deep voice, "What's the matter with this?" Heartless looked at it, and there was a picture of Sunless holding onto Shi Xiaobai's hand at the hotel lobby yesterday. Heartless shook his head with a bitter smile, "They are mutual lovers." Pulp Farmer's eyebrows pricked up and he cocked his head to glance at Sunless to the side. However, all he saw was Sunless eyes on Shi Xiaobai, who was still on the hill. Pulp Farmer gave a wry smile. "I thought she would only like swords." Heartless felt silent for a moment before saying, "What do you plan on doing?" Pulp Farmer said, "It never began, so it can't be called giving up or not giving up. However, I have to see if 2 Dahe actually has the qualifications." After Pulp Farmer had said this, he turned and walked far away. A few teenage boys and girls followed him. Apparently, they were rookies from the same organization as Pulp Farmer. Many people did not understand their conversation, but a few who understood felt slightly surprised. The way they looked at Shi Xiaobai was of extreme shock. They found it unbelievable for Heartless to say the words mutual lovers. At this moment, Shi Xiaobai walked down from the hill. He found it somewhat regrettable that the battle only lasted a single strike. Soon, he returned to where Muyue Sheng and company were. Dozens of gazes landed on Shi Xiaobai as they began whispering. Ever since the organization's Senate released the forecast ranking, there was much talk about 2 Dahe among the rookies. The ever-bored anti-fake news expert, Feng Zhouzi, had even produced an analysis of 2 Dahe's deceitfulness. Hence, the rookies who had read the analysis felt that Feng Zhouzi's reasoning was believable, so there were quite a number of people who were doubtful about 2 Dahe. But from that short exchange of blows, they could not help but question their doubts. This was because that strike was a sheer clash of force. Although it was unknown how much strength each of them used, from the result of the draw, 2 Dahe, who had used a psionic sword, clearly was better. Pulp Farmer was ranked 4th, so in that case, 2 Dahe was definitely worthy of his reputation. At this moment, 2 people were astounded. It was obvious they were ordinary passers-by. "He's actually 2 Dahe, then who is the Shi Xiaobai, who he spoke so highly of? Why have I never heard of him? Why didn't he appear in the official forecast? Shi Xiaobai must be a super expert who keeps an extremely low profile. For a person like 2 Dahe, there's no reason for him to exaggerate without reason. Even if that Shi Xiaobai is not as awesome as he says, he must also be extremely powerful. He should be stronger than 2 Dahe. It appears that Shi Xiaobai is a hidden monster even the officials do not know of. What should we do? Must we keep this a secret? Do you think with that big mouth of yours you'd be able to resist telling others?" "SS. I can't." "Then there you have it." The 2 of them tacitly nodded at each other and turned towards people they knew. They began whispering, "Hey, brother. I have a secret to tell you. Actually, we have a rookie that is stronger than Speechless. It was told to me by 2 Dahe. That person is named Shi Xiaobai, and it said that he can beat Pulp Farmer in 3 seconds. Following that, a bizarre situation unfolded. Probably it was because 2 Dahe had just attracted the attention of everyone. News about Shi Xiaobai that spread in the name of 2 Dahe quickly proliferated in a few short minutes. Soon, it had spread throughout the entire nexus. Very quickly, the discussions regarding Shi Xiaobai increased in number. However, many people held a doubtful attitude. Who is Shi Xiaobai? Shi Xiaobai is stronger than Speechless? Defeating Pulp Farmer would only take 3 seconds? I can only ha-ha about it. It's just a nobody that has not even entered the official forecast rankings. But, it was said by Tu Dahe. Tu Dahe said it? I think it's just made up. Someone said it using Tu Dahe's name, but I also think that if Shi Xiaobai was that powerful, the officials would not have missed him. I remember that on Gaia's side, there's some very famous rookie called Shi Xiaobai. You must have remembered wrongly. I believe that Tu Dahe is very powerful, but I'll definitely not believe that Shi Xiaobai is a figure on that level. Eh? Who is Shi Xiaobai? Why is everyone discussing him? The rookies who were waiting in the Nexus were feeling extremely bored. With their tense feelings, a topic of discussion immediately attracted a lot of attention. Mu Yuesheng and company slowly heard the rookies around discussing, and easily, they deduced the cause and effect of the matter. Mu Yuesheng felt speechless as she whispered, Shi Xiaobai, can you not be so shameless? Motzi also whispered, Lord Shi Xiaobai, you are so bad. Kevin responded with a sneer, Shi Xiaobai, this genius accepts the way you hyped yourself up. Unfortunately, they will not buy it. No one will believe you're bragging. Shi Xiaobai was feeling rather pleased at the moment, so when he heard the trio's words, he said in high spirits, this king will soon let them have no choice but to believe. After about 10 minutes, the rookies had changed to another topic and continued chatting. Most people looked nervous and excited. Entering the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower for training was truly an extremely rare opportunity. Suddenly, without any warning, a golden beam along the perimeter of the Nexus shot into the sky. A barrier in the shape of a circular column encircled the Nexus, with every rookie enclosed in it. Everyone is here. Be prepared to enter the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower. On the hill outside the Golden Barrier, the skinny elder said, I shall emphasize once again the importance of the selection. Listen carefully. The rookies pricked up their ears. The skinny elder's figure was obscured by the Golden Barrier. All they could see was a skinny and short, somewhat fuzzy black figure. It looked somewhat eerie, but what he said next was even more frightening. Among you, there will be people who will be left in the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower forever, without even a complete corpse. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 224, Team Leader Tu Dahe. Chapter 224, Team Leader Tu Dahe. Among you, there will be people who will be left in the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower forever, without even a complete corpse. The skinny elder's shocking words stunned the rookies on the Nexus Ashen. The skinny elder smiled and said, don't worry. Who I mentioned were those people who do not cherish their lives, or people obsessed with treasures, or simply careless fools. They miss the opportunity to escape due to their personal weaknesses. If you have a heart that cherishes your life, you will definitely return safely. The rookies gradually calmed down upon hearing this. But, the skinny elder gave another eerie laugh as he said, if you really die in the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower, the organization Senate will send only a minimal consolation money to your family. No one will be responsible for your deaths, do you understand? Now is the last chance for you to leave. Once you enter the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower, it is equivalent to signing a life waiver by default. The atmosphere turned heavy once again, but not a single rookie chose to leave. This was because the mortality rate of the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower in past years was not considered high. As long as one cherished their life sufficiently, just saying the exit command, Open Sesame, which took less than a second, allowed them to basically escape from any danger. They just needed to fight their desire for treasures and heritage. No one would risk their own lives for treasures or heritage. The rookies thought so. However, with the golden barrier blocking them, no one could see the skinny elder's strange smile. Moments later, the skinny elder said again, "I believe your supervisors have already clearly informed and analyzed for you the few functions of the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower, such as competitive mode, mission mode. So, I will not delve any further on this matter. The selection will be to choose 10 people out of 1,000. It will be based on the order in which you arrive at a level. If the level is the same, it will depend on the completion progress of the mission. Although we would not be able to have an understanding of the specific situation inside the tower, we will be able to obtain detailed information of everyone who enters. For example, we will know who reaches the second level first, or which people are currently in the lead and which people are falling behind. We will also know which people are eliminated at which level. So work hard. Your performance will be seen by your various organizations. Next, you will be teleported to the world of the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower's first level. There will be 100 teleportation waypoints there. You would be randomly split into 110-person teams and arrive at different locations. The other 9 might be strangers to you, or there might be partners for you. That will require a bit of luck, so I'm wishing you the best of luck. You can always cooperate together or viciously compete against each other. In short, by completing the mission and completing the mission faster than the other 90% of survivors is the most important goal. Oh, forgive me for using the term survivors, but this term is very apt, isn't it? Ha. Alright, enough of nonsense. I wish, for all of you to return alive. Teleportation, begin. Before the skinny elder was done with his speech, beams of golden light shot out from all the golden runic patterns of the Nexus. Before the rookies managed to digest the elder's long and strange speech, they were enveloped completely by the golden light and disappeared. At the moment the golden light enveloped them, their consciousness went hazy. Immediately they felt a sense of weightlessness, as though they had stepped into empty air, but for some reason, they did not fall through. Shi Xiaobai activated Unleaking Turtle Aura to curb the stimulus on his senses. Opening his eyes, he saw the color of gold flooding his vision. Moments later, the golden color gradually dissipated, as other colors began appearing in his hazy vision. His deafened ears gradually recovered its sense of hearing, and he heard a slight noise in his ears. Shi Xiaobai closed his eyes tightly before opening them wide once again. Finally he could see his surroundings clearly. He was surrounded by a golden screen that extended up into the sky. However, this golden screen was much smaller. The former golden screen was able to encircle more than 10,000 people, but the current golden screen could only encircle area the size of a soccer field. Shi Xiaobai surveyed his surroundings and saw a few people standing around him in a scattered fashion. These people still had their eyes shut, but their mouths were subconsciously mumbling. He did a count, and there were a total of 10 people, including him, being enveloped in the golden screen. From the looks of it, they had arrived in the teleportation waypoint in the first level the skinny elder had mentioned. Shi Xiaobai took a closer look, but none of the other 9 were people he knew. They were all strangers. Dawn. At this moment, a deafening gong of a bell echoed throughout the sky. The 9 other rookies immediately opened their eyes. As they tried to adjust their eyes, they surveyed their surroundings and looked at others, before speaking. This is, inside the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower? We have arrived. Teleportation waypoint? Sigh, I don't know a single person. Me too. I don't know anyone. After all, it's a random selection of 10 people out of 1,000. The chances of being with an acquaintance is just too low. A few began having simple exchanges. At this moment, a youth with glasses came to the middle of the waypoint and loudly said, "Everyone, quiet down and hear me out." The rookies on the waypoint settled down. The bespectacled youth pushed his rim and said, "Firstly, we are very lucky to be grouped with 2 Dahe. With this said, the rookies immediately looked around and concentrated their gazes on Shi Xiaobai. Shi Xiaobai nodded and said, "Your luck is indeed good to have the opportunity to witness this king's charm." The bespectacled youth immediately gave an awkward smile as he turned to say to the rest, "If I'm not wrong, we are currently having a valuable preparation time. Once the golden screen disappears, the trial will begin officially. I think we should use this time to decide on a cooperative relationship." The youth scanned the expressions of everyone, and before anyone reacted, he immediately said, "Cooperation definitely has more advantages than nasty competition. The strength of 10 people is definitely better than a single person fighting alone. Furthermore, the other 990 people on other waypoints are our true opponents. And the other people present here should be opponents of our opponents, which means we are friends." The youth's words made the rest lose themselves in thought for a while before they responded. "Yes, this brother is right. We should become friends. Yeah, cooperation is indeed advantageous. We need to talk over the details of cooperation. Everyone, let's work together." The eyes of the bespectacled youth flashed a look of glee before he said to everyone, "To sum it up, I believe we should form a 10-person team. Furthermore, I suggest letting Brother 2-Dahe be our team leader. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 225, None of you are qualified. Chapter 225, None of you are qualified. Collapse. To sum it up, I believe we should form a 10-person team. Furthermore, I suggest letting Brother 2-Dahe be our team leader. The bespectacled youth said. Shi Xiaobai was slightly surprised. The bespectacled youth was suggesting for him to be leader. The other rookies turned to look at Shi Xiaobai and frowned for a moment. They finally understood the intent behind the bespectacled youth's speech. If 2-Dahe was the leader, it was equivalent to being in the same boat with 2-Dahe. If that was the case, 2-Dahe had the responsibility and obligation to protect them. This was equivalent to clinging onto 2-Dahe's leg. I think it's reasonable. 2-Dahe as leader, I'm fully in favor. I'm willing to join the team led by 2-Dahe. Leader 2-Dahe. Leader. The rookies began to echo the bespectacled youth's suggestion, and even began addressing 2-Dahe as leader loudly. The bespectacled youth was extremely pleased. If they formed a team and clung on to 2-Dahe, they could then use the newly forged relations to ensure that 2-Dahe would help them complete future missions more easily. A 13-year-old teenager would usually have some silly concept of heroism, even more so for a youth with 8th grader syndrome who addresses himself as king. Sucking up to him would naturally make him develop a silly sense of responsibility. The bespectacled youth clapped his hands and said, "Everyone, quiet down. Let our leader speak a few words." This sort of false leadership speeches would easily lead a person into thinking that he was truly in charge. Everyone looked at Shi Xiaobai and waited for him to speak. This king refuses. Shi Xiaobai said with a cold look, "This king refuses to form a team with all of you, and refuses to be your leader." The bespectacled youth's eyebrows twitched before he immediately said with a laugh, "Brother Dahe, is there something you are not satisfied with?" The other 8 rookies frowned. Shi Xiaobai looked at everyone and said solemnly, "Sorry, none of you are temporarily qualified to become this king's subjects." With that said, Shi Xiaobai quietly walked towards a corner, leaving them staring at a cold back. For Shi Xiaobai, the relationship between a leader and a team was equivalent to the relationship between a king and his subjects. As king, he had to be responsible for every subject. And the 9 people on the waypoint were strangers to him. He would not establish a relationship of king and subjects with them easily. This was because once this relationship was established, Shi Xiaobai would do many things that they would never expect. He was even willing to sacrifice his life as king. And as strangers, they were temporarily unqualified to receive this. However, Shi Xiaobai's qualifying words and mental activity was not something the other 9 rookies knew of. Hence, what Shi Xiaobai said sounded harsh to their ears. Haha, this fellow actually thinks of himself as a king? Unqualified? What a joke. Letting you be the leader is just giving you face. Do you think we need it? Fuck, does he truly think he's that good? Your tricks have long been exposed by Feng Zhouzi. To think you think of yourself as some mighty figure. Fuck it, I want to say that such a person is unqualified to be our teammate. The rookies on the waypoint began a cynical derision as a result of their rage. The eyes of the bespectacled youth flashed coldly as he said, "Everyone, since he belittles us, why should we think highly of him? With the 9 of us forming a team, we'll let him see that we are equally as strong even without him." The bespectacled youth decisively gave up on Shi Xiaobai. There was a need to form a cooperative team, and using the common hatred that permeated the atmosphere was perfect. Indeed, the few rookies did not have a second thought due to their wrath. They immediately went to the bespectacled youth's side and soon, all 9 were gathered together. There were a few who proposed for the bespectacled youth to be the leader. After pretending to refuse the role, the bespectacled youth eventually took up the leadership as the 9-person team. They began looking angrily and nefariously at Shi Xiaobai. Shi Xiaobai did not speak, nor did he turn around. He only left them watching his silent back. Suddenly, a resounding gong echoed throughout the sky. Following that, a majestic and divine voice, from which it was impossible to distinguish its owner's gender, reverberated through every corner of this tiny world. Welcome everyone to the first level of the 9 Revolutions Transcendental World Nightmare Terror Island. Everyone pricked up their ears. The clearance requirement for Nightmare Terror Island, killing 100 Darkness Nightmare Terrors. The Nightmare Terror level Lord will arrive in 5 hours. In a while, the final 30 seconds of protection will begin. When the countdown ends, the trial will officially begin. I'm wishing you all the best of luck. The moment the sacred voice finished speaking, the golden screen that surrounded the waypoint faded away, turning transparent. Once the gold barrier disappeared, from the waypoint where Shi Xiaobai was rang out numerous sounds of terror. Ah! How could this be? Holy shit! Outside the transparent barrier was a horrible sight. Dense clouds of smoke that were constituted of thousands of black nightmare terrors were floating around the waypoint. They surrounded the entire perimeter of the waypoint. Pairs of deep blue eyes were watching the people on the waypoint. The scene appeared as though darkness had enveloped the entire world. It was as if there were countless stars adorning the sky, but most frightening of all, the blue stars contained ruthless killing intent. The black nightmare terrors blotted out the sky and land, surrounding the entire waypoint. Once the transparent barrier disappeared, they would tear the rookies in the waypoint to shreds. The bespectacled youth cursed angrily, "Fuck. Why are we so fucking unlucky? We have been sent to the only death waypoint." A rookie trembled while asking, What is a death waypoint?" Immediately, someone answered, "Among the 100 waypoints in the first level, there is one waypoint located in the Demon's Nest. It's known as the Death Waypoint. Trial takers who are unlucky enough to be sent to the Death Waypoint have only 2 choices, dying or escaping." Several rookies immediately turned frantic. Ah? Then what should be done? We can only escape? Fuck, why are we so unlucky? Leader, quickly think of something. Leader, speak. Leader, quickly think of something. The 8 rookies had looks of indignation. The bespectacled youth's expression was gloomy, but after a moment of silence, he motioned for everyone to gather together. He said in an extremely low voice, "Now the only method is to escape. Firstly, we shall use 2 dahe as bait to attract a portion of the nightmare terrors and then open up a route to escape. If we can't escape, try to use the exit command as soon as possible." The rookies immediately nodded as they looked coldly at Shi Xiaobai's back. At this moment, the sacred and solemn voice resounded again. 10 seconds of protection left. 10, 9, 8. The 9 rookies gathered into a circle while Shi Xiaobai stood quietly at a corner of the waypoint. 3, 2, 1. The transparent barrier disappeared completely as the overwhelming number of nightmare terrors howled. The 9 rookies turned pale in the face and were unsure of their actions. At this moment, a figure charged out from the waypoint. The figure was as fast as lightning, and instantly, it was in the middle of the crowd of nightmare terrors. Following that was a series of screams, the screams of nightmare terrors. The 9 rookies watched in despair as the nightmare terrors gradually gathered around. They immediately looked in shock when they heard the series of screams. Yet, they saw 2 Dahei dancing amidst the nightmare terrors. Yes, in their eyes, it was a dance. However, it was a cold but gorgeous dance of death. They saw Shi Xiaobai holding a short knife constructed out of white psionic power, and as though he was slashing through straw, he danced among the nightmare terrors with devilish footwork. A series of screams resounded as one nightmare terror after another dissipated like a vanishing mist. A single strike took a few, or at least one nightmare terror. In a second, there could be several or even more than a dozen of nightmare terrors being ruthlessly killed. Therefore, in just slightly more than 10 seconds, a whole cloud of black nightmare terrors had been cleared. Suddenly, Shi Xiaobai stopped and turned around. He looked at the 9 rookies who were about to be flooded by the black nightmare terrors and waved. The 9 rookies were taken aback, but they only heard Shi Xiaobai say a single word. Goodbye. Before his voice even disappeared, Shi Xiaobai's body transformed into a beam of light and shot out into the sky, vanishing from their vision. At the same time, a sacred voice filled with authority resounded through the entire world, entering the ears of every rookie. The first person to clear Nightmare Terror Island has appeared. Participant, Shi Xiaobai, has been sent to the 2nd level. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 226, An Earthquake Amongst Rookies. Chapter 226, An Earthquake Amongst Rookies. The first person to clear Nightmare Terror Island has appeared. Participant, Shi Xiaobai, has been sent to the 2nd level. This resounding voice filled with authority entered every rookie's ears. Nearly everyone was dumbfounded. How long has it been, He killed 100 nightmare terrors in less than 20 seconds. Furthermore, the person who finished first was Shi Xiaobai, who did not enter the official forecasts. At that moment, many rookies recalled of the recent rumor. Immediately, all sorts of heated discussions broke out around Nightmare Terror Island. Holy shit, in just over 10 seconds? I just fucking killed 3 and Shi Xiaobai has already killed 100? I'm kowtowing to Shi Xiaobai. I'm kowtowing too. I have to apologize for my words from before. The person, Shi Xiaobai, truly exists. Furthermore, he is as awesome as 2 Dahei said. 2 Dahei said that Shi Xiaobai can defeat Speechless and defeat Pulp Farmer in 3 seconds. I was originally just ha-ha-ng over it, but now I feel like there's a smack on my face. In less than 20 seconds, even Speechless can't do that. Shi Xiaobai is another hidden super rookie. No, he's a monster more terrifying than a super rookie. Man, no wonder 2 Dahei touted Shi Xiaobai so highly. From this moment forth, Shi Xiaobai is the name Noon would dare to ignore. If 2 Dahei is said to be a mudslide amongst the rookies, then Shi Xiaobai is probably an earthquake. To complete the 1st level in less than 20 seconds. Did he break the record? At the waypoint Shi Xiaobai was at, the 9 rookies were speechless and filled with horror. This 2 Dahei was actually Shi Xiaobai. Fuck, how shameless was he? But then, he was so powerful. The 9 rookies simultaneously thought of what Shi Xiaobai had said. They were not qualified to become his subjects, and from the looks of it, they truly lacked the qualifications. He had jumped into the middle thousands of nightmare terrors and brandished his psionic knife in a dance of death. A single step of his made 10 perish. The scene was too astounding. Having witnessed this scene with their own eyes, they could not even use words to describe their feelings. The bespectacled youth had a wry smile. We are indeed not qualified to cling on to such a large pillar. The other rookies fell silent and nodded their heads silently. At this moment, the black swarm of nightmare terrors had surrounded them completely, and with a fearsome cry, they were about to pounce at them. Open sesame! A rookie finally could not resist it and shouted out the exit command. Immediately following that, the others also shouted out the 2 words. The 9 rookies were immediately shrouded in a golden light and disappeared, leaving behind nightmare terrors that filled the mountain as angry roars reverberated throughout the lands. Waypoint number 3. Mu Yuesheng penetrated a darkness nightmare terror with an electrocannon beam. There were not many darkness nightmare terrors in this region, so by the time she heard the news of Shi Xiaobai's clearance, she had only just killed her 7th darkness nightmare terror. The pair of brown eyes immediately flashed a look of alarm before it quickly calmed down. As heated discussions from the other unfamiliar rookies around her entered her ears, Mu Yuesheng rubbed the coin in her pocket as fighting spirit burned in her eyes. Shi Xiaobai, I will not be left in your dust. Not a chance. Waypoint number 7. Mozi was very lucky to be in the same group as Sunless, so she naturally clung onto her with a smile. Probably because of Shi Xiaobai, Sunless did not reject her. The 2 female team ignored the other rookies and walked in another direction. Sunless was in no hurry to clear the level. When they encountered isolated darkness nightmare terrors, she would leave them to Mozi, and when they met a group of nightmare terrors, she would kill a portion of them before leaving the rest for Mozi. Mozi was completely moved as she finally could not resist saying, Sister Sunless, I can't hide this from you anymore. Actually, that participant, Shi Xiaobai, is too dahe. Sunless footsteps paused, and after a long moment of silence, she whispered, we should be faster? Mozi's eyes lit up, and without any sense of shame for clinging onto her, she waved her hand and said, all right, we have to chase after Lord Shi Xiaobai. Waypoint number 19. Kevin had used Black Bear Dominating Palm to smack the darkness nightmare terrors in front of him. Just after 10 seconds, he had already killed 5. The level lord will arrive in 5 hours. This genius speed is just nice and appears to be above average. Perhaps, this genius might even be in the leading group. Kevin began thinking beautifully. Soon after, when the news of Shi Xiaobai clearing the level was announced, Kevin was immediately left astounded. Immediately, there were exclamation sounds all around him. That's too formidable. This clearing speed is heaven-defying. Shi Xiaobai, isn't that the hidden rookie Tu Dahe touted? No wonder Tu Dahe touted him. He's indeed terrifying. It was said that Shi Xiaobai is stronger than Speechless, and can beat Pulp Farmer in 3 seconds. I'm beginning to believe it. Me too. This clearing speed must have broken the records. Speechless is still inferior to that. Upon hearing the discussion beside him, Kevin secretly clenched his fists. He recalled what Shi Xiaobai had just recently said, this king will soon let them have no choice but to believe. At this moment, Shi Xiaobai had truly managed to use his actions to make the rookies believe that he was not spouting nonsense. Who else but him could do this? Waypoint number 25. Heartless had just pulled out his black sword when he heard the news of Shi Xiaobai clearing the level. He fell silent for a moment before using heaven-shrouding eclipse. Shi Xiaobai, what is your relationship with Tu Dahe? Waypoint number 33. Pulp Farmer stabbed out with his spear, causing the nightmare terror in front of him to explode into smithereens. As he slowly pulled his spear back, he heard the rookies not far from him whispering. A cold smile suffused across his lips. Defeat me in 3 seconds? Shi Xiaobai, regardless of who you are, we will fight it out sooner or later. Waypoint number 19. A plain-looking youth was strolling in the woods. He held a tree branch in his hand and nibbed a tree leaf in his mouth. The darkness nightmare terrors around him were trembling in fear, afraid of even moving. This emperor admits that he has been given a fright by you. Waypoint number 90. On the waypoint, an ugly youth dressed in a black robe held a crimson sickle which was constantly dripping with fresh blood. The 8 corpses lying around the ugly youth had their heads separated from their bodies. There was still a living person amidst the corpses, but he did not look too far from death. His spine had been broken, and his guts were flowing out from his upper body. His pale face was filled with terror and despair. He kept trying to shout something with his gaped mouth, but not a single sound came out. From the looks of his mouth, it was the 2 words, "Open Sesame." However, regardless of how this pitiful person who had his spine broken and was nearing death struggled to shout, not a single sound of even 1 decibel was produced. The sickle-wielding youth suddenly waved his hand, as the person's head flew up into the sky before rolling on the ground a few times like a soccer ball. Shi Xiaobai. The ugly youth's voice was hoarse and dry, as though he was an old man in his 70s. He took out a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket and took a few careful looks. The list doesn't have this person, but there's this urge to kill him. Then, he shall be killed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 227, Tower Defense. Chapter 227, Tower Defense. Shanghai City, 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower, Main Auditorium. On a gigantic black stone monument erected on the auditorium stage was a dense series of white text, constantly flowing. There were hundreds of people sitting in the auditorium, the majority of which were middle-aged men and women. There were a few youths and elders, and a small number of members of the media holding cameras. The auditorium was silent, with no one speaking. Everyone was staring intently at the stone monument on stage. Suddenly, the silence in the auditorium was broken. Hundreds of people cried out as though an explosion had occurred. At that moment, a line of green text was highlighted on the stone monument. The first person who cleared the level is out? How is it so fast? 13 seconds, that has broken the fastest clearing record of the first level. Shi Xiaobai, why do I not have any impression of this name? It's like I've heard of it before. I remember. Isn't Shi Xiaobai a dual S-class genius from Gaia who suddenly disappeared a while ago? Gaia? Impossible. How can a second-tier organization like Gaia have such a talent? No, it is indeed a rookie from Gaia. My database has a bit of information regarding him, SS. Is Gaia going to rise up? Yama Minamiya and Rico were sitting near the corner of the auditorium. They were extremely shocked, yet pleasantly surprised. From time to time, there would be people asking them if Shi Xiaobai was a Gaia rookie. There was even the media that came over to interview them regarding Shi Xiaobai. The 2 of them felt overwhelmingly flattered. Shi Xiaobai's sudden performance stunned nearly everyone who paid attention to the selection. Furthermore, with Shi Xiaobai's earlier exposure being exceedingly low, he was an extremely mysterious person to everyone. This shroud of mystery made the shock delivered to them even more intense. Instantly, the auditorium was filled with voices discussing Shi Xiaobai. Maybe to the entire China, this was a trivial event that would not stir any waves, but to the parties concerned with the mass selection, the name Shi Xiaobai had gone viral. Shi Xiaobai did not know that his real name, Shi Xiaobai, had been remembered by numerous people or that they had begun to pay attention to his name. If he knew of it, he would have definitely said, "This king has yet to do anything serious, and you are already kowtowing?" In fact, him being able to kill 100 darkness nightmare terrors in such a short period of time was that, firstly, he was lucky to be sent directly into the darkness nightmare terror's nest. There were mountain loads of darkness nightmare terrors for him to kill. Secondly, the pig slaughtering knife he used appeared to be particularly effective against creatures of darkness. Hence, this matter that had taken aback so many people was actually an extremely trivial task for Shi Xiaobai. When Shi Xiaobai was transported to the second level, his vision went into a blur for a few moments. As his vision cleared, the scene in front of him had indeed changed. Shi Xiaobai realized that he was standing on a raised platform that resembled a waypoint. Below the waypoint was dark purple ground. There were 4 3-meter-tall brown walls surrounding him, forming a square. This square was about the size of 10 soccer fields, as though it was a small city. In the middle of each of the walls, there was a gigantic squarish hole. It looked like 4 gigantic entrances to the city with no gates. In the small city, there were a few houses scattered around. In the center was a luxuriant tree that was not too tall. Its trunk was stout, and probably needed more than 10 people to wrap themselves around it. There were hundreds of vines hanging downwards, making it look spectacular. Its lush leaves made it look as though it was bustling with life. Shi Xiaobai was just about to carefully observe it when the sacred voice boomed in his mind. Welcome to the 9 Revolutions Transcendental World's second level, Tower Defense. There are a total of 30 small cities in Tower Defense. The trial takers would be randomly assigned to one of the cities and assigned the mission of protecting the city, but the city you are currently in is City Number 1. Due to your arrival, the defense mission of City Number 1 has officially begun. In 3 minutes, you will face the first assault wave of demonic beasts. You need to protect the Tree of Life from the demonic beast invasion. Killing the demonic beasts will earn you tower defense points. When your tower defense points reach 500 or beyond, it will be considered clearing the mission. You will then be able to choose at any time to head to the 3rd level. If the Tree of Life dies under the demonic beast invasion, the city will be considered compromised. You will then be randomly sent to another city. However, your tower defense points will be reduced to 0. With the arrival of a new wave of demonic beasts, the countdown for the next wave will immediately commence. Furthermore, each demonic beast horde will improve in strength. Be sure to cherish the first few waves and earn enough tower defense points while the hordes are weaker. There will be other trial takers transferred to City Number 1 at a later time. Gentle reminder, take advantage of the resources in the city, they will be helpful in defending the city. The first wave of demonic beasts will arrive in 3 minutes. The countdown shall begin. Wishing you best of luck. The sacred voice that was filled with authority faded away. Shi Xiaobai could not help but reveal a smile across his lips. This trial was very interesting, but Shi Xiaobai scanned his surroundings of the waypoint and began speculating in his mind. The large tree in the middle of the city was probably the Tree of Life. The 4 entrances to the city were probably where the demonic beast horde would enter from. In that case, it was best to have 4 people protect the 4 entrances. If one person were to defend the city, it was inevitable that the demonic beasts would enter the city premises. If that happened, even if he could kill the demonic beasts, it would be very difficult to protect the Tree of Life. However, the first wave would come in 3 minutes. Shi Xiaobai estimated that he would have to defend the city alone for the first wave of attacks. In that case, the speed at which he killed the demonic beasts, the number of demonic beasts in each horde, and the amount of life the Tree of Life had were extremely important. There was no way for Shi Xiaobai to know the latter two, so he could only rely on the former. How could he accelerate the speed at which he killed the demonic beasts? Shi Xiaobai fell into deep thought for a moment, when he suddenly recalled the gentle reminder the voice added at the end. Take advantage of the resources in the city? The deserted city had nothing other than the Tree of Life and a few crumbling low houses. Shi Xiaobai jumped off from the waypoint and headed for the small house closest to him. There, he noticed that there was a dusty sign hanging on the door. Shi Xiaobai wiped the dust away and the sign read Points Treasury. This name was somewhat weird. Shi Xiaobai gently pushed the door open, revealing what was inside the house. There was nothing inside, but it was extremely clean and tidy. It was in stark contrast with its dilapidated external appearance. However, the 4 walls were filled with dense text. A single glance at it would make anyone lightheaded. Shi Xiaobai randomly looked for a line and focused at it. He saw the line that read, "Summon Hellfire, summon a powerful Hellfire to help you defend the city. Requires 1000 tower defense points. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 228, Kuan's Doing Walk. Chapter 228, Kuan's Doing Walk. Summon Hellfire, summon a powerful Hellfire to help you defend the city. Requires 1000 tower defense points. Summon Hellfire? Shi Xiaobai was startled as he continued reading the next line. Summon Black Frost Dragon, summons a powerful Black Frost Dragon to aid you in defending the city. Requires 3000 tower defense points. Shi Xiaobai quickly accepted the possibility of summoning powerful creatures to help in the defense of the city. He could only sigh that such an advanced civilization's assessment program indeed appeared unscientific. It had changed the real world into one that resembled a game world. However, Shi Xiaobai was somewhat puzzled. If 500 tower defense points were enough to clear this trial, how powerful were the Hellfire and Black Frost Dragon that consumed 1000 or even 3000 points? Furthermore, how crazy was it to get these two to defend against the demonic beast horde? Shi Xiaobai turned his sights onto the other walls, and after hastily reading a few dozen lines, he discovered that the points treasury allowed him to exchange points for a myriad of items. There were summoned creatures, weapons, cultivation techniques, herbs, city construction materials, etc. After looking for 2 minutes, he walked out of the points treasury. He did not have a single tower defense point, so it was useless staring at the exchangeable items in the treasury. If the resources were made good use of, it would indeed be very helpful at defending the city. However, most of the items in the points treasury exceeded 500 points. Furthermore, completing the second level only required 500 points. It sounded like a contradiction. Shi Xiaobai rushed to another low house nearby and swept the dust from the sign. It read Warehouse. Shi Xiaobai immediately pushed the door open. The warehouse was similarly clean and tidy, but it was not empty. On the contrary, it was stocked with all sorts of things. But on closer look, these items were extremely ordinary instruments such as scissors, shovels, chairs, tables, axes, fruit knives, etc. Shi Xiaobai was somewhat disappointed. Just as he was about to leave the place, he suddenly noticed something that caught his eye in the messy stacks of equipment. Shi Xiaobai immediately stretched out his hand to move the equipment away. Finally, he pulled the object out. It was a sword, a rusty bronze sword. Shi Xiaobai could not help but smile. He was in need of a sword at the moment. In fact, he had a golden holy sword hidden in his right hand, but according to what the sword spirit Loli said, with the amount of psionic power he had, just waving the holy sword was enough to drain him of his psionic power. Hence, Shi Xiaobai could only use his psionic power to construct a psionic sword. However, a psionic sword was not sufficient. And now, he had suddenly found a bronze sword. Although the edge appeared somewhat blunt, it was still a real sword after all. With the bronze sword in hand, Shi Xiaobai left the warehouse. Just as he wanted to take the remaining time to investigate the other houses, the sacred voice boomed in his mind once again. The first wave of the demonic beasts, Forest Wolf, has arrived. Take note of your defense. The second wave of demonic beasts will arrive in 10 minutes. The countdown begins. Shi Xiaobai was slightly surprised and immediately used crab steps to rush to the southern gate which was closest to him. In a few seconds, he was standing outside the city gate. All he saw was a dilapidated scene. There was a large purple door that resembled a waterfall about 100 meters from the city gate amidst ruins. Gray wolves slightly bigger than ordinary wolves walked out from the purple portal. In just a few seconds, more than 10 came out. Shi Xiaobai immediately charged at the wolves with bronze sword in hand. The wolf let out a chilling howl and suddenly pounced at Shi Xiaobai. Its speed was surprisingly fast. Its shimmering claws were obviously sharp. If they ripped through Shi Xiaobai's flesh, consequences would be disastrous. Shi Xiaobai was extremely calm as he dodged the forest wolf's attack. With a slash, he sliced through the wolf's belly. Blood gushed out as the wolf let out a cry before slamming to the ground. A voice immediately resounded in Shi Xiaobai's mind. Forest wolf has been killed. Tower defense point +1. Shi Xiaobai immediately turned around to strike again as another forest wolf that pounced at him crashed to the ground with a cry. Shi Xiaobai realized that when he had killing intent in him, he could see the red lines on his targets. And as long as he struck at a red line, it was basically a fatal strike. Shi Xiaobai obviously showed no mercy to these forest wolves. Hence, he could very clearly see the red lines on every forest wolf. These forest wolves were not very powerful, so they had numerous thick red lines on their bodies. Shi Xiaobai brandished his sword around while the simple and unfancy beginner's sword was not lacking in both strength and speed. Furthermore, by slashing at every red line, there was no need to describe how destructive his attacks were. Every slash caused a forest wolf to drop to the ground with a cry. In a short while, the forest wolves that walked out of the purple portal were all killed by Shi Xiaobai. Shi Xiaobai had been counting in his heart. A total of 50 forest wolves came out of this purple portal. So he had obtained 50 tower defense points. After killing the forest wolves, Shi Xiaobai did not dare to loiter any longer. Immediately, he charged towards the city gate, which he reached in a few seconds at his blazing speed. However, he noticed that forest wolves were flooding in from the other 3 city gates. There were even a few forest wolves who were in close proximity to the Tree of Life. Shi Xiaobai frowned. He had misjudged his clearing speed and the speed at which the forest wolves proceeded forward. Beginner's sword was a single target attack after all. Even if he could kill one wolf with one strike, killing 50 forest wolves still took him some time. Shi Xiaobai rushed to the forest wolves, which were munching on the tree vines, and killed them. Shi Xiaobai was very fast, and his actions were simple and crude. Every strike was direct and could even be described as suave. A large swath of forest wolves on the left died with a whimper like the scattering of leaves by an autumn wind. At this moment, a human-like scream resounded. Shi Xiaobai jerked his head back and noticed a few forest wolves pouncing onto the Tree of Life's trunk. They were ripping the trunk, resulting in the leaves on the Tree of Life to shake violently. The scream, that sounded like a girl, was being emitted by the Tree of Life. Shi Xiaobai immediately rushed over in anger. Slash after slash, he killed all the forest wolves that had pounced onto the Tree of Life. However, there were almost 100 forest wolves that surrounded the tree that seemed to ignore Shi Xiaobai's massacre. They pounced at the Tree of Life as though they were death squads. The Tree of Life screamed incessantly as its leaves shriveled up at a visible speed. Green leaves began to turn gray as they dropped down the branches from the shaking. Shi Xiaobai frowned. He knew that his clearing speed was not fast enough. If this carried on, the Tree of Life would be dead before he finished clearing the forest wolves. He needed an attack that allowed him to strike a group. However, all he had was Turtle Speed Divine Punch, Beginner Sword, and Massage Technique of God, which were all single-target offensive techniques. What could he do? No, that's not right. He still had another move. This move was something he had recently learned. He had yet to try out this offensive skill. Shi Xiaobai's eyes burned with an intense flame as he gripped the bronze sword tightly with both hands. As he slightly gathered strength, he bellowed and slashed towards the sky. Coensuing walk. The bronze sword slashed upwards towards the sky as a raging sword beam slashed out from the bronze sword's edge. A moment later, a large sword aura in the form of a gigantic, transparent wok came crashing down from the sky. Dozens of forest wolves were engulfed when the transparent sword aura in the shape of a wok made contact. Woo! 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 The dozens of forest wolves that were engulfed by the wok-shaped sword aura were instantly toasted red. Hot air emanated out from their bodies as the forest wolves let out whimpering cries as though they had been soaked in boiling water. Their bodies looked boiled as they crashed to the ground while still steaming. This strike, coensuing walk, was an area of effect, AoE, attack that Shi Xiaobai learned from the mantra in the Kuan Peng sword technique manual that Sunless had given him. After killing more than half of the forest wolves in one strike, there were few forest wolves left. The pressure on Shi Xiaobai dropped drastically. Shortly after, Shi Xiaobai finally killed all the forest wolves. At this moment, there were wolf corpses all over the city, but soon, the forest wolves' corpses and the blood on the ground suddenly seeped into the ground. The city still looked as dilapidated as before, but it was restored to its original clean state. The bloody smell in the air was also dissipated by a sudden blow of a wind. However, the luxuriant and vibrant tree of life had more than half its leaves withered. The green stems had also darkened. From the looks of it, the tree of life's restorative ability was not very strong. If another few waves of stronger demonic beasts attacked, it was probably difficult for him to protect the tree of life alone. After all, the demonic beasts would charge straight for the tree of life without any reason. Shi Xiaobai did not rest. Instead, he prepared to head to the other low houses to see if there were any resources he could use. At this moment, Shi Xiaobai suddenly sensed something. He turned around abruptly and saw a person sitting on the stone step at the top of the waypoint. The person was a petite girl with silver white hair. She had amber eyes and wore a pair of black thick-framed glasses. Her skin was fair and she had delicate facial features. She held a book in her hand. At this moment, she was engrossed in reading the book while sitting on the stone step. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 229, This Mute is a Chatterbox. Chapter 229, This Mute is a Chatterbox. The silver-haired girl with the thick-rimmed black glasses sat on a stone step above the waypoint. She wore a white school uniform and a black, short skirt. At this moment, her legs were stretched straight out above the stone step, revealing a portion of her smooth thigh and white as jade calf. She was wholesome and beautiful. The girl was engrossed in reading a thick hardback book in her hands. Beside her was a cute pink backpack. Shi Xiaobai was slightly taken aback. This girl was probably another rookie that had been randomly sent to city number 1 like him, but he did not know when she had arrived. Shi Xiaobai hesitated for a moment before walking towards the waypoint. The girl was engrossed in her reading, so only when Shi Xiaobai was past the halfway mark from the stone step did she look up from her book. Her confused look made her rather lovely. Shi Xiaobai was just about to say something when he saw the girl quickly take out a board from her backpack. She pulled out an oil-based pen from the board and began writing on it. Her actions looked like she was well practiced in this. Shi Xiaobai choked back the words he was about to say as he waited silently. In a while, the girl had raised the board at Shi Xiaobai. Tu da hei? No, Shi Xiaobai? You are Shi Xiaobai, right? The black handwriting was not at all neat and was highly cursive, but it looked somewhat cute. After the line of text, the girl had specially drawn a puzzled-looking emoji. However, her drawing skills were not something worth complimenting. Shi Xiaobai was slightly surprised as he did not deliberately conceal the fact. He nodded and said with a smile, "That's right. This king is Shi Xiaobai. Girl, it looks like you have a pair of clever eyes that surpasses mortals." The silver-haired girl squinted her eyes with a smile, making her look lovely. Shi Xiaobai took a look at the board and said in wonderment, "You can't speak?" The girl blinked with her amber eyes. With a pull of the eraser on the edge along the board to remove the marks on it, she wrote a single word. "Yeah." Shi Xiaobai was slightly surprised. This was because he remembered Yama Minamiya saying in the morning that mutes were banned from entering the training grounds. Then, what was up with the girl in glasses in front of him? But before Shi Xiaobai asked another question, the girl had already finished writing another line of text. I have a question. How did you kill 100 darkness nightmare terrors in less than 20 seconds? Shi Xiaobai was slightly surprised, but the girl only gave him a glance before she wiped away her words on the board and carried on writing. Were you randomly sent to the death waypoint? The girl did not wait for Shi Xiaobai's response and continuously wrote, erased, wrote again and erased again. It was as though she was writing out every question she had in one breath. You have a light elemental AoE offensive skill? Is your real name Tu Dahe or Shi Xiaobai? Are you really stronger than Speechless? Can you really defeat Pulp Farmer in 3 seconds? Why do you call yourself this king? Are you an idiot with 8th grader syndrome? What is your favorite anime? The girl kept writing her questions, and only after a very long while did she stop her inquiries. On the board remained only 4 words. I am very curious. The girl raised her writing board in front as she widened her amber eyes. Her left hand nudged her glasses, giving off a very adorable look of naive curiosity. Shi Xiaobai knitted his brows and hesitated for a moment. He asked solemnly, do you really want to know? The girl's eyes immediately sparkled as she nodded heavily. Shi Xiaobai grinned. The girl had sent him a barrage of questions, several of them had been asked without any scruples. If it were any ordinary person, they would have turned impatient or irritated, however, Shi Xiaobai wouldn't. Instead, he felt a sense of pity for her. A girl like a tender cardamom sprig who was such a chatterbox was unable to speak. Wasn't that somewhat pitiful? This king shall kindly satisfy your curiosity, but... Shi Xiaobai said in high spirits, why can this king kill 100 nightmare terrors in less than 20 seconds? Very simple. That's because this king possesses the power of light, so it is trivial slaughtering creatures of darkness. The waypoint this king arrived at was indeed a death waypoint for the nightmare terrors. Light elemental AoE offensive skill? Against such trash with a power level of 5-1, this king can kill 10 with a knife, leaving not a trace while traversing 1,000 miles. Shi Xiaobai answered the girl's questions one after another, while the girl listened intently. From time to time, she would ask questions after Shi Xiaobai gave his answers. As time passed, the girl's eyes became increasingly brighter. The speed and frequency at which she asked questions were also increasing. Shi Xiaobai answered patiently even if the questions seemed somewhat abrupt. Some of the questions even involved his personal privacy, but Shi Xiaobai never revealed a look of impatience. He continued answering in a serious manner, although some of his answers had hints of exaggeration or embellishment. However, it did not stop the girl from relish listening to him. The duo formed a tacit question and answer format until the sacred and authoritative voice boomed in their minds. The second wave of the demonic beasts, Nerubian spiders, has arrived. Take note of your defense. The third wave of demonic beasts would arrive in 10 minutes. The countdown begins. Shi Xiaobai's eyebrows pricked up. As they chatted, they had forgotten this important matter. He immediately turned around and was about to charge down the waypoint. A hand tugged at his sleeve. Shi Xiaobai turned his head and saw the girl writing on the board. On it were the words, I can settle one side. The other 3 sides shall be left to brother Xiaobai, okay? The girl seemed to be fond of Shi Xiaobai, so she had already began to address the older Shi Xiaobai affectionately as brother Xiaobai. Shi Xiaobai immediately nodded and said, alright, the east gate is yours, but don't force it. After saying that, Shi Xiaobai quickly rushed to the western gate. Shi Xiaobai could obviously defend 4 sides, but he could not fully guarantee the safety of the Tree of Life. With the silver-haired girl offering to settle the attacks from one side, it was only natural for Shi Xiaobai to readily accept it. Shi Xiaobai rushed to the western gate. There were dozens of black spiders the size of wolves that were already approaching the western gate. Shi Xiaobai immediately slashed out from bottom to top with his bronze sword. Koan stewing walk. A transparent sword aura in the shape of a wok slammed down from the sky. The air in an area 5 meters in radius immediately boiled over when the strike touched down. The Nerubian spiders that were enveloped in it let out shrill screams, and soon the black arachnid bodies quickly evaporated or disintegrated. However, a few Nerubian spiders managed to escape the sword aura's range. Many of the Nerubian spiders were not struck, so the strike had only killed about a quarter of the Nerubian spiders. Shi Xiaobai frowned slightly. His Kuan-Peng sword technique was only at the grasped basics realm. In terms of range and speed at which it came crashing down, it was still far from satisfactory. Against the dispersed Nerubian spiders, it was extremely ineffective. Furthermore, Kuan's stewing wok consumed a great deal of psionic power. It could not be continuously used. Shi Xiaobai did not use Kuan's stewing wok again, nor did he rush over to slash around with beginner's sword. Instead, he turned around and ran back into the city. When he rushed back to the Tree of Life, the western, southern and northern sides were beginning to be filled with Nerubian spiders. The dense pack made them appear like black waves that slowly came flooding over. 1. This is a common-day Chinese vernacular referring to trash. The origin of this term comes from a Dragon Ball character, the farmer, which Raditz encountered when he landed on Earth, only had a power level of 5. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 230, Aggro Mobbing. Chapter 230, Aggro Mobbing. Shi Xiaobai took a deep breath and began to feel slightly pressured. The first few waves of demonic beasts were not strong, but they came in large numbers. Furthermore, they attacked the Tree of Life without regard for their lives. They ignored his attacks. Shi Xiaobai did not need a long time to destroy all the Nerubian spiders, but he could not guarantee the safety of the Tree of Life during this period of time. And based on the situation from before, the Tree of Life started off extremely weak. Shi Xiaobai remembered that he saw an exchange option, upgrade Tree of Life, in the points treasury. Therefore, it was obvious that upgrading the Tree of Life was necessary if one wanted to defend for a prolonged period of time. The chewing of a few forest wolves had managed to turn half of the initial Tree of Life gray. And for future waves, probably a prod on the initial Tree of Life would doom it. However, this was not the time for Shi Xiaobai to consider the problem. The problem he was facing was about protecting the Tree of Life. If the Nerubian spiders reached a distance 1 meter of the Tree of Life, Shi Xiaobai could no longer use Kuan's stewing wok on them, or it might end up damaging the Tree of Life as well. They have to notice this king's existence. A glimmer flashed in Shi Xiaobai's eyes. If he could attract the aggro from the Nerubian spiders and pull them into a bunch, things would be a lot simpler. However, how was he to attract aggro? As Shi Xiaobai slashed out Kuan's stewing wok, he calmly considered his options. The Nerubian spiders had already fanned out. They were less than 10 meters away from the Tree of Life. The more critical a moment was, the calmer Shi Xiaobai became. Suddenly, Shi Xiaobai's eyes lit up. He turned around and leaped onto one of the large tree branches and quickly arrived at the base of the tree's crown. Without any hesitation, he sliced a tree branch with green leaves off the Tree of Life. The Tree of Life's crown immediately trembled violently and let out a soft cry. Sorry. Shi Xiaobai patted the Tree of Life's trunk. With the luxuriant tree branch in hand, he leaped forward and jumped to the focal point of the fan-shaped formation the Nerubian spiders were in. The Nerubian spiders let out fierce cries as they suddenly surrounded Shi Xiaobai's position. There were even a few Nerubian spiders that could not help but charge at him. Indeed. Shi Xiaobai grinned. These forest wolves and Nerubian spiders were attracted to the dense life force the Tree of Life had. The tree branch in his hand also contained the life force these demonic beasts coveted. Shi Xiaobai slashed out a few sword strikes, killing the spiders that attacked him. He turned around and ran to the side, but he did not run far. Instead, he maintained a safe distance from the Nerubian spiders. The Nerubian spiders were creatures of instinct, with no intelligence whatsoever. Indeed, they were attracted by the tree branch near to them and had completely forgotten the distant tree of life that contained even more life force. They all turned to chase after Shi Xiaobai. Shi Xiaobai began to circle around the Nerubian spiders, and from time to time, a spider would charge at him. As Shi Xiaobai ran, he would use beginner's sword until he managed to cluster the Nerubian spiders into a mob. Only then would Shi Xiaobai slash out Wok's doing Koan. The wok-shaped sword aura smashed down, and with the Nerubian spiders grouped in a large cluster, there was no way for them to escape. A large swath of Nerubian spiders was burnt to crisp as they issued out shrill cries. After striking once, he would rush into the middle of the Nerubian spider mob, which had been emptied out. The Nerubian spiders that had dispersed in fear would immediately scream and gather over once again mindlessly. Shi Xiaobai used crab steps to rush out of the Nerubian spider encirclement, and once again, maintained an aggro distance. The Nerubian spiders apparently did not learn their lesson because their instincts were governed by their greed and desire. Following that, Shi Xiaobai pulled the same tactic. Again and again, he attracted aggro and lumped the Nerubian spiders into a clump before using Koan's doing Wok. The effects were outstanding every single time. Not much later, only when the final Nerubian spider died with a scream did Shi Xiaobai give a sigh of relief. Thankfully, these Nerubian spiders were mindless, allowing him to attract their aggro. If they had rushed at the Tree of Life mindlessly, Shi Xiaobai could not ensure the perfect safety of the Tree of Life. It was just too weak as an infant. Every time he killed the Nerubian spiders, the words, "Nerubian spider has been killed, tower defense points +1, would boom in his mind. This made Shi Xiaobai wonder. He believed that with subsequent waves, the number of tower defense points would increase with each demonic beast killed, but from the looks of it, it wasn't the case? Or could it be that the tower defense points would only increase after a few waves? If that was the case, the rookies that arrived at tower defense late would face more powerful demonic beasts, but the accumulation of points would not be any faster. The disadvantage was obvious. No wonder the sacred voice said, "Please ensure that you cherish the first few waves of attacks when they are weaker to earn enough tower defense points." Shi Xiaobai was slightly curious about the number of tower defense points he had accumulated, but he had no idea how to make the query. However, as soon as Shi Xiaobai raised such a thought, the sacred voice boomed in his mind. "You currently have 380 tower defense points." Shi Xiaobai was slightly taken aback. He never expected to have earned 380 points so quickly. In that case, it was very likely he could earn 500 points by the next wave. He was at a great advantage. Shi Xiaobai suddenly recalled of the bespectacled silver-haired girl guarding the eastern gate. However, not a single Nerubian spider entered from the east gate, so it was obvious that the girl was not in danger, but it was unknown if she had cleaned up all the spiders. Shi Xiaobai turned to walk towards the eastern gate. At the entrance, he finally saw the silver-haired girl. There was nothing outside the city gate. The Nerubian spiders probably were dead and cleared up by the assessment program. And at this moment, the girl was standing at the city gate with a book in hand. She was engrossed in her reading. "You like reading that much?" Shi Xiaobai asked softly. The silver-haired girl raised her head slightly and smiled with squinted eyes. She nodded her head heavily. Her affection for books was palpable. Shi Xiaobai did not bother her any further as he turned around and walked into the city. There were a few houses in the city that he had yet to explore. However, just as Shi Xiaobai entered the city, a golden beam of light fell from the sky, landing on the waypoint. The golden light dispersed, and on the waypoint appeared a youth dressed in a loose Taoist outfit. He was handsome with droopy eyelids. His hair was pulled up into a knot, and held a horsetail whisk. He was a Taoist priest. Clearly, the youth in a Taoist attire was the third rookie that had been randomly sent to city number 1. At the moment the youth arrived, a thundering voice resounded throughout the world. "A tenth of all trial takers have arrived in the second level of the 9 Revolutions Transcendental World Tower Defense. This level's level lord, magical beast level lord, will arrive in 3 hours. The countdown begins. The youth was apparently the last person in the leading team. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 231, You seem to have big breasts. Chapter 231, You seem to have big breasts. After the youth in a Taoist outfit landed on the waypoint, he surveyed his surroundings with his drooping eyelids. When he saw Shi Xiaobai, his eyelids raised up suddenly. And with a few brisk steps, he jumped off the waypoint. The Taoist robe flared as he floated to the ground with an extremely cool and refined pose. The youth reached out his right hand and with his index and middle fingers stretched out, he pointed at Shi Xiaobai and said, "Benefactor. This penniless priest notices that your glabella seems dark, that's an ominous portent one." Shi Xiaobai gave the youth a deadpan glance and turned around to walk towards one of the low houses. The Taoist youth was taken aback as he hurriedly chased over and said, "Benefactor, do you not believe?" Shi Xiaobai sneered and said, "Foolish mortal, this king doesn't believe in the Tao." The Taoist youth ran a few steps and blocked Shi Xiaobai's path and said with a deep voice, "This penniless priest's name is Lu Yu. People call me half-Tao sage, who is proficient at Tao inference. This penniless priest is able to prove that Benefactor has ominous signs." Shi Xiaobai stopped. Turning his head, he said, "This king gives you 30 seconds. All right." Lu Yu cut the nonsense and waved the whisk in his hand forcefully at Shi Xiaobai, causing a white cloud to billow. The primordial universe of the heaven and earth, mystic heart true teachings, great Tao inference, show. Lu Yu roared as the white cloud suddenly became as bright as a mirror. It reflected Shi Xiaobai's appearance, and in the cloud mirror, a black gas was lingering around Shi Xiaobai's forehead. The cloud mirror lasted less than a second before shattering and dispersing like a white mist. Lu Yu breathed out and looked at Shi Xiaobai. He said, "Benefactor, did you see what was in the mirror?" Shi Xiaobai hesitated for a moment and said, "This king saw a vast heaven and earth, and this king was standing amongst the firmament like a god, with a magical robe on his body and a crown on his head. The left hand held an Optimus staff, and the right hand held an annihilation axe. Behind this king were thousands of swords that filled the sky, and on the land, thousands of beings knelt in reverence." Lu Yu was dumbfounded and was momentarily at a loss for words. "The 30 seconds are up." Saying that, Shi Xiaobai turned around and ignored Lu Yu. Moments later, he arrived at the other side of a low house. Lu Yu drew a deep breath after a long moment. With a wave of his whisk, another white cloud was produced. And when the white cloud formed a mirror again, it reflected Lu Yu's appearance. In the reflection, there was also a black gas lingering around Lu Yu's forehead. And similarly, the cloud mirror shattered less than a second later. Lu Yu drooped his eyelids again before sighing and saying, "Tu Dahe, you sure are great at bullshitting. You made this penniless priest's thoughts go haywire." Shi Xiaobai would never believe in any ominous portent. This was because back on Earth, his roommate, Yang Wei, had previously had a mantra he often recited, "Hey beauty, you seem to have big breasts, ominous portent, I can help you take your clothes off, escape it." Whenever Yang Wei saw chicks, he would say that line before coming back dejectedly. This made Shi Xiaobai have a negative impression towards the words ominous portent. If Lu Yu had used a different phrase, Shi Xiaobai might have listened to him attentively, but Lu Yu had used the words ominous portent. Shi Xiaobai could not even be bothered to carry on listening and had just been perfunctory with him. Shi Xiaobai quickly came in front of a low house. He reached out his hand to sweep the dust off the sign. On the sign was a row of gray text, "Unlocked at the 10th wave." Unlocked at the 10th wave? Shi Xiaobai immediately stretched his hand out to push on the door, but felt as though he was pushing against a heavy mountain. After pondering for a few moments, Shi Xiaobai gave up on using turtle speed divine punch to forcibly break through the door. This highly advanced program, which bordered on fantasy, probably did not leave behind a loophole of allowing a door that unlocked at the 10th wave to be broken through. Shi Xiaobai turned around and went to the other houses. He realized that in the two houses he had yet to explore, the signs read unlocked at the 20th wave and unlocked at the 30th wave. Shi Xiaobai was somewhat disappointed. From the looks of it, the only city resources he could use were the points treasury that required a great deal of points or the abandoned warehouse filled with junk. He could only stare at one helplessly while he had to search blindly among trash for the other. Shi Xiaobai finally decided to head to the points treasury to see if there was anything good that could be used. However, when he entered the points treasury, he saw Lu Yu. The two looked each other in the eye before turning away. The two quietly read the walls of text. There were many enviable items that could be exchanged, but the number of points needed was too much. After an unknown period of time, the sacred but authoritative voice boomed in their minds. The third wave of the demonic beasts, Murloc Warrior, has arrived. Take note of your defense. The fourth wave of demonic beasts would arrive in 10 minutes. The countdown begins. Shi Xiaobai immediately reacted and looked at Lu Yu. He asked, "There's someone defending the eastern gate. Can you defend the south?" Lu Yu immediately nodded and said, "All right." The two turned around and nearly rushed out the door at the same moment. Lu Yu was not slow either, and quickly, he was outside the southern gate. Shi Xiaobai did not rush out the city gate, and instead cut off another tree branch and went to a point which formed a triangle with the northern and western gates. If he only needed to guard two gates, it was a breeze for Shi Xiaobai. Soon, saber-wielding Murloc monsters dressed in blue armor began surging from the two gates. Shi Xiaobai waved the branch in his hand, causing the blue Murlocs to gather towards him. Shi Xiaobai first slew the Murloc warriors that were charging in front before he slowly clustered the Murloc warriors that were to the back. He began attracting the aggro and quickly, the Murloc warriors mobbed together. Coensuing walk. Shi Xiaobai slashed out the coensuing strike as large swaths of Murloc warriors crashed to the ground screaming. Even the Murlocs that were not directly enveloped by the wok-shaped sword aura were inflicted damage by the boiling air around them. Immediately, they turned extremely weak. The coensuing wok was exceptionally effective against fish species. Shi Xiaobai charged over and used beginner's sword to slay the remaining Murloc warriors, as though he was an autumn breeze that swept the leaves. Just as there were fewer than 20 Murloc warriors left, a hammer came crashing from the sky, as numerous Murloc warriors were killed. Shi Xiaobai turned his head in surprise and saw the Adonis from Zeus holding a gigantic hammer beside him. The Adonis had a cold expression, and at the moment Shi Xiaobai looked over, he slammed his hammer again. When he slammed down, it became a humongous white hammer. Boom! When the white hammer hit the ground, an explosion boomed. It caused the ground to quake as the handful of remaining Murloc warriors were hammered to death by that strike. The Adonis glanced at Shi Xiaobai with a trace of hatred in his eyes. Shi Xiaobai frowned. It was apparent that the Adonis had been randomly transported here. The moment he arrived, he charged over to clean up the mess. However, it was not to help, but to snatch points from Shi Xiaobai. Shi Xiaobai sighed as he silently inquired about the number of points he had accumulated. He had 499 points. 1. Ominous portent, Dashion, sounds identical to big breasts, Dashion. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 232, The Tree of Life is about to die. Chapter 232, The Tree of Life is about to die. With 499 points, he was just 1 point short of 500. He just needed to kill one more Murloc warrior to pass the second level, but it was ruined by the Adonis. Shi Xiaobai was rendered somewhat speechless. This Adonis fucking knew how to kill steel. At this moment, the Adonis turned around and said with a sneer, "Tu Dahe, you are not worthy of Miss Sunless. Be sensible and get the fuck away, so as to not incur ridicule on yourself." When Shi Xiaobai heard this, his anger turned into amusement. This idiot made him fall short of a point, yet he dared to say such nasty words? It was impossible for Shi Xiaobai to tolerate the fellow. With a cold beam flashing in his eyes, he charged at the Adonis. The Adonis was apparently prepared. He retreated frantically. Even with a metallic hammer in hand, his speed was still remarkably fast. Unfortunately, he was facing against Shi Xiaobai. In front of Shi Xiaobai, his speed was as slow as a turtle's crawl. Shi Xiaobai appeared nearly instantly in front of the Adonis. The Adonis' expression drastically changed as he hammered at Shi Xiaobai with an angry bellow. The hammer swept through the air, leaving reverberations behind that shattered an astral figure. It was Shi Xiaobai's phantom image. Shi Xiaobai had already appeared behind the Adonis, and slashed his sword out at a lightning speed. The Adonis felt a chill in his heart as he frantically rushed forward. He traversed about a dozen meters out before turning around in a flustered manner. However, Shi Xiaobai had not chased after him and was still standing at his original spot. The Adonis heaved a sigh of relief. That strike had nearly killed him. He never expected Tu Dahei to be fast enough to dodge his attack. Suddenly, the Adonis felt a coldness on his scalp. Reaching out his hand to touch his scalp, he immediately shouted, "My hair!" Taking another look, there was a lock of blonde hair on the ground in front of Shi Xiaobai. Wasn't that his hair? At this moment, Lu Yu happened to enter the city. Taking a glance at the Adonis, he burst out laughing as he said, "This benefactor, where did you get this hairstyle cut? It's truly artistic." The Adonis hurriedly took out a mirror he brought with him. His tears immediately flowed down when he saw his reflection. From the reflection, the middle portion of his hair had been shaved clean. He looked like a balding middle-aged man. Shi Xiaobai said coldly, "Remember not to infuriate this king. If not, the next thing that drops might not only be hair." After Shi Xiaobai said this, he headed for the point's treasury. Although he was somewhat angry, he did not need to be too heavy-handed. However, for a wretch like the Adonis, Shi Xiaobai would typically give them an impressionable lesson. While staring helplessly in the point's treasury for a long while, Shi Xiaobai managed to see quite a number of superb items. He began to have all sorts of fantasies about them, but unfortunately, they were too expensive, with most of them not worth the points. As such, most of those fantasies were just that, fantasies. During this period, the Adonis came to look for Shi Xiaobai with a livid but trembling expression. He wanted to defend one city gate. Shi Xiaobai was not oppressive enough to deprive the Adonis of his right to do so. Furthermore, he was just 1 point short of clearing the level, so he did not mind the points. Hence, they set the rules of one person defending per side, with no one interfering with the others. Shi Xiaobai took some time to check on the bespectacled girl and found her sitting on a half-meter-tall stone by the city gate. As she waited for the beast horde to arrive, she read and looked truly relaxed. Shi Xiaobai chatted with the talkative girl for a few moments before the sacred voice boomed again. The fourth wave of the demonic beasts, Harpy Huntress, has arrived. Take note of your defense. The fifth wave of demonic beasts will arrive in 5 minutes. The countdown shall begin. Shi Xiaobai was momentarily surprised. The previous waves came in 10-minute intervals, but why did it become 5 minutes at the fifth wave? However, there was no time to consider this. Shi Xiaobai turned around and rushed to the city gate he was defending. When he rushed out the city gate, he saw bird-like humanoids obscuring the sky as they flew over. Shi Xiaobai immediately slashed out Kuan's doing walk, killing a bunch of harpy huntresses. Immediately, the sacred voice boomed in his mind. You have accumulated 500 tower defense points. Do you want to head for the third level? Shi Xiaobai was taken aback before he decisively chose no. If he were to leave, the harpies would be able to freely invade the city. Wouldn't he be harming the other 3 if the Tree of Life died as a result of his choice? He did not mind harming the Adonis or Lu Yu, but if he harmed the pitiful and adorable mute, it wouldn't be nice. Furthermore, Shi Xiaobai remembered that the assessment program had previously said that he was free to leave at any time once he had 500 points. Hence, he was in no hurry. Shi Xiaobai decisively used the same method of attracting aggro with the tree branch and clustered the harpies together. The harpies shot out their arrows and immediately a rain of arrows came falling from the sky. Shi Xiaobai constantly dodged and produced a few counterstewing walk strikes before finally killing all of the harpies. During this time, he was always on the alert. Anytime a harpy tried to fly past him into the city, Shi Xiaobai would hunt it down. He did not even miss out on a single harpy huntress. Shi Xiaobai turned around and headed towards the southern gate. He wanted to bid farewell to the silver-haired girl and head for the next level. But at this moment, a sharp scream sounded from the city. Following that, the authoritative voice boomed in his mind. The Tree of Life is under attack. It's in grave danger. Quickly rescue it. Shi Xiaobai hurriedly turned around and raced towards the city gate. When he entered the city, he saw more than a dozen harpy huntresses forming a line not far from the Tree of Life. They were constantly shooting arrows at it. The Tree of Life thrashed around violently as it constantly screamed. Its green leaves turned gray and were constantly shaken off. The tree branches and tree trunk were rapidly withering. Shi Xiaobai slashed our 3 consecutive counterstewing walk strikes and instantly killed all the harpy huntresses. At this moment, the other 3 rookies who were defending the other 3 gates came into the city. The 4 were simultaneously rushing towards the Tree of Life. At this moment, the sides where Shi Xiaobai and the silver-haired girl was defending no longer had any harpy huntresses, while there were still harpy huntresses coming from Luyu and the Adonis sides. Shi Xiaobai used Unleaking Turtle Aura to repress the feeling of emptiness after using 3 consecutive counterstewing walk strikes, and forcibly produced a few more. Luyu flicked his whisk around as harpies exploded one after another. The Adonis waved his hammer around and was able to barely crush a harpy to death, but it was obviously quite tough on him. After a short while, the harpy huntresses were finally completely wiped out. At this moment, the Adonis said with a livid expression as he roared, "Which idiot let them through?" Upon hearing this, a cold glimmer flashed in Shi Xiaobai's eyes. He was just about to say something when the sacred voice boomed once again. "Warning! Warning! The Tree of Life will die in 30 seconds. The Tree of Life, which was bustling with life, was currently completely gray. Most of its leaves had shed, leaving behind dry and bare branches. The Tree of Life was about to die. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 233, True Glory. Chapter 233, True Glory. The sacred voice only prompted them that the Tree of Life would die after 30 seconds. However, it did not explain how the Tree of Life could be saved. It was as though it was just telling the quartet to make certain necessary preparations. According to the rules, if the Tree of Life were to die, it was equivalent to the fall of the city. The trial takers would then be transported to other cities, but their tower defense points were to be reset to 0. It could be said that the consequences were not as serious as one would imagine. It only meant restarting. But surprisingly enough, it was the Adonis who had the fewest points that was most agitated about it, despite him suffering the least losses. He angrily yelled, "Fuck! Who was the one who let the mobs in?" The Adonis suddenly pointed his finger at the silver-haired girl and roared, "Was it you?" "Yes, it must be you and Tu Dahe. Both your sides do not have any demonic beasts. How could it be possible to clear them so fast? It must be the 2 of you who let them through." However, the silver-haired girl completely ignored the Adonis. She could not even be bothered to turn her head. Instead, she walked in front of Shi Xiaobai and wrote on her writing board, "Brother Xiaobai, I did some calculations. You must have more than 500 points now. Quickly take the opportunity to enter the 3rd level." Shi Xiaobai fell silent. It was unknown what was on his mind. As the incessant sounds of the Adonis' angry curses entered his ears, while words written by the silver-haired girl out of concern entered his sight. Brother Xiaobai, the Tree of Life's death only means a restart. I'll be able to catch up with you soon. Hurry up and go. There isn't much time. There won't be any time left if you don't go now. Shi Xiaobai suddenly laughed. It was a relieved laugh, a laugh with resolute eyes. He suddenly turned around and charged straight for the point's treasury. The other three were given a fright by Shi Xiaobai's speed. But what followed next astonished them greatly. They saw a golden beam of light shoot down from the sky as it completely enveloped the Tree of Life. The Tree of Life's withered branches slowly became fuller as greenness started appearing above the gray tree trunk. The golden light only lasted for a few seconds, but the Tree of Life had been pulled back from the brink of death. The authoritative voice boomed once again. Lesser healing has been used. The Tree of Life is out of its dying state. Questions filled the trio's minds. Why did a lesser healing suddenly appear? At this moment, Shi Xiaobai slowly walked out the point's treasury. Lu Yu suddenly widened his eyes and shouted, "Tu Dai, you exchanged your points for the lesser healing of the Tree of Life." Shi Xiaobai nodded silently. However, the Adonis sneered and said, "So it can be healed. No wonder you did not look worried at all. Were those demonic beasts let in because of your carelessness?" Before the Adonis finished his sentence, Lu Yu's expression changed drastically. He angrily growled, "Shut up, dot." The Adonis turned around in shock, while Lu Yu said with a sneer, "Do you know how many points lesser healing costs? A full 500 points. Do you understand?" Tu Dahei could have used his 500 points to clear the level, but he used it to heal the Tree of Life. Who do you think he did this for? The Adonis' face immediately turned pale. However, he insisted softly, he must be feeling guilty for letting in some of the harpies. Lu Yu stared at him and raised his hand to slap at the Adonis. But at this moment, a voice resounded throughout the skies. The first person to clear tower defense has appeared. Participant, speechlessly, has been sent to the third level. Time seemed to come to a halt. Lu Yu lowered his hand in a dejected manner. With his drooping eyelids, he sighed and said, "This glory should have belonged to Tu Dahei." Sigh. The Adonis also lowered his head. He did not dare to say another word, but a trace of schadenfreude flashed in his eyes. The silver-haired girl had already stood beside Shi Xiaobai. She gently held Shi Xiaobai's hand, her eyes looking sorry for him. But at this moment, Shi Xiaobai slowly stretched his mouth open and smiled. This was a smile that came from the bottom of his heart. It was as resplendent as the warm and bright sunlight. The trio looked in disbelief at Shi Xiaobai's smile. They even forgot to breathe for a moment. In fact, this king had been hesitating previously. This king nearly chose to head to the third level, but this king is thankful for not making that choice. This is because if this king were to disregard something he had once defended, despite being able to save it, to leave, or if he could clearly help his friend but decided to leave selfishly, then even this king will look down on himself. Shi Xiaobai reached out his hand and patted the silver-haired girl's hair and said gently, "So, this king is very happy to have made the correct choice. This king has defeated his selfish devils, as well as defeating the occasional me who gets disorientated. By making a choice that is not regrettable before actually regretting is this king's path of a king. That is this king's true glory." The silver-haired girl was astounded. She reached out her hand to hold on to the stroking hand which was not much bigger than her own. A look of amazement and worship flashed in her eyes. Lu Yu gave a relieved smile, as a glimmer flashed in his eyes while he looked at Shi Xiaobai. The Adonis lowered his head deeply and felt extremely indignant, but he did not dare to reveal it. At this moment, Shi Xiaobai was like a hot sun, warm and dazzling. Suddenly, the authoritative voice boomed once again in their minds. The fifth wave of the demonic beasts, the first boss level, Dark Rider, has arrived. Take note of your defense. The sixth wave of demonic beast horde would arrive in 30 minutes. The countdown begins. The boss level had appeared only 5 minutes after the previous wave had started. Furthermore, with the sixth wave's countdown set to 30 minutes later, it meant that the boss level would be rather terrifying. The quartet did not dare to stay put as they immediately rushed to their respective city gates. Shi Xiaobai took a deep breath. Standing at the gate, he calmed his mood. Out of the purple door charged a silver-armored demon whose body was purplish-brown in color. It held 2 spears in its hands, while it rode on a black steed which was clothed in armor as well. At a glance, the Dark Rider was obviously different from the trash mobs from before. There was a terrifying aura emanating from it as its killing intent surged. It was a suffocating presence. However, Shi Xiaobai was elated. Throwing away the bronze sword in his hand, he immediately formed a psionic knife. He saw 3 thin, short, red lines on the Dark Rider. It indicated that the Dark Rider had very few weaknesses. However, as long as there was a red line, Shi Xiaobai was confident enough to slay anything. Furthermore, this Dark Rider was emanating an aura of darkness from top to bottom. Shi Xiaobai had now realized that the reason why his pig slaughtering knife was able to deal such terrifying power in the virtual world but failed against the golden white holy dragon was because the pig slaughtering knife was effective against darkness elemental beings. The richer one's darkness aura was, the more terrifying the damage of pig slaughtering knife was. If it was struck on the fatal red line, the damage was beyond imagination. Shi Xiaobai charged forward, while the Dark Rider also charged at him. The battle had begun. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 234, Hero and Villain. Chapter 234, Hero and Villain. The battle only lasted for 10 seconds. By the time Shi Xiaobai turned around and picked up the bronze sword on the ground, the Dark Rider had already fallen to the ground. Dark Rider killed. Tower defense points plus 230. Shi Xiaobai's eyes nearly popped out. A boss alone was worth 230 points. Shi Xiaobai felt that bliss truly came too suddenly. Shi Xiaobai was elated for a moment before he headed back for the city. Immediately, he saw a strange sight. He saw the Adonis running desperately for his life, while the Dark Rider was chasing him with raging killing intent. The distance between the two was gradually decreasing. This Dark Rider was different from the other small fries. It did not take the initiative to attack the Tree of Life, but instead engaged in a hot pursuit with the participants. Shi Xiaobai pondered for a moment before he figured it out. From the looks of it, it would be too difficult to defend the Tree of Life if the extremely powerful Dark Riders were to only attack the Tree of Life. Therefore, such a situation was the reason for the 30-minute gap. The Dark Rider, which Shi Xiaobai could easily destroy, was too difficult for most psionic mortal realm trial takers. The Adonis did not even have the ability to counterattack. He had been running for his life from the beginning. When the Adonis caught a glimpse of Shi Xiaobai, he immediately felt as though he had seen help. He immediately shouted out, "Tu Dahe! Save me! This Dark Rider is locked onto me. You can do it!" Shi Xiaobai said as he nodded at the Adonis, without any intention of helping him. "Fuck! Tu Dahe, how can you stand there idly without helping?" The Adonis looked at the Dark Rider which was closing in on him as his face turned hideous. "You sanctimonious hypocrite! What you said previously sounded good, but because of a little grudge, you ignore me and wish for me to die early. A disgusting bastard like yourself is not worthy of Sunless." The Adonis cursed furiously, as though he was going hysterical. Shi Xiaobai looked calm and appeared as though he was about to laugh. "Why? Why can you be this ruthless?" The Adonis barely avoided a stab from the Dark Rider. He said with gritted teeth, "Tu Dahe, I'm begging you. Save me. This is an extremely easy task for you, right? We only had a tiny vendetta between us. How can you bear to see me being pursued to my death? Shi Xiaobai said without any expression. Death? You just need to say those 2 words and you will rescue yourself. The Adonis's face changed drastically as he suddenly laughed hysterically. Alright, Tu Dahe, you are ruthless enough. You are a bastard that's worse than beasts. Shi Xiaobai suddenly sighed and said with a deep voice, do you think that this king doesn't know who was the one who let the dozen harpy huntresses in? Foolish mortal. The spot where the harpy huntresses stopped at points to the city gate you defended. Upon hearing this, the Adonis's face turned ghastly pale. A long-range demonic beast like the harpy huntress would likely head in a straight line after entering the city. Naturally, they would come to a stop, and from their location, one could judge where they came from. He had played the role of the questioner from the very beginning because he was afraid the other 3 would suspect him. However, he never expected Tu Dahe to be the first to see through him. The Adonis instantly judged that Tu Dahe would not do anything to save him, and as the Dark Rider was already at hand, the only choice he had was shout open sesame to escape the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower. But he could not accept it. A hint of madness flashed in the Adonis's eyes. He turned to rush towards the eastern gate. At this moment, he needed a lure to transfer his aggro. Tu Dahe's speed was too great, so the silver-haired girl was the best candidate. A look of hysteric glimmer of hope flashed in the Adonis' eyes. Regardless of anything, he had to escape this calamity that had befallen him. Since the girl was another idiot who had been deceived by Tu Dahe, who else should he harm but her? Just as he was about to arrive at the city gate, the Adonis noticed the girl who was reading a book, with her back facing him. He was astonished at how fast the girl had managed to defeat the Dark Rider that he had no means of resisting. At the same time, he also felt lucky. As long as he pulled the girl to the ground, the Dark Rider would definitely transfer its aggro onto her. The Adonis laughed heartily in his heart. He was about to pass the city gate. At this moment, a figure appeared to the side of the Adonis, and sent him flying with a kick. The Adonis fell to the ground while feeling alarmed. He saw Shi Xiaobai standing by the city gate as he looked coldly at him. As for the Dark Rider, it was also charging straight at him. He had nowhere to run. It was impossible for Tu Dahe to save him. The only way to save himself was to shout the 2 words. However, the extreme indignation and hatred in his heart resulted in those 2 words being stuck in his throat. He was unable to truly say it out. Only until the Dark Rider's spear stabbed at him forcefully, did he hurriedly shout, "Open sesame!" However, what followed was a shrill scream. The spear had stabbed him in the right arm as the Dark Rider immediately jerked the spear upwards. The Adonis suddenly transformed into a golden beam of light and shot into the sky. But a bloody arm was left behind. When Shi Xiaobai saw this scene from afar, he sighed silently. The Adonis could have shouted "Open sesame" early on to escape the grounds, yet he was unable to overcome his negative emotions. It resulted in him being a moment too late. Although he did not lose his life, he had lost an arm. It could be said that the evil brought on by himself is the hardest to bear. At that moment, the Dark Rider turned its head and charged at Shi Xiaobai. Shi Xiaobai instantly conjured a psionic knife and charged forward. Pig slaughtering knife. Killing demons like slaughtering pigs. The Dark Rider screamed and crashed to the ground with a splash. Shi Xiaobai slowly dispersed his knife and turned his head. Up above the city gate, the bespectacled girl was staring confoundedly at him. Her glasses nearly fell off her nose bridge, but she had forgotten to push them up. Shi Xiaobai smiled and said, "Sorry for disturbing your reading." At the instant Shi Xiaobai killed the Dark Rider, he earned another 230 points. Immediately, the sacred voice boomed in his mind. "You have accumulated 500 tower defense points. Do you want to head for the 3rd level?" Shi Xiaobai was slightly surprised. After killing 2 bosses consecutively, he had earned 460 points. In addition to the remaining 59 points he had earlier, he now had a total of 519 points. He could already head to the 3rd level. Shi Xiaobai did not immediately reply this time. He walked to the silver-haired girl, but before he even said a thing, the silver-haired girl had raised her writing board. "Brother Xiaobai, I have exceeded 500 points. You must have too, right?" Shi Xiaobai nodded. The silver-haired girl wrote again, "Then, shall we leave together?" Shi Xiaobai nodded his head once again and said, "All right, let us leave together." The silver-haired girl smiled with her eyes squinted. Just as Shi Xiaobai wanted to say yes in his heart, time suddenly came to a halt. "Make your choice, youth." The familiar fiery voice boomed once again. The black text slowly materialized in front of Shi Xiaobai's eyes. Choice 1, defend against 30 waves of demonic beasts, becoming the greatest hero of tower defense, B-level reward. Choice 2, personally destroy 15 cities, becoming the greatest villain of tower defense, B-level reward. Gentle reminder, this choice is considered a daily style choice where there is only one opportunity after choosing. Successfully completing the choices mission will yield a reward, and failure will lead to punishment of the same level. Make your choice, youth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 235, Shi Xiaobai has come. Chapter 235, Shi Xiaobai has come. Due to the absolute choice, Shi Xiaobai couldn't help but stay behind despite already having earned 500 points. However, he did not reveal any abnormalities. He bade farewell to the silver-haired girl with a smile. Only after the silver-haired girl had transformed into a beam of golden light and left did Shi Xiaobai turn around to head back into the city. When he returned to the city, he noticed that 2 trial takers had arrived during this short period of time. They were strangers to Shi Xiaobai, so he only gave them a knowing nod. He then informed Lu Yu and said that he was about to leave the city. Lu Yu would obviously not force him to stay. However, his mood was somewhat heavy. The 4 of them who came to city number 1 at the beginning were clearly one of the cream of the crop among the rookies. But even so, they nearly failed while defending the first 5 waves. Now Shi Xiaobai and the silver-haired girl were leaving, while the Adonis had used the exit command to return to human civilization. He was the only one left. There might be other rookies who might come later, but what would happen after he left? Those weaker rookies who came would immediately face demonic beast hordes much stronger than the first 5 waves. How could they defend against the hordes? The cities would probably be destroyed one after another. It was much better to destroy the other cities and gather all the rookies together in one main city. It would ensure that all the rookies that were later sent to this level would arrive in the same city. Later on, with the numbers advantage, most of them would be able to leave by defending the city. By gathering the scattered sand earlier, the city walls that were formed would be stronger. Sigh, this penniless priest is too benevolent. The goal of the assessment program is to allow the survival of the fittest, and to let natural selection take place. What's there to be fair? Lu Yu sighed, and composing himself, he turned towards the 2 rookies who had just arrived. He pointed 2 fingers at one of them and said loudly, "Benefactor, this penniless priest notices that your glabella seems dark. That's an ominous portent." Shi Xiaobai obviously did not head for the 3rd level because of the reason Lu Yu thought of. Instead, he entered the points treasury. In the points treasury, he had once discovered many interesting and strange exchange items. It also gave him a lot of fascinating ideas. Previously, it was just fantasy, but due to the sudden appearance of the absolute choice, the fulfillment of one of Shi Xiaobai's fascinating ideas became necessary. On an extremely secluded spot on the left wall, Shi Xiaobai found a particular line of text he had previously seen. Teleport scroll, randomly sends user to other cities. Will be treated as an intruder. Requires 20 tower defense points. Shi Xiaobai grinned. After exchanging his tower defense points for 24 teleport scrolls, he exchanged for a town portal scroll that cost 30 points. Instantly, he spent 510 points. Yes, Shi Xiaobai had chosen option 2. To personally destroy 15 cities. It might sound unbelievable, but before the absolute choice appeared, Shi Xiaobai had such a thought when he saw the teleport scroll in the points treasury. Defending for 30 waves was quite an interesting option. However, the chances of success could be extremely slim. After all, at a later stage, the people who could leave would have left. The remaining were the weaklings after survival of the fittest. Trying to rely on these people to successfully defend for 30 waves was fool's talk. Of course, this was not the reason why the usually fearless Shi Xiaobai did not make the choice. In fact, Shi Xiaobai had been in a dilemma regarding the two choices. If the two rewards of the two choices had a difference in levels, Shi Xiaobai would have immediately chosen the one with a better reward. Unfortunately, the two choices were B-level rewards. Only when the countdown began did Shi Xiaobai choose the option of destroying 15 cities. Shi Xiaobai's reason was in fact very simple, which is not telling you at this time. City number 19. At this moment, there were only 4 rookies defending the city. Heartless said to a short-haired teenager beside him, "I have enough points. I'll be leaving first?" The short-haired teenager was one of the Zeus rookies that had ganked Shi Xiaobai. He nodded at Heartless and said, "All right. I'm just short of 30 points. I'll be able to leave in the next wave. Boss, go ahead. I'll soon catch up with you." Just as Heartless was about to leave after giving a terse acknowledge, 2 rookies standing beside them suddenly said in a hurry, "If all of you are gone, what are we to do? With only the 2 of us left, how are we to defend against the wave after the next?" The short-haired teenager said in a deadpan manner, "There will be other rookies sent here in a while." One of them, a bespectacled rookie, said with a frown, "It's unknown when they will arrive. Furthermore, those who come later are definitely very weak. There's no way to defend the city with them." Another slightly overweight rookie hurriedly said, "We are now around 200 points. Just stay behind to defend another 1 or 2 waves, and then both of us will be able to leave. If the 2 of you were to leave, we would have to restart again if the Tree of Life gets destroyed." The short-haired teenager immediately sneered and said, "So what? What has that got to do with us?" The slightly overweight teenager stiffened his face as he said, "We have at least defended 2 waves and can be considered to have gone through thick and thin. All you need to do is stay behind for another 10 minutes. We will definitely repay you in the future." At this moment, Heartless suddenly said, "If the 2 of us were to stay behind to help you accumulate enough points, what would happen to the rookies after the 4 of us leave together? According to your theory, should the 2 of you stay behind to help the rookies that come later to gather enough points?" The slightly overweight rookie's face turned aghast, but he did not know how to reply. The bespectacled rookie muttered, "That is different." The short-haired teenager sneered and said, "Different? What a joke. You think too specially of yourselves. To us, all of you are strangers. No one owes anyone else." The slightly overweight rookie flashed a look of anger with his eyes as he angrily said, "Without the 2 of us, the both of you might not have been able to defend up to this point. Shouldn't you feel a bit of gratefulness?" The short-haired teenager gave a disdainful laugh as he said, "What a joke. If not for the 2 of you sharing points with us, Boss Heartless and I would have long left." The slightly overweight and bespectacled rookies were outraged. They were at a loss for words. Even though they wanted to throw invectives and attack them, they knew that they were no match. Heartless sighed and ignored the duo. He walked to the side of the short-haired youth and whispered into his ear, "Be careful. After I leave, all of you might not be able to defend the city. Leave the moment you accumulate 500 points. You can't take care of others in such a trial." The short-haired teenager nodded and said matter-of-factly, "Of course." Heartless did not speak a word further. He suddenly transformed into a golden beam of light that shot into the sky. The short-haired youth glanced at the two rookies, as he was prepared to leave the moment he had enough points. The two rookies looked at the short-haired teenager with angry stares that had a trace of bitterness as well. At this moment, a golden beam of light fell from the sky as a black-haired youth appeared on the waypoint. At the same time, an authoritative voice resounded in the three people's heads. An intruder has been randomly sent to city number 19. Make sure to take note of your defense. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 236, 2 Ping Grills. Chapter 236, 2 Ping Grills. Intruder? The trio in city number 19 were stunned. They focused their eyes on the black-haired youth. Tu da hei! The trio exclaimed in unison. Shi Xiaobai turned his head to face the trio. He did not expect to see someone familiar. He walked down the waypoint with a deadpan expression. The short-haired youth immediately shouted, Tu da hei, what's the matter about being an intruder? Shi Xiaobai waved the bronze sword in his hand and said, Intruder? This king prefers you to call this king the destroyer. This king is here to destroy this city. The trio had their expressions changed drastically as they immediately charged in front of the Tree of Life. The short-haired teenager bellowed angrily, What do you plan on doing? Shi Xiaobai did not answer him. Instead, he said, Are you ready? Then this king shall be attacking. Shi Xiaobai slowly walked towards the trio. You're courting death, dot. The trio was alarmed and incensed, as well as somewhat confused. After looking each other in the eyes, they charged at Shi Xiaobai. Although they did not know why Shi Xiaobai came to destroy their city, they had to stop him at all costs. The short-haired youth pulled out a large saber, the slightly overweight rookie raised a stone axe, while the bespectacled teenager raised a spear. The trio simultaneously frantically attacked Shi Xiaobai. Shi Xiaobai instantly accelerated and burst forward with an astonishing speed. A blurry figure appeared in the trio's eyes which dazzled them. They could only attack based on their own sensations. Without any surprise, their attacks missed, and missed again. Shi Xiaobai was as fast as lightning as he flashed past them one after another. In less than a few seconds, he had already broken their line of defense. The trio turned around in horror and saw Shi Xiaobai raise his bronze sword. No! The trio yelled. In their eyes, the back figure with the raised sword was as cold and cruel as a devil. Shi Xiaobai slashed out when he was 3 meters away from the Tree of Life. It was not one strike, but two. Shi Xiaobai slashed out a diagonal right slash quickly before slashing another diagonal left slash. With the two slashes, they formed an X-shaped red sword beam that shot towards the Tree of Life. The moment the red sword crossbeam slammed into the Tree of Life's trunk, a blackish-red pillar of flames burst towards the sky. The Tree of Life was consumed by the flaming pillar, and in a few seconds, all the tree leaves were burnt to a crisp. The tree branches and trunk were completely blackened. Shi Xiaobai slowly lowered his bronze sword. This sword technique was known as 2 pine grills, and was similarly deduced from the Kuan Pang mantra, from which he figured out Kuan stewing wok from. This strike was highly effective against vegetation like the Tree of Life that was extremely weak to fire. The three rookies looked at the Tree of Life that had been burnt to a crisp by the flaming pillar that reached into the skies. Their eyes glazed over as the authoritative voice boomed in their minds. The Tree of Life has died. City number 19 has been destroyed. You will be randomly sent to other cities after 3 seconds, and your tower defense points will be reset to 0. There were only 3 seconds left. During the last 3 seconds, the short-haired teenager chose to charge angrily at Shi Xiaobai. He wanted to seek revenge. The other two rookies rushed to the points treasury in panic. They wanted to exchange all the points they had accumulated before it was reset. However, they were too late. The short-haired teenager missed again as he growled furiously, "Tudahe, this will not be the end of it." Heavens, he was just short of 30 points to clear the level. The short-haired teenager was enveloped in a golden beam of light as he was sent to another city with great indignation. The other two rookies were transported away before they even reached the points treasury. However, the hatred in their hearts was not as bad as the short-haired youth. This was because compared to them losing about 200 points, the short-haired youth was clearly worse off. They did not feel less fortunate when they saw someone more unfortunate than them. Shi Xiaobai stood there in silence. It was unknown what he was thinking when suddenly the authoritative voice resounded in his mind. "Congratulations for destroying city number 19. You have stolen 860 tower defense points. You have accumulated more than 500 tower defense points. Do you want to head for the third level?" Shi Xiaobai could not help but widen his eyes. He could even steal tower defense points by destroying the cities of others. There was such a good thing? Shi Xiaobai felt as though he had discovered a brand new world. This matter seemed like a computer bug, but on careful thought, other than as a result of the absolute choice, who would do such a wretched thing like destroying the cities of others? Ignoring the fact that the teleport scroll was located in an extremely secluded corner, even if a person had discovered the existence of the teleport scroll and had equally fascinating thoughts just like Shi Xiaobai, it was unlikely that the person would generate such a thought of seeking trouble whenever possible when all the person needed was a simple requirement of 500 points to clear the level. There was nearly no one who would partake in the destruction of other cities. It had to be said that this was quite an unexpected surprise. Shi Xiaobai's eyes brightened up as he surveyed his surroundings. He noticed that although city number 19 had been declared destroyed, the low houses did not seem to undergo even the slightest change. Shi Xiaobai immediately headed for the points treasury. However, Shi Xiaobai was informed that he could not use the points treasury of other cities when he tried to exchange his points. Shi Xiaobai had guessed that was the case, so he was not too disappointed. He did not stay any longer and used another teleport scroll. He had to stay motionless when using the teleport scroll or the town portal scroll. The channeling time was 10 seconds, and he could not be interrupted during the channeling. In fact, this made the act of destroying a city very dangerous. After all, the city he was sent to was random. Furthermore, the moment he was transported, he would be declared an intruder. If he failed to destroy the other party's tree of life, he would be the one doomed. 10 seconds later, Shi Xiaobai left city number 19. As he was enveloped by the golden beam of light, his consciousness went into a blur. A few moments later, it became clear as the authoritative voice boomed in his mind. "You have been sent to city number 22. As you have destroyed another city, you are now identified as City Destroyer Villain. Every defender in city number 22 will be informed, but..." Shi Xiaobai was slightly astonished as a few surprised voices were heard. "Tudahe? Holy shit, City Destroyer Villain? Lord Shi, Tudahe." From the cacophony of astonished yelling, Shi Xiaobai heard a familiar voice. He turned his head immediately and saw a girl with orange hair running towards him from a short distance away. Who else was this but Matzi? On a closer look, there was an azure-dressed girl walking slowly behind Matzi. She was sunless. There were 4 other rookies gathered underneath the waypoint as they looked warily at Shi Xiaobai. Matzi ran to Shi Xiaobai's side and asked with a whisper, "Lord Tudahe, what's the matter with City Destroyer Villain?" At this moment, Sunless had come to the side. She looked calm, but there was a trace of curiosity in her eyes. Shi Xiaobai did not deceive them and said, "This king just destroyed city number 19. Shi Xiaobai did not artificially lower his voice. When the 4 rookies heard this, their expressions changed drastically. They questioned him loudly, "So are you now here to destroy our city? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 237, A True Man Never Turns His Head to Watch an Explosion. Chapter 237, A True Man Never Turns His Head to Watch an Explosion. So you are now here to destroy our city? The four rookies raised their weapons. Before Shi Xiaobai answered, Mozi said, so what if he destroys it? This mosquito unconditionally supports Lord Tu Dahe. Sunless also nodded her head, indicating her indifference on this matter. The four rookies stared at them with looks of disbelief as 10,000 horses with mud-stained hooves rushed across their minds. Shi Xiaobai looked at the four rookies and said with a smile, don't worry. This king is just here in passing. The four rookies were astonished. What the heck did he mean by in passing? Shi Xiaobai did not want to waste time. He obviously would not destroy the city Sunless and Mozi was in. He whispered to the two of them, do your best. Head for the third level as soon as possible. This king has matters to attend to, so this king shall be leaving first, but... Saying that, Shi Xiaobai used a teleport scroll and a thin golden column of light descended upon him before it grew thicker at a visible rate until it completely enveloped Shi Xiaobai. This entire process took 10 seconds, which could be interrupted. The four rookies wished for Shi Xiaobai to leave earlier, and with Sunless standing there, they did not have the guts to interrupt him. See you. Third level. Just as Shi Xiaobai was about to leave, Sunless suddenly said softly. Shi Xiaobai was taken aback before saying with a nod, all right. You have been sent to city number 7. As you have destroyed another city, you are now identified as City Destroyer Villain. Every defender in city number 7 will be informed. The moment Shi Xiaobai opened his eyes and looked down from above, he immediately noticed that city number 7 had 10 defenders. No, there were more than that. He had only seen 10 at a glance. There were definitely more than 10 in this city. The so-called random teleportation was vicious. Wasn't the distribution amongst the cities a bit uneven? Shi Xiaobai decided promptly. As the 10 defenders stared in shock, Shi Xiaobai had already used crab steps to rush down the waypoint. Alarmed voices immediately filled the city, which Shi Xiaobai paid no attention to. At an extremely fast speed, he rushed towards the Tree of Life. Quick, stop him. Don't let him near the Tree of Life. Kill him. About 5 rookies came from outside the city or inside the houses. More than 10 rookies roared anxiously as they charged at Shi Xiaobai with weapons in hands. Those long-range attack users who used guns or bows and arrows began to crazily fire at him. Shi Xiaobai dodged with all he had in a bid to rush towards the Tree of Life as though he was crazy. After passing one rookie after another, in order to break through their defenses, Shi Xiaobai had chosen to forcefully take a few hits from them. But thanks to this turtle's hardest and unleaking turtle aura, these attacks that did not harm vital parts of his body became body-tempering fodder for Shi Xiaobai. Shi Xiaobai began using crab steps, passing off the spurious as genuine and mirages as he ingeniously darted past the attacking rookies. Just as he was about to approach the Tree of Life, there were already 5 rookies standing in a line in front of the Tree of Life, as though they were a solid wall. Shi Xiaobai raised his bronze sword as he charged forward. The 5 rookies bellowed as they immediately conjured a gigantic psionic barrier. No, it was not a psionic barrier, but a psionic domain. When Shi Xiaobai's strike hit the psionic domain, it felt as though he had struck hard steel. The only result was a tiny crack. The other 10 rookies that Shi Xiaobai had left behind were rushing over like ferocious wolves. The 5 rookies did not rush forward in anger. Instead, they calmly combined their powers to continuously produce the psionic domain to protect the Tree of Life. This perfect choice plunged Shi Xiaobai into an extremely dangerous situation. In front of him was a difficult-to-crack psionic domain, and behind him were 10 rookies with burning killing intent. Shi Xiaobai could only escape. However, Shi Xiaobai did not escape straight away. Instead, he circled halfway around the psionic domain, and came behind the 5 rookies.